the Select Committee for Government Oversight. Today we have a busy and full schedule. Hopefully we can get everyone out the door by 5 p.m. Our topic for discussion today is the Kansas State Board of Nursing. We'd like to overview that particular board and how they are operating and how they are benefiting the constituents of Kansas. So with that, I'd like to first welcome everyone, and we will not have committee member introductions, but sometimes our revisers and our staff change depending on our topic. So I will ask our staff to introduce themselves for the day, and we'll start with Jill.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jill Walters from the Revisers of Statutes Office.
And good morning, committee. My name is Jenna Moyer, an assistant reviser with Reviser Statutes.
Good morning. My name is Megan Leopold. I'm with Kansas Legislative Research. I'm a fiscal analyst.
I'm Susan McClarty. I'm the committee assistant. Good morning. I'm Leanne Thone. I'm with Legislative Research, and I'm a research analyst.
Eddie Pinner with Legislative Research.
And on IT,
Carter Montgomery, IT.
thank you. And we also have in the audience, we have Carol Moreland. And Carol, raise your hand. There she is. She's with us. She's the executive administrator. And any board members that are here, if you'd come up to the microphone and introduce yourselves to the committee so they know who you are. Any board members?
I'm a board member and currently the board president.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Juliana Reshik. I am formally a board member. My term just ended June 30th, and I was past president as well as serving on the investigative committee.
All right, thank you. So we have two board members here as well. We also have someone from the AG's council. And that is Rochelle, is that right? All right, welcome, Rochelle. Anybody else from the State Board of Nursing? If you'll come on up and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adrian Guerrero, I'm the Director of Operations with the board.
Welcome. All right, committee, we're going to go ahead and get started and provide context for our discussion today. And we'll begin with a review of statutes and rules and regulations that are applicable to our discussion today with the Board of Nursing. Jenna is going to provide an overview, and if you look in your packet, you should find those materials.
All right. Good morning, committee. And I will attempt to make this sort of broad overview of these statutes, but of course, if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt and I can go into more detail about them. I do staff the House and Senate Health Committees, and so that's why I'm here before you today. And so these will generally be the statutes that are related to nurse licensure and professional discipline. Just to start off, the Board of Nursing regulates several different types of nurses. That would include what is referred to in statutes as professional nurses, which would be your RNs, or your professional nurses, which is RNs, your practical nurses, which would be LPNs, as well as APRNs, which would be your advanced practice nurses, as well as certified registered nurse anesthetists, CRNAs, and mental health technicians. The Board of Nursing is given statutory authorities in 74-1106, which is on page 1, and that board is made up of 11 members, and it requires 6 of them to be RNs, at least 2 LPNs, and 3 members of the public. Those members are appointed by the governor. However, in A2, the Nurses Association submits a list to the governor of registered professional nurses containing at least 3 times the amount of openings that are to be appointed, and they serve terms of 4 years. That same practice is done for LPNs. The Kansas Federation of Licensed Practical Nurses submits to the governor this list. The governor chooses from that list. And each member of the the general public is appointed for 4 years, as well as for those LPN members. Members are limited to 2 consecutive terms, and subsection B sets out the qualifications, such as at least 5 years experience practice in nursing. There's also a provision requiring the governor of those 6 nurse members, at least 2 of them have to be practicing nurses, 2 nurse educators, and 1 who's practicing as an APRN. In subsection C, it sets out the duties and powers of that board. They're required to meet at least annually. They're given rules and regs authority to carry out the act and carry into effect the provisions of the act. Paragraph 4 gives them disciplinary authority, which would include things like suspension or revocation of a license for approval of those programs. And the board could limit, deny, suspend, or revoke licenses or approval of those programs. So it's not just the individual nurses, but also the nurse programs, those educational facilities. We can move on to page 3. This will be KSA 74-1108. It creates the Board of Nursing Fee Fund and requires all of the money from things like licenses, fees, and penalties to go to the Board of Nursing Fee Fund, and 10% of each deposit is credited to the state general fund. KSA 74-1109 allows the board to collect fees for conferences and things of that nature. KSA 74-1110, this is page 4, allows the board to assess a fine for a violation of a statute or a regulation. And KSA 74-1111 requires the AG to appoint assistant AGs to represent the Board of Nursing in any proceeding or litigation that may arise, and to do other duties as may be directed by the board. Now we'll get into the actual regulation of nursing, and this is on page 5, and those are located in KSA Chapter 65, Article 11. KSA 1113 is definitions, and that gives you a definition of the practice of nursing, and that would include a professional nurse, which is an RN, a practical nurse, an LPRN, and an advanced practice registered nurse, or APRN. KSA 65-1114 sets out the unlawful acts. Generally speaking, it's unlawful to practice as an RN, LPN, or APRN unless you are licensed. KSA 65-1115 sets out the licensure of RNs and the qualification of those applicants. Subsection C requires the board to issue a license if the applicant meets the qualifications, passed the exam, and does not have any other disqualifying factors. It also allows for temporary permits, exempt licenses, and renewal licenses. And then KSA 65-1116 is that same thing, but for LPNs. We can go on to KSA 65-1117, and it requires that all licenses, so all nurse licenses, expire every 2 years, and that expiration date is set by the board. And prior to a license expiring, a notice of renewal is required to be sent to every RN and LPN at least 60 days prior to the expiration of that license. And every person who is licensed, who wants to renew their license, is required to do so on or before the expiration of that license. And they have to pay that biennial renewal fee. So licensed every 2 years, have to renew if you want to keep your license. The statute also allows for a reinstatement of a lapsed license. KSA 65-1118 is the fees that are charged, or that can be charged. So these would be the maximum amount that the board could charge for license renewal, and then the board sets the exact fees in their rules and regulations. So this would, generally speaking, a professional nurse application is $150, LPN would be $100, APRN would be $50, and a CRNA or nurse anesthetist would be $75. KSA 65-1120 allows the board to deny, revoke, limit, or suspend any license or authorization to practice as a RN, LPN, APRN, or nurse anesthetist, or could require continuing education. The board could also publicly or privately censure a licensee if that applicant or licensee is found after hearing to, and then there's a whole list of things that they could be found After hearing, these would be things like fraud or conviction of certain crimes, professional incompetency, or unprofessional conduct, among others. Subsection B is the proceedings that would go forth, and it would, after a sworn complaint is filed with the board charging a person with being guilty of any of these unlawful acts in subsection A, 2 or more members of the board are required to investigate those charges, or they can designate an employee to conduct that investigation. And after that investigation, the board can institute charges. And if the board believes there are reasonable grounds for believing the licensee is guilty, the board would fix a time and place for proceedings consistent with the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, or KEPA. It allows witnesses to be present at those hearings. Subsection D permits the board to recoup costs during those administrative hearings, things like witness fees and costs of that hearing. Subsection E defines professional incompetency. And then KSA 651120 allows for reinstatement of revoked licenses, and subsection B was implemented in 2017, requiring the Board of Nursing every year, starting in January 2018, to submit a written report to the health committees, and that report is supposed to include individuals, the number of individuals who applied for reinstatement of a revoked license in the previous year, the monies charged to those applicants, the number of reinstatement applications granted and denied, and the basis given for those denials. KSA 651121A, this is page 14, allows for judicial review of the board's actions. KSA 651122 sets out misdemeanors, and that would be a Class B misdemeanor to be convicted of those crimes related to nursing. KSA 651123 allows the board power to bring an action for an injunction. 1124 is acts that are not prohibited. This would be things like gratuitous nursing that's given to members of a family or during an emergency. On page 16, KSA 651127 requires a licensee to report to the Board of Nursing allegations of malpractice or qualifications, fitness, or character, if those have been brought against you. And KSA 651129 requires the board to adopt rules and regulations to carry out the provisions of this act. And then you'll notice the little reviser's note there, what that act means. Now we'll go into the advanced practice nursing, or APRN sections. This would be in KSA 651130. It sets out the requirements for licensure, rules and regulations authority, and that would requires the board to adopt rules and regs to establish the roles and identity, titles, and abbreviations for APRNs, establish education and qualifications for licensure, and define the role of an APRN. You may remember subsection D, just a few years ago, provisions were put in allowing an APRN to prescribe durable medical equipment, DMEs, as well as drugs if that APRN, if it's within their scope of practice and they obtain a DEA number, and as well as requirements to obtain malpractice insurance. KSA 651131 is the APRN licensure statutes, and it has some of the similar provisions, things like allowing for an exempt license as well as an inactive license. 651132 allows for renewal of license and reinstatement of a lapsed license. And then 1134 is the citation of the Nurse Practice Act. So generally speaking, everything in Article 11 of Chapter 65 will be related to nurse practice. KSA 651135 allows for complaints to be made to be confidential. And I did not put the statute in here, but just wanted to make note of it. KSA 651166, it's the nurse compact that was passed in 2019. It's a very lengthy statute. If you've seen one compact, most of the rules apply for them all, but it allows for nurses in other states who have adopted the compact to have an authorization to practice in Kansas. The next statutes were certified registered nurse anesthetist. KSA 651151 gives you those definitions. 1152 sets out the qualifications to be a CRNA. 1154 requires the board to grant an authorization to practice as a CRNA if certain qualifications are met. And then those in KSA 651155 gives that same expiration of licensure. So every 2 years, a license expires and requires that same notice be sent 60 days in advance prior to expiration of the license. KSA 651158 sets out the duties of registered nurse anesthetists, and I put this in here in part because the statute was amended this year in subsection B, and it inserts that same language allowing a certified registered nurse anesthetist to prescribe durable medical equipment and prescribe, procure, and administer any drug consistent with their education and qualifications, so that a CRNA and an APRN would both be allowed to prescribe medications within their scope of practice. And that was new in this year. Now we can go to page 24, and these are provisions or statutes in the Administrative Procedures Act, which I'll be referring to as KEPA. The KSA 77501 just gives the title. KSA 77503 sets out that this act applies to the statutes that expressly provide that the provisions of this act govern proceedings under those statutes. So we went over during the nursing provisions that the Administrative Procedures Act applies to disciplinary proceedings, and that's what this is the Administrative Procedures Act. KSA 77504 and 505 allow for a waiver of rights given by this act, as well as for informal settlements. 77508 sets out when a hearing is not required for a decision. 77511 excuse me, gives time limits for processing those applications, and after a completed application is received. 77512 prohibits a state agency from revoking, suspending, modifying, withdrawing, refusing to renew, or amending a license unless the state agency first gives notice and an opportunity for a hearing. When you hear the term due process mentioned, that generally means notice and an opportunity to be heard, which is what this statute sets out. So it sets out due process for those, for those agencies for which a hearing is required, KSA 77513 sets out the statutes governing hearings. KSA 77514 sets out that the agency head and one or more members of the agency head or presiding officer assigned by the Office of Administrative Hearings is the presiding officer for hearings under this act. 77515 allows for participation and representation. So if you want to have an attorney present in an administrative hearing, that's permissible. 77518 is the notice of hearing, requires the presiding officer to give reasonable notice at least 10 days prior to the hearing to all parties, as well as computation of time limits. 77519 requires the presiding officer to give all parties opportunities to file pleadings, objections, motions, etc. 77523 is the hearing procedure, and that would be just the procedure that would govern hearings under this act. 77524 sets out that a presiding officer doesn't have to follow the rules of evidence, but they would give effect to rules of privilege. 77526 sets out that if the presiding officer is an agency head, that presiding officer shall render a final order. 77527 allows for an agency head upon its own motion and upon petition by any party shall review an initial order, and then it gives a couple of exceptions. So that's when a renew of an order is required. This would be page 31 at the bottom, 77529. allows any party within 15 days after a final order is served can file a petition for reconsideration with the agency head and the grounds upon which they are requesting relief. KSA 77530 sets out that a final order is effective when it is served. And that's just your general review of the Administrative Procedures Act. There's a lot more complicated details that I could get into, but probably not necessary unless you feel that it is. And then I'll briefly go over the administrative rules and regulations. These can be found in the agency 60 of the KAR, which is the Board of Nursing, and the ones for RNs and LPRNs can be found in Article 3. So that 63-101 sets out the licensure by examination, allows for re-examination, verification of licensure, and licensure of endorsement, as well as a few definitions and a temporary emergency license. KAR 63-105 sets out the regulations related to a reinstatement of license, and then a lapsed license for beyond 5 years after a license has expired. KAR 63-106 sets out the licensure qualifications for someone who's a graduate of a foreign nursing school. KAR 63-107 sets out expiration dates of applications for licensure, and that's 6 months after being received by the board. KAR 63-108 sets out that all licenses for RNs and LPRNs would be renewed according to these requirements, which is the last day of the month in which the licensee's birthday occurs. So this would be if your last name hits every February or March, every 2 years, you're required to renew in February or March. And the renewal date for licensees of birth in an odd-numbered year is in odd-numbered years, and if your birth is in an even-numbered year, your licensure renewal would be in an even-numbered year. KAR 63-109A sets out requirements that each professional nurse is familiar with the Nurse Practice Act, the standards of practice, and the rules and regulations of the board as same, and then subsection B is that same requirement for LPNs. KAR 63-110 gives a definition of unprofessional conduct, and there's a long list of that, but it will include things like physical abuse, sexual misconduct, violating confidentiality, practicing without a license, or allowing another person to use your nursing license. KAR 63-111, this is page 38, allows for a person to receive an inactive license if they apply for that before expiration of their license. KAR 63-113 requires a licensee to report to the board any misdemeanor conviction for any of the following types of conduct within 30 days of that conviction, and those would be crimes related to alcohol, drugs, deceit, dishonesty, physical or verbal abuse, theft, or a violation of a PFA, a protection from abuse or stalking order. And then this next article, Article 11, is related to APRNs. So 60-11-103 is licensure and educational requirements for APRNs. And that's several pages long. 60-11-113, which is on page 42, requires that same biennial cycle of licensure renewal for APRNs as for regular RNs, and 60-11-116 allows for reinstatement of an active or lapsed license. And then the last one, KAR 60-11-120, allows for expiration date of licenses and applications to be the same for APRNs as they are for RNs and LPNs. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, Jenna, thank you so much. Okay, so committee, we definitely have a lot of material here, and it's difficult to follow it so quickly, and I acknowledge that. So when we have questions later that may be directed toward the board or for the executive director, I would ask all of us to refer back and reference a page number. So if something comes to mind and you have a question, please mark it in here that and reference the page number so Jenna can find it and so we can all find it together. Also note that the KRAR starts on page 33, so that'll be a good separation point. So as you're writing questions, please always reference and give us a moment to find that, and so we can follow along with your questions. So that's my request to the committee. So now I will open it up to questions for Jenna about these specific statutes, understanding them, or the rules and regulations. Okay. Appears there are no questions. I have just a couple. Sure. So when we talk about the administrative proceedings on page 24 and page 28, so page 24, it outlines the requirements for those proceedings. Does it also include any appeals process? I didn't see it, and if so, would you direct us to where that might be?
Yes, so there are a few statutes that allow for, that would be the review of the initial order, reconsideration, and then appeals at a certain point become under the Judicial Review Act, and that would be the point at which they go from a civil hearing or an administrative hearing to a civil hearing that would be just in your local district court.
Okay, can you direct us to where we could
Yes.
find that?
So page 30, this would be 77-527, allows for a review of an initial order, and that would be before the final order is made. And then 77-529 allows for reconsideration of a final order.
Okay, thank you for helping us find that. And, okay, follow up to that? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So following up on that, as I understand, you pointed us to review by the administrative agency of its findings, but is there any kind of court review that's available to the applicant or the government, quite frankly, if the administrative agency decides against them?
Yes, so that would not be in the Administrative Procedure Act. There is a point at which you can appeal, and then that would go to a civil hearing, just in front of your local district court, and that would be proceedings governed by the Judicial Review Act.
Thank you.
And that would be, so this would be, page 14, 651121A. And so it says judicial review of board's action. So any agency action of the board is subject to review in accordance with the Kansas Judicial Review Act. So you get your administrative hearings, and then it's subject to review by a district court.
Thank you.
Okay, so for clarification, a final opinion is given or a final order is given by a board, and the individual can appeal that to that board. They can review it, reject it, or dismiss the disciplinary action. If they don't dismiss it and the person thinks they still have a case, they have to go to their district court and likely have to get an attorney to do so.
Yes, and I'm going to give a caveat that the order would have to be final in order to be appealed to the district court. You have to exhaust your administrative remedies, and so you have to make that petition for, I'm not going to be able to find that statute now, but your petition for reconsideration, you would have to exhaust that remedy at the administrative stage before you could then go on to the district court, the court review.
Okay, thank you. One more question. It's on page 15.
Yep.
Everybody turns to that. It's the gratuitous services. It's at the very top of the page, acts which are not prohibited, and it lists those items that would not be prohibited. So that means, if I'm reading this correctly, if there is an individual that has a license in another state or a lapse license, but they're doing something gratuitous, that would be rendered legal?
Yes, so it says that the nurse Licensure Act could not prohibit. So yeah, anything that you do for free. So if my kid gets hurt, I put an ice pack on him. I'm not a nurse. That is allowed.
Okay, and committee, please note that there is quite a lengthy list of those things that would be not prohibited even with a lapsed license or a license perhaps from another state and you had not yet received your multi-state license.
And this applies whether you have ever been licensed.
Or not.
Or not, unless there are, specific parameters in there, because there are some federal exceptions to that rule.
Okay, all right, perfect. Yes, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just real quick, did you give us the statute about the judicial review?
So I did not give copies of the Judicial Review Act,
but
but
just the-
the statute allowing for judicial review is on page 14. I'm at the top, 651121A.
Okay. Okay, and then, oh, got it. Okay, and then on page 31, the bottom, 77-529, the reconsideration. So it says any party within 15 days may file a petition for reconsideration. But then on the next page, it says the filing of the petition is not a prerequisite for seeking administrative or judicial review. And so I thought I heard you say you had to go through the agency first before you could do the judicial review. But, and I may be misunderstanding, I very well could be misunderstanding what I'm reading on page 31 and 32, but maybe you could explain.
I believe that is just for, let's see, orders of the Human Rights Commission and the Corporation Commission, but I will read that in a little more detail and get back to you.
Okay, because I think that would be good to know if you have to satisfy all the remedies first before doing the judicial review. So, okay.
Okay, we will come back to that, and you can share with us what you
Jenna.
find, Jenna,
Thank you, Madam
later.
Chair.
And Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the chair's questions about 651124, which is on page 15 again. And in particular, it says, starts, no provisions of this law shall be construed as prohibiting a gratuitous nursing by friends or members of the family. The by strikes me as odd there. Aren't we talking about giving gratuitous nursing to friends and members of the family as opposed to by them? I mean, it looks like, to me, it looks like a legislative error, but maybe I'm not making sense of that.
So I think it kind of could function either way, because if it's nursing given by friends or your family, that would imply it's also to a friend or a member of your family. So I think that this is focusing on the person who is doing the actions rather than receiving the actions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, committee, we'll just hang on to this because we'll probably reference it quite frequently today and move slowly through it as we try to make sense of it and how it may relate to further findings. So we're going to go ahead and move into further context by having a review with Megan, and we want to understand our expenditures, the budget relating to it. And so thank you, Megan.
Good morning. My name is Megan Leopold. I'm with Legislative Research, and I'm the fiscal analyst for the Board of Nursing. I'm going to be working first from the Board of Nursing budget summary. It has the blue line at the top of the page and a table on the top. A lot of this Jenna already went over, so I'm just going to briefly go through the three divisions of responsibilities that the Board of Nursing has divided itself into for organizational purposes. The first is licensing. The board evaluates nursing schools and maintains the licensure of several nurses. They have 72,000 licensees. They have an education division that is tasked with reviewing and approving continuous education programs, and it accredits schools that meet the board's rules and regulations. And finally, they have a legal division. This division investigates complaints concerning unlawful practices, and they discipline licensees who violate the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. They have, the board oversees 75 nursing and mental health tech programs. At the top of the table, you can see a budget summary. You can see that the nursing board is funded completely with fee funds that are from the Board of Nursing Fee Fund. This is funded through the fees received by licensees. On page 2 of the document is their budget analysis for fiscal year 25. Now, this is the budget analysis that was turned in by the agency at the beginning of this past session. So the numbers that you see in here are what the agency asked for. They are not the approved numbers. However, the only change that the legislature made to the board's budget in this past session is the addition of the salary, the pay increase, the statewide pay increase. And that is not reflected on this document, but it only impacts agency fiscal year 2026. And it was an addition of about $47,000. All right, on page 2, you can see that the Board of Nursing's budget for fiscal year 2025 was $4.1 million. This is the same amount that they were approved to spend by the legislature, so they made no changes in their budget in terms of the amount that they were asking to spend in fiscal year 25. However, they did make a few changes within their budget, moving money into different categories of spending. So they did increase their contractual services fees, and that is that most of that money was coming from the capital outlay category, and that's because the agency was undergoing a upgrade of their licensing software, and as they progress through that process, they shift funds as where they're needed. On page 4 is the fiscal year 2026 analysis. The agency requested $4.2 million. This is an increase of $100,000 above what the agency requested for fiscal year 25. That $100,000 increase is largely found in contractual services. This was due to an increase in fees for their impaired provider contract. There's also an increase in disciplinary counsel services through the Office of Attorney General, and increased fees for computer maintenance services and software rental. And again, that is due to the 3-year IT plan that the agency was in the middle of at this point. And that offset was, or this was offset by a decrease in capital outlay expenditures. On page 6 is the fiscal year 2027 analysis. The Board of Nursing requested $4.3 million for fiscal year 2027. This is $100,000 increase above what they requested for fiscal year 2026. And in that, you can see that there was an increase again in contractual services. And this was again for the increased expenditures associated with the impaired provider contract, as well as some contracts that were signed for the agency's virtual servers. There's an increase of $68,000. It shows an $199,000 increase for contractual services. That's going back to the fiscal year 25 budget. But if you're looking at the difference between fiscal year 25, or I'm sorry, fiscal year 26 and 27, the increase in contractual services was $68,000. On page 8 is a reference table that shows the 10 years expenditure history for the agency. And then on page 9 is a fee fund estimate. This is the Board of Nursing Fee Fund, which is their primary fee fund. This shows their revenues, transfers, and expenditures, as well as the ending balance for fiscal years 23 through 27. And then finally is a sample of the agency's fees. The next document that you have in your packet, it says licensing software upgrade at the top. As I mentioned during the budget overview, the board implemented a licensing software upgrade. This took place across 3 fiscal years, and it occurred in 2 phases. This document was provided by the agency as part of their fiscal year 2025 budget narrative to outline the program and why they were asking for the increased expenditures. So you can see that phase one included a software upgrade, and this was to make the software more compatible with enhanced online services. They reinforced security, and their goal was to simplify user experience and decrease processing times for licensing. On the next page, you can see that phase two, this was largely about implementing the MyLicense platform. And then finally, the last document that you have that I will go over is a table. At the top, it says Kansas Board of Nursing IT and legal expenditures. This is an outline of the expenditures that the agency had from fiscal year 24 to 27 in the categories of software and IT expenditures. They fall into both contractual and capital outlay. So you can see under the contractual expenditures, those largely include rental, maintenance services, fees, and programming and data, things like that. Capital outlay then is more of the material goods, so it's hardware and equipment. And you can see how those expenditures in the various categories changed from year to year as they made their way through their licensing upgrade. And the last column on the right shows the change from fiscal year 2024 to 2027. So you can see that between 2024 actual expenditures and their anticipated budget for fiscal year 27, there's a decrease of $127,974 in their budget. This is largely due to the completion of that program. And you can also see that the total agency budget expenditures in these categories was $344,900, or I'm sorry, looking at the total expenditures for the agency for fiscal year 27, it was $4.3 million, and that their total agency expenditures increased by $344,000. The percent of the total budget that the IT and software categories make up is about 18%. In fiscal year 2027 and in fiscal year 2024, it was 22.9%. And then finally, at the bottom of the page is expenditures for attorneys and lawyers. Again, these are only contractual expenditures. And you can see that in 2024, the agency's actual expenditures were $27,000, and they go up to $35,000 in 2027. And again, this was the agency's request. They are not actual funds or actual numbers, except for fiscal year 24. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Megan. And just as a reminder for those that may be watching, we do have the Chair of Appropriations in here, so we have a very solid committee that can review this. Committee, what questions do we have over the budget or IT for Megan? Okay, I do have a few questions. All right. So when you said that on the salaries and wages that this document doesn't reflect the wage increase that we provided, which was an additional $47,000. So if we look at 2026, we would just add $47,000 to $2.3 million. Is that correct?
Right. So on that first page, if you look down at the second yellow line, the total for fiscal year 2026, that would actually be $4,247,000.
Okay.
That's the approved amount.
Okay, and so with that, that's approximately a 32% increase in wages and salaries for the same number of individuals for a period of 2 years. Would that be consistent for salary and wage increases, let's say, in other similar boards? I guess I'm trying to understand, is that a healthy increase for the same number of individuals in comparison to perhaps other budgets?
So the salary and wage increase was certified by the Division of Budget and KLRD. This was added by the legislature. So this was not a legislative ad, or I'm sorry, it was not an agency ad. So the system that they went through to certify this salary increase for the Board of Nursing was the same that went through for any state agency.
Sure. Okay, so I'll rephrase the question. So, but just in totality, the increases, are all of those increases from 24 to 26, which in totality is a 32% increase. Is that consistent with other agencies' boards?
I see what you're saying. So you're looking at fiscal year '24 at that 1.8 million?
Yes.
Okay, yes. The reason for that is actually not an increase in salaries. It's because the 2024 number is the actuals, and the agency actually spent, I think it was about 300,000 less than they were approved to spend for salaries and wages because they had open positions. So it's not that the number went up, it's that the actual numbers are lower than what the agency was approved to spend.
Okay.
So to answer your question, yes, it's typical, especially for agencies that are having trouble filling positions.
So the portion that they did not spend was reappropriated?
It's a fee-funded agency, so it remains in
just
the fee
stays in.
funds, so, yeah.
Okay. So I guess my other question is on page 8, when we do the 10-year expenditure history, is this consistent with other fee-operated boards? Their percent change is 73.8%, which exceeds the rate of inflation. And so again, just curious if that is consistent with other fee-funded boards to be that, be the double the rate of inflation.
I can't speak to consistency without knowing the rate in other fee boards, having that in front of me. However, the reason for many of these increases are, well, the first increase, like in 2019, as Jenna mentioned, the legislature funded the multi-state compact, so there was funding added to their budget for that change. And then a lot of that is also due to the IT plan, the software upgrade, which the majority of that is not going to be ongoing expenditures. And then you also have the 2 salary increases that were put into place by the legislature. So that's why those are part of the reasons why the funding did go up.
Okay, so of course, that question can be reserved for another time in another committee, but I think just the comparison between other funded boards to find out where are the increases, are they exceeding the rate of inflation? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a justifiable thing? Maybe that would be something to look into. The last question I have is on the IT budget. It looks like we've spent, and we all know it takes a lot to operate these, and Representative Sutton's always on the cybersecurity and IT, figuring out how we could perhaps do better. But I see on the additional paper that you provide us on the computers and software that we've spent $3.16 million since 2024, and that may be a very appropriate amount, but I think I'm going to just float the question out there, and I don't think you would be able to answer this, and maybe the board can, but I guess I'm curious if that also is consistent with other boards that have the same number of users, such as 77,000 nurses and advanced nurse and so forth. So again, just kind of understanding that IT, and is it doing what it's supposed to be doing? Is it providing improved access to the users? And is that, because I feel like in appropriations, we spend a lot of money on IT and we never quite feel satisfied that we're getting the outcomes that we want. So perhaps just a notation for us that are on appropriations, is that an appropriate amount of IT for what we're getting? Maybe it is. So no response is needed, but I thought I would put that. Representative or Chair Wademaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to go back to the salary and wages questions that the chairperson posed. Obviously, what was submitted by the agency for fiscal year 2026, correct me if I'm wrong, was the same amount that was approved by the Legislative Budget Committee in 2026. So that is the amount of dollars that we have for salaries and wages. But I want to go back to the FTE positions, because if I heard your answer correct, Megan, you said was it in 24 that they had spent $300,000? No, they didn't spend $300,000 on salaries and wages. Is that correct?
In fiscal year '24, they spent, I said 324. That was an estimate, but it was around $300,000, I believe, less than they were approved to spend. They had 7 open positions in fiscal
But
year
you hear that
'24.
correctly. Okay. So then my next question is, we've been pretty constant in regards to the 27 FTE positions, and I'm just wondering, how many of those are unfilled?
Currently, I don't know. I don't have access to the actuals at this time for anything beyond '24, but when they submitted their budget, the information I got from them is that I believe they had 7 open positions, and that they are working to fill most of those, and they can speak to
How
that.
long have they been unfilled?
I don't know how long they've been unfilled.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And just please ask that question again when we have an opportunity to speak with their executive director. Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As you look at the large packet, page 3, KSA 741108, it shows the Board of Nursing Fee Fund. And as I read it, it shows that they take all of the fees, they contribute it to the Treasury. Treasury puts 10% of those fees back into the state general fund and then remits the rest of it, the 90% back over to the nursing board. As I look at the Board of Nursing budget summary, it has a line item state general fund, $0 across the board, which would be accurate. Is that 10% allocation reflected in this budget at all? I didn't see that.
It is not. The statute is for fee boards, it's either 10% or $100,000, whichever one is lower. So for the Board of Nursing, because their budget is so large and they get have so many fees coming in, their contribution to the SGF would be $100,000. That is not included in this budget. You don't see that transfer anywhere because it occurs prior to what we have documented here.
Oh, okay, so, got it. So it's 10% or $100,000, whichever is lower? Okay.
Correct.
All right, so they would be contributing $100,000 then to the state general fund? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
All right, Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at this last sheet that we looked at, we cut out the contractual and the capital outlay, and it ended up being 128,000 low, under, but then the total agency budget was 345-ish up. So I'm curious, and you may have already answered this with the chair, but what was the difference that, we took out the contractual and the capital, which I'm not sure exactly why maybe that was the request, were those the two things we wanted more information about. But I'm curious what then happened to the budget that it actually would have gone up almost 500,000.
So those are good questions because this is kind of a complicated table in that way. So the contractual and capital outlay expenditures that you see here are only those categories they're only the accounting codes within those 2 categories that are specifically for computers and software. Right. So the agency has expenditures for contractual services and capital outlay expenditures beyond what's in here. So these are really only the IT-related expenditures.
Okay, so the budget increase of $344,912 is mostly attributed to what areas?
So that increase is going to be what I went over throughout this whole document. Most of it is contractual expenditures.
Okay.
Because from year to year, they had an increase in contractual expenditures for this specific IT program.
But you can see why that's confusing, because it looks like the contractual, well, I guess I see that the addition of the contractual is 200,000 on this extra sheet, but then somehow we added it to the capital outlay, which I know includes computers, so it all in all, it was less. So it's a little confusing on how we ended up with a bigger expenditure with contractual services not, and I understand it was more, but it seems like the capital outlay took some of that away, some of the increase away. So where is the 344,000 coming?
I think I understand what you're asking now. So that was other contractual expenditures that they had were their impaired provider contract expenditures went up, and that's a contractual expense.
Okay.
They also had, you can see at that bottom table, a small increase for the Attorney General. And then they also had increased fees for computer maintenance and software. And they renewed some contracts that they renewed, and then they renewed that they will not have to renew again for several years.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, good, thank you. If there are no further questions, thank you, Megan. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item of business. And Leanne, if you would take front and center stage, we're going to review our workforce and any shortages that exist. Is there a document for this in our packet? Okay.
Nope. Okay, yes. It is the PowerPoint slides that start Kansas nursing workforce. So my name is Leanne Thone. I'm a research analyst with KLRD. I'm going to go through some information, lots of data. So I thought instead of giving you a memo with all of this, it might be better to see it visually in a few ways. So I'm going to start with my sources because I'm really just aggregating a lot of good work by other folks. I pulled all of this information from several different sources, and I'm also introducing those acronyms here so we can follow that. But I pulled this information from the Kansas State Board of Nursing annual reports, some testimony provided to the 2024 House Subcommittee on Contract Nursing from the Kansas Board of Regents for the educational part. The Healthcare Workforce Report from 2025 from the Kansas Hospital Association, and the State of Nursing in Kansas report from September 2024 from the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center at KU. So the current nursing workforce, it's kind of hard to get a full picture of what this looks like because we have numbers for different types of facilities and things, but the Kansas Hospital Association reports that in 2024, there were 567 LPNs, 517 APRNs, and 7,915 RNs working full-time in Kansas hospitals. And then on the right, you can see from the Board of Nursing the licensure totals as of June of 2023. One thing to note about those totals, for the multi-state licenses under the Nursing Interstate Compact, these are the nurses whose home state is Kansas and they have a multi-state license, so they could practice in Missouri, for example. If someone has a multi-state license and their home state is not Kansas, they're not necessarily reflected in this number. They can still practice here, but they're not registered. Their license is not registered necessarily here because their home state is elsewhere. So just something to keep in mind when you look at that number. The next slide looks a little bit at the unemployed versus employed nursing workforce. So the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center reports that 84.5% of Kansas RNs were actively employed in nursing as of 2022. That means that about 3.9% of Kansas RNs were not actively employed in nursing, which is a little bit lower than the national average at 4.6%. There's also reasons for unemployment for RNs that were surveyed, and the largest reason you can see there is taking care of home and family. We also have factors like the COVID pandemic, salary, going back to school, or difficulty finding a nursing position, which is the lowest reported there. Similarly, 84.6% of LPNs were actively employed in nursing in 2022, and similarly, that means 5.2% of Kansas LPNs were not working in nursing, which is lower than the national average at 7%. And here you see a little bit different factors for not working in nursing. But again, taking care of home and family is the largest one. And then disability came up as a reason for LPNs not working. That was not reported under the RNs, so it's not reflected there. And then we were also asked to think about the question, does Kansas have a nursing shortage? This is a question that comes up a lot in various committees. And instead of saying yes or no, I tried to pull some different statements that I found from these documents to explain the status. So the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center reports that 29% of Kansas RNs and 23% of Kansas LPNs are planning to retire in the next 5 years. And enrollments in nursing education programs are down when you look at the last 10 years as a whole. So those two factors together are concerning. The Kansas Hospital Association reports that certain healthcare roles continue to face significant workforce shortages, which includes nursing assistants and registered nurses. And the aging population is one of the factors that's exacerbating that. The Kansas Hospital Association also points out that there is a health professional shortage area designation that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services puts out, and 73 of Kansas's 105 counties are considered a primary care shortage area. And the Board of Nursing in their annual report states that nursing programs are also continuing to face faculty shortages as retirements increase, and the pay differential between practice and education gets worse. So, from there, we'll look a little bit at the nursing vacancy rates. So how many positions are open and unfilled? In 2025, KHA reported that the statewide full-time equivalency vacancy rate declined for the second consecutive year. So it dropped from 13% to 11.8%, which they say is signaling a stabilization in workforce availability. And you can see when you look at the numbers for 2024 and 2023 that there was a significant decrease in the number of vacancies and the number of employee separations. So that could be, you know, just a nurse going from one facility to another or something like that. But that number, especially the employee separation number, it decreased quite a lot from 23 to 24. And then for the different professions, the vacancy rates are listed there. It's a bit higher for registered nurses. LPNs fall in the middle at 12.4%, and then it's fairly low for APRNs at 6.1%. And then the next slide, this is from the Kansas Hospital Association, kind of shows you over time these vacancy rates. You can see that there was a spike after 2020, and we're coming back down, but we're not quite back to those levels that we were pre-pandemic. So we can also look at the turnover rates. So that would be nurses moving around, having to rehire new positions, train new people, things like that. Overall, considering full-time and part-time nurses together, the turnover rate in 2024 was 14.1% for RNs, 4.8% for APRNs, and 18.8% for LPNs. And again, there's a chart from the Kansas Hospital Association that shows this over time. And you can see that the nurse assistant rate, which is not a licensed position, but that has stayed pretty stable. The RN rate has stayed relatively stable. In 2019, it was only 7%, so we haven't gotten back to that point, but it is back to where it was in 2017. And then the LPN rate is a bit higher, but it's also kind of coming back to that level that it was pre-pandemic. And then the Kansas Department of Labor provided some future trends. They predict that there will be increased demand for RNs, APRNs, and LPNs at different varying degrees, APRNs increasing the most. I have the estimated total job openings in 2032 that they have reported. And just for some context, if you're comparing that number to 2022, that would be about 1,600 additional positions for RNs, about 1,400 for APRNs, and about 420 for LPNs. So I can pause here before I get into the education part of it, if there are any questions about that.
But because of time, we're going to hold questions. And
Okay.
so if you do think of questions, committee, please just write them on your agenda because we'll have to circle back to those questions in the afternoon. Continue.
Okay. All right. So nursing education. Sorry for all the text on these, but wanted to give you a lot of information. According to the Board of Regents, as of April 2024, there are 40 institutions of higher education that offer nursing programs, including 6 public universities, 15 community colleges, and 6 technical colleges. In 2024, data from the Kansas Board of Nursing showed that program capacity totaled 5,270 students. Of these, 3,806 were registered nurse program students and 1,464 were practical nurse program students. This capacity is higher than it has been in the past, 12% higher than 2014 and 37% higher than 2006. These numbers also don't reflect an increase that was approved for Fort Hays State University to increase their Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. So it's even a little bit higher. And nursing school seats, so openings in these programs, according to the Board of Nursing in the last 5 years, the seats have increased by 867, which is a combination of new programs and increased seat numbers for existing programs. These seats are primarily in urban areas, so Kansas City and Wichita areas. And then there's also a breakdown of the seats by program type. So the most seats in the associate's degree in nursing, 318 for the Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and then 145 for the practical nurse program. From there, there's a big chart that's going to be impossible to read on the screen, but hopefully you can read it on the PDF or your printout. This shows enrollments for nursing programs by institution type, so state universities, municipal, community colleges, technical colleges. And on the right-hand side, you can see the percent change. And then the last bit of this is nursing school graduations. So according to the Board of Nursing, registered nursing undergraduate graduations have increased from 2023 to 2024. There are 28 more RN graduates and 10 fewer associate degrees, but overall it has increased. And you can see the totals there at the bottom of that chart. Probably can't read it on the screen because it is very small, but those numbers have been fairly consistent over time. And then another big chart from the Board of Regents. One thing I did want to point out on this one is the 1-year change for graduations. You're in the positives, 4.6% increase in graduations since 2022 for this chart. So that's a lot of data. If anyone is interested in having any of those documents that I referenced at the beginning, we're happy to provide those.
All right, thank you, Leanne. And so committee, please just take a moment to review this and perhaps review it also away from this committee time and write down any questions that you may have. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity for those later this afternoon. I do think it's curious that the number of total nursing school graduates is relatively the same for the past over a decade, yet we're increasing capacity and there are over 5,000 slots per year. So I think there's definitely some questions relating to the nursing shortage and where are all these nurses. But thank you so much. Committee, we're going to go on to our next item of business, and that is going to be back to Megan. We're going to review the Kansas State Board of Nursing performance measures. Also, to bring us up to speed, we are not going to ask questions, so please write your questions down on your agenda or in an appropriate place, and we'll circle back to those this afternoon if they do not get answered by the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just very briefly go through the performance measures. This is a document that is provided, the information in this document is provided by the agency, so the agency is the best place to direct questions about the performance measures themselves. What I'm going to do is just give you a brief overview so you can navigate this, this material a little bit more easily. The performance measures are an effort to incorporate agency performance measures into the budgeting process. KLRD and the Division of Budget work to create a template, which you see in front of you, for the agencies to submit information in each budget cycle. The Board of Nursing has divided their performance measures up into several categories: administration, education, investigation, licensure, and IT operations. So on the first page, you can see administration. For each of these subheadings or subprograms, you're going to see a program history that's specific to that area. You're going to see consequences of not funding this program, and then the program goals for that specific area. And then on the next page, on page 244, you can see the performance measures. So those are the categories that are going to make up each of these subprograms. So under the administration performance measures, they have measures around reviewing the rules and regulations and creating their strategic plan, having it reviewed by the board. On 245, page 245, you can see the discipline subprogram. Under the performance measures for the discipline program, they have things such as the number of denied license, the cost per license, number of diversion agreements, initial orders, consent orders, and they also have the total fines that are deposited into the SGF for violations of the Nurse Practice Act. For education, their measures are around the percentage of nursing programs that are submitting an annual report as is required, the percentage of programs that are surveyed per schedule, and the percentage of continuing nursing education providers that are submitting an annual report. They also have output measures around the number of approved continuing education providers, and then the number of approved nursing and mental health technician programs. Under the investigative subprogram, they have performance measures around the percent of investigations that are completed within 9 months of opening the case. They have outputs around the number of complaints that are received and reviewed by professional staff and the number of investigations opened. Under the licensure subprogram on page 252, you can see that their performance measures for the licensure program are around the processing in a timely manner. So the percentage of advanced practice licensure applications that are processed within 3 business days, and then they have the same performance measure for several different license categories, the cost per license, the number of licensees. And then under operations and IT, they have performance measures around information security program, making sure that it's reviewed and updated, critical machines that are backed up daily and patched monthly, and that the annual cybersecurity self-assessment is reviewed and updated. So those are a very brief overview.
Great, thank you, Megan. Thank you for providing us a review of the performance measures. And it should be noted that performance measures are something that's consistently asked, and questions have been made in appropriations and ways and means and budget committees, because I think there is a renewed interest in looking at outcome measures and are we investing and getting the outputs based on what we have put in. All right, committee, we're going to keep moving. So if you did have questions, just please take note of those, write those down, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to address those. Next, I definitely want to welcome Carol Moreland. She is the Executive Administrator for Kansas State Board of Nursing, and she's been asked to provide our committee an overview of how the Kansas State Board of Nursing is doing, also taking some opportunity to talk about some of those performance measures, and we welcome you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. You have my testimony there, and there should be a lot of duplication of what you heard this morning, because I wasn't really sure what all was going to be discussed and what we were supposed to discuss. So I apologize for the duplication. And for time's sake, I also, maybe a question I have is you have submitted some questions for us to answer as part of the testimony. Would you like those answered now, or?
Yes, that would be great. And then what we'll do following your provided testimony, we'll open up for questions based on what you have submitted, as well as anything else that may have come up in the previous discussions.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds great. I just want to clarify one thing. You heard, according to statute and everything, that the board has to meet annually. Our board actually meets quarterly. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And the mission of KSBN is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Kansas. So we always try to keep that in mind with what we're doing. Our authority then is to license, as you heard, to regulate the practice of nursing, mental health technology, and advanced nursing practice, accredit the education programs, approve continuing education programs, receive complaints, and then investigate those, and then discipline violators through the appropriate legal actions to enforce the Practice Acts. So you do have table that starts on page 1 and kind of goes over to page 2 that talks about our total number of licenses. I just want to bring your attention, in the last 2 fiscal years, we have increased over 4,000 licensees in Kansas. So we think that's good, that we're back on the way up. But the thing that I would just ask you to remember, those are not the only ones that can provide nursing care in Kansas for RNs and LPNs. With the multi-state, there's 43 states in that now. So we can get nurses from 42 other states that could come and practice in Kansas. So I think that's a big thing to remember as far as what we have available. I'll just you've seen the performance metrics and stuff like that. So as far as education, we do accredit 50 undergraduate and 9 advanced practice programs. So what that means is we have to go out and do site visits to them at least every 10 years, some of them every 5 years if they're not nationally accredited. We have to review all of the annual reports that they send in. And then as far as continuing nursing education, we have 105 approved continuing nursing education providers in Kansas that we also monitor, review reports that they submit and stuff like that. And just as a reminder, nurses in Kansas have to have 30 hours of approved continuing nursing education every 2 years when they renew their license. So they may get it from these providers, they may get it from others. It doesn't have to be from providers in Kansas. And then when you move to the investigative, we receive complaints and we investigate possible violations of the Nurse Practice Act. This gets into some of the questions that you submitted for us. If you go to page 6, you're going to see the first question about complaints. And that is for fiscal year 22 through 25, please provide a breakdown of the complaints received by the person initiated. And then number 2, describe the primary reasons for the complaints. If you go to page 7, you will see that listed there as far as the type of people who turn in the complaints to us. It's no surprise that first is going to be from hospitals and healthcare facilities. They are the biggest ones that submit them. And then the second says KSBN. Those would be for nurses who have not done their continuing nursing education as required. Maybe bad checks. You know, they write us a check and it keeps coming back. We try to work with them to get it, but that is also part of this. Maybe there's been board orders and they have failed those. Possibly we ask them to go to the impaired provider program. They did not successfully, or they did not comply with the rules of the impaired program provider. So that comes back to us. So that's just some examples there. Number 3 is medical malpractice in the insurance. We're seeing this, of course, rise some in the last couple of years because we now require malpractice insurance for the advanced practice nurses. So that was a change that was made in 2012. And then number 4, you may think this would be a little bit higher, is patients and patients' families. But you can see the rest of them and kind of how they fall there. And then on page 8, you wanted to know the primary reasons for the complaints. Those are listed there also. First has to do with practice, okay? That would be some examples of that. They gave the wrong medication. They're not following the policies and procedures of the facility, something along that line. It's something to do with their practice. And then number 2 is impairment. That could be drug, alcohol, workplace impairment, any of that. We are seeing that unfortunately continue to be high because of the mental health stress on nurses. And then number 3 is CNE not done prior to renewal, as it's stated that they have to do that. And then there was a question, and this goes on to page 9, about why has the number of complaints doubled since 2021? I would say there's probably 3 reasons for that. The hospitals and the healthcare facilities are reporting better than they used to. And especially during the pandemic, I mean, that probably wasn't their priority. And so they've been much better about reporting to us now. And then we've done a very aggressive, what I would say, it's a project of ours to go out and do education. So we have staff members that have went out to the Kansas Association of Risk and Quality Managers. They presented at conferences. They've discussed with them how important it is to have timely reporting of their allegations. So that has helped that definitely. And then KSB and staff also have went out and done presentations with the nurse assistance program and all of that. So I would see those being the biggest ones. Nationally, there's an increase for nurses in mental health issues, definitely. All right. The next one is probably, there's 2 that have to do, I mean, there's 2 other areas, disciplinary, and then you had some questions about our website and stuff like that. I just want to also tell you, Juliana, our board member, our former board member, I guess should say, that has been very involved with discipline and everything. She unfortunately will not be able to be back at 3 o'clock today. So I don't know if you have any questions you would like to ask her this morning about the role of the board in reviewing investigations, determining discipline, and stuff like that. Because she's certainly here that you can present those. And then for discipline, I do have our disciplinary counsel. The other ones, I really want the person who can best answer your questions up here. So for disciplinary, those disciplinary questions that you had submitted to us, that's going to be Rachel, our disciplinary counsel, one of our disciplinary counsels. And then as far as complaints and everything about the licensing website, that would be Adrian Guerrero, who's our Director of Operations, who's also Director of IT at our facility. So I'm not sure, do you want to talk to Juliana, or you just want to go ahead with the discipline questions? What would you like?
I'd like you to go ahead and finish your testimony, and then we can break it down per committee request.
Okay, I will have Rachel come up now, and she's going to answer some of your discipline questions. And I believe in the testimony that starts on page, let me see, it starts on page 4 at the bottom.
Okay, so a number of questions were asked regarding the disciplinary process. I am an Assistant Attorney General assigned as disciplinary counsel for the board, and so I am most involved with that kind of process and executing the board's further proceedings process. The first question was regarding diversion agreements. We have reduced the amount of diversion agreements we do. The board has reporting requirements that make, under federal and state law, that make diversion agreements uncommon for our practice. Often, if something is reportable, diversion agreements just don't really make that much sense. We have provided the number in the attachment that you will be, I believe in attachment B, and so that will be the numbers that were executed at that time. If there's any specific questions regarding those, I can kind of address those.
Okay, pause just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Where is attachment B? I'm assuming at the very
let me
back.
see.
But page number.
The attachments start on page 21, and attachment B, 23, page 23.
Okay, committee page 22. And one quick question, sorry to interrupt. How long have you been in your position?
I believe it's been almost 5 years. I think in November it'll be 5 years.
Okay, no other Attorney General counsel that has been working with you?
Yes. So they're generally, when I was hired, there were 2 full-time positions. I don't know, the other position left, around like maybe 21, 22, I'm not sure. And then it was open for a while, that other position, and now we have 2 part-time positions that fill also the disciplinary counsel role. The board also has general counsel provided through the Attorney General's office.
Okay, but you'd be the lead, Rachel?
No, we are equal. So we each have the same position. I am the full-time position currently.
Okay, who is the other person?
We have 2. So we have Sydney Winslow and Samantha Harrington. And
okay, proceed.
And they started, Sydney started about a year ago, and Samantha started, I think, about 4 months ago. So newer position fills. Okay, and so so that page 22 will also include all the other numbers that I'll be referencing. If you have any specifics regarding kind of the breakdown, it would be based on kind of the questions that were asked. So after the diversion agreement question, there was a question regarding the evidentiary hearings and making a distinction between initial orders, consent agreements, and we call them consent agreement and final orders because the board does issue a final order in those cases, and additionally evidentiary hearings. So consent agreement and final orders are voluntary agreements between the board and a licensee and/or applicant to conclude a case. Applicants and licensees pursuant to the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act are allowed to have attorneys represent them in those matters if they wish. They are voluntary. They are not utilized in every case. It just depends kind of the facts and can provide kind of a faster conclusion to a case because of the vast kind of process that administrative procedure processes can have. The next, initial orders. So the way the board works, sorry, I don't know if my speaker's right there, if a hearing is requested after a summary proceeding order, those hearings are held by the Office of Administrative Hearings by an administrative law judge. Administrative law judges are impartial decision makers to decide the outcome of the case, the finding of law and fact. And it is similar to a court proceeding as you would suggest, you would see in civil law, maybe with some distinctions on evidence, but evidence is, proposed. Both sides are given an opportunity to present their case. We have, opening and closing statements, witnesses, and those actions. After the conclusion of that, the administrative law judge will issue an initial order. Because they are not members of the board, they can't issue final orders. And so initial orders have those additional appeal rights. We did provide a chart on page 21 of the board's testimony, and that kind of gives you a trajectory of kind of how a case is, from complaint to final disposition through judicial review. And so it kind of, goes through the investigation, the board review, and then all of those kind of process and appeal rights to that decision. And in which point the initial order is part of. I think I went through all of those. Additionally, so the board does have, with the difference between a consent agreement, an initial order, or a final order, there could be different types of orders that result in the final action. They all ultimately become final, but depending on the stage, what that looks like could have some deviation. So we provided a link on page 5 in the third bullet point that provides the board's disciplinary case list. That provides a list of any public action that the board has taken. And part of that, it will tell you the type of order that the board took action under, and also provides a link to that order. So if you would like any specific examples, I think we did attach a consent agreement as an example, but of executed agreements, we can provide them either directly to you, or that is a good resource to kind of see examples of what the board does and how they take action. Additionally, again, those numbers of actions are included in that attachment B that were on page 22. Next, the questions asked for kind of number breakdowns of suspended, revoked, and fined licenses. What we have done, and let me find those page numbers. And I'm sorry, I don't think I initially included the example of consent agreement is starting on page 24. Okay, thank you. So 31 will be the list of suspended licenses. And the way we have broken that down is by including the case number. Again, that's searchable on the board's disciplinary case list. And then the violations that the board found to take that action, which would be the reason why that action was taken. Just for privacy, we have not included the licensee or applicant's name on this list, but it is available through the board's disciplinary case list or any reportable entity that's needed. Then if we go, attachment F will include the list of revoked licenses. That's structured the same way. Again, with the case number, the action taken, and the violations found. The last one is attachment G on page 49, and that is a list of all the the fines that the board has issued, and then the violations that were found in those cases. Let me go back to your questions, I'm sorry. I think the next question that I would be able to answer is the number of licenses that fall into the categories of revoked, reinstated, revoked and reinstated, signed consent agreements, and those are for those lapse licenses. I think there are other options there, but I have a pretty direct answer for that one. So when a license is lapsed, the board generally does not pursue disciplinary action, and largely that is because the board lacks jurisdiction. So if a license is lapsed, the board takes action on licenses, and so if there isn't an active license, other matters are prioritized because of the jurisdictional issue, unless there is an uncommon result, and I'm not aware of any that we have. The next question was how many in the active pool of licensees were on the unprofessional conduct list. So the board does not have an unprofessional conduct list. They do report actions as required by state and federal law, and then also for the public's access. So that is done through, when an action is taken, it may, if it's required to, be reported to the Office of Inspector General's office, the National Practitioner Data Bank, and nurses, which is the NLC Compact's licensure software. So that is reported, that is reported. Sometimes the order is attached. Unprofessional conduct for a lapsed license, where someone's continued to practice on that license, is only included within the board order itself, and that's pursuant to the requirements of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, and that we provide the statutory grounds that the board took that action. Anywhere else that is reported, it is reported as letting their or practicing without a valid license. So if you, for a licensee or applicant who has been found for that violation, on the nurse's site for the public, it will show practicing without an active license is the action code, or the basis for action. And then the disciplinary case list will include the attached order and then the action found. So if it was a fine. The newsletter that the board has will provide a number of information, but it only includes the action taken. And then the other Kansas verification sites, I don't believe show any disposition, but I could be wrong. But that is my understanding. So I think the next question that I can answer is of 100 nurses found to be practicing without a current nursing license in 2024, how many were stated without the unprofessional conduct notation? So the board finds an action by order. So a finding does not happen until there's a final order, because every licensee and applicant has a right to due process to any finding and decision made by the board. And so where a case may be reviewed, it is not concluded and an action has not been found until that due process right has either expired or been fully utilized. They've been able to have the hearing or review or anything like that. And then again, I included on that second bullet point on page 14 where those kind of reportings happen and how they happen because there's not really an unprofessional conduct notation put on their license. There's just that, practicing without an active license, or a valid license, rather. And then I believe the remainder of the questions are asked for licensing and the processes. So unless you have any specific questions to me, or you would like to ask the former board member any questions regarding the board processes, I can turn it over to Adrian, who should be better to answer those next questions on the testimony.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. So actually, I'm going to open it up for questions. We have about 20 minutes for our committee to ask questions for our executive director, a board member, or you. I would ask the committee to, you're going to have a lot of questions, and most of those questions, I would say, hold for the Q&A. You'll be here, Carol will be here, one board member will be here, one board member will not. I would encourage board members that are not here today to review this online after it's provided and posted. So I would hold any questions committee that relates to perhaps the consent agreements, because we're going to have a whole section that discusses the consent agreement. I would hold any questions that are very specific, but I would ask you to ask questions that are pertinent to the testimony and to the performance measures that we had, that Megan shared, so that you can ask those questions now. So just general questions right now, and just please direct who you would like to answer that, and I'll open it up. Yes, Vice Chair Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about some of your testimony. I just didn't quite understand it. You were talking about the lapsed licenses, and you said that oftentimes the board and the Attorney General does nothing because you lack jurisdiction. Did I understand that correctly? And if so, could you explain further?
Yes. So So the question was when a license is lapsed, when the action is taken. And so I will say I'm here on behalf of, the representation I provide for the board. If there's lack of jurisdiction, the board cannot take an action. And so this isn't in the case where someone has their license lapsed and they reinstate their license, say in the case of a case that may have failing to practice without a valid license. That is cases where they are no longer practicing their license. They do not have an active license for the board to take action on because of that jurisdiction. Does that?
No, I'm still a little confused. Just walk me through a particular case where that would occur, what the nurse do or not do and so forth.
Yeah, so say if, I can refer you to that chart. So the board receives a complaint. The complaint is investigated, and during the investigation, the person no longer retains a license for the Board of Nursing or a privilege to practice in Kansas. The board only has the authority to take action on licenses. They can't take other action outside of that.
I see. So, okay, I understand that. So what about the scenario where, if I understand it, the nurse blows past the license renewal period by a week? That's lapsed, right? She or he lapsed in those circumstances?
Yes, the license would lapse at that point when they didn't renew.
Right, and it would only be then if they came back and asked for renewal that you would have jurisdiction?
Yes. The board would only be able to take action on a license, and that license would not exist. There's no license during the lapse period, unless they have a privilege in another jurisdiction that jurisdiction attaches to.
So the license is lapsed in that circumstance, but you're saying you would have jurisdiction to review that when?
So the board can take actions on licenses or application for licensure.
Right.
So if a licensee who let their license lapse, they are no longer licensed in the state for the board to take action on, then reinstates, which is an application to move from inactive or from lapsed to active, then the jurisdiction would then exist over the application that is pending before the board.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Questions, Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just got to follow up on that. What's the difference between a nurse that accidentally forgot to renew, notifies you a week later, and somebody that never had a license that's in nursing somehow? And is that the same infraction, practicing without a license?
It depends on the facts of the case. I will say the board makes those determinations through process. It is possible that, because I can go to the statute. So I believe the regulation defines it as practicing without a valid license or while your license has lapsed. I'm paraphrasing. I think that's an accurate representation of it. And so it's possible that would be pled along with other options. And also, again, if they are imposter, we may be referring that to like local law enforcement because they're impersonating a nurse. Because of the board, if someone doesn't have a license, there's nothing to take, for them to take action on. But if they then apply later on, potentially that could be one of the violations. There also may be things like fraud and deceit or other violations I'm just not thinking off the top of my head. So the facts are reviewed based on the statute at the time that the facts are kind of reviewed.
Okay, Madam Chair, just to follow up on that. So if it's somewhat of the same thing, practicing without a license and forgetting to renew a license, are these infractions reported to a national pool somewhere where this is going to affect them nationally, not just in the state of Kansas?
So if disciplinary action is taken, the board is required to report under the National Practitioner Data Bank, and that is based in federal statute. That is not under discretion of the board. It depends the type of action the board takes. So in general, like revocations, suspensions, surrenders, things that are limitations on the license are always going to be reportable. Education and fines are generally only reportable in the case of the delivery of healthcare services. And that's through the statute and the regulation definition in federal law.
Okay, you said if the board takes action. So do you take action if somebody's a few days late renewing their license and notify you? Have you ever not taken action?
It depends if the board finds there's a violation, that is through the process of taking an action. I don't know the statistics on that. The board reviews a lot of complaints and facts and makes determinations based on the evidence presented to them. There are times that a complaint may be related to a variety of issues, and then the board makes a decision on whether or not the evidence supports a violation in the pursuit of disciplinary action.
So are you aware of any time that you have not taken action on a self-reported, I didn't renew my license yesterday or last week, and I need to renew my license?
I'm sorry, I want to make sure that I'm accurately answering your question. So the board, there have been investigations. I think that 100 amount, there have been investigations regarding whether someone was practicing without a license that have resulted in no disciplinary action, if that answers your question. There has not been a finding of unlicensed practice without disciplinary action being taken.
So if somebody self-reports and they actually did not renew their license, I'm just trying to get to the.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I hope I just want to make sure I'm accurate.
If I come to you next week and say I forgot to renew my license, am I going to get an action or not?
And I'm sorry, I cannot answer that. That is up to the members of the board when they review the investigation on whether or not they take action or not. I don't want to, they review the case. So the process would be similar to that chart that we have included in the packet. So an investigation would happen because it sounds like you would be admitting to unlicensed practice. Evidence would be collected, and it would be presented to a board member to make a determination. If a determination was no action, the case would be closed. And again, that's based on the evidence presented. So in your case that you're presenting, it's possible that they would say, we're not requesting further proceedings. If they request further proceedings, it is then transferred to disciplinary counsel to provide due process rights pursuant to that chart.
All right, so I won't ask any more questions, but I would make a request that, some of this seems awful strict for somebody that might have forgotten to renew their license. So would you give us a list, not a list of names, but a number of how many people have self-reported not renewing their license and whether or not they were given disciplinary action?
I don't, yes, if we're able to provide that number to you, we will make that available.
Thank you very much.
Before Representative Carpenter asks his question, I will say that was part of my question for the performance measures. It listed the number of lapsed licenses, and that it listed 44 lapsed license in 2021, and it listed 100 in 2024. So I think the reason I'm going to ask that question right now is to follow up with Representative Tarwaters. How many of those that were lapsed per the performance measures were reinstated, and how many were designated as unprofessional conduct for those that were lapsed? So if we could add that to that question, and we'll go to Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sure there's a logical explanation. So what is a CNE? On page 49, there's a list of fines and such suspended, and then it says on the top one, $200 paid CNE, and then CNEs completed down through there. What is a CNE?
Thank you. That is continuing nurse education. Nurses, as part of their renewal, are required a certain number of continuing nurse education hours. I believe the goal is through competency of the nurse.
Very good. In some of my committees, I like to present a list of acronyms so that I don't have to ask dumb questions.
We'll include that next time.
Thank you, Representative Carpenter. Sometimes when it's out of context, we just it just doesn't trigger. So Representative Francis and then Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was there a change in process? And maybe you did talk about it, but I'm looking at the number of fines, and it seems like most of them are unprofessional conduct as defined by the rules and regs of the board, practicing without a license. But fiscal year 25, there's 83. Fiscal year 24, there's only 15, and I believe the year before that, there was something like 23 or 24. Was there a change in process or a change in protocol of the board? What's driving that huge increase?
And thank you, Representative. I think a big part of that is a change in staffing. At the beginning, I discussed how we had 2 full-time staff members. That changed to I was the sole disciplinary counsel for a period of time while those positions were open. In 2024, the board hired additional disciplinary counsel, so other cases were being worked.
So before your position got fully staffed, they just renewed the license and went on down the road? I mean, because still the process would be the same, it would seem.
So disposition would have been the same. It just may have not been worked until then. So as you may notice on the list, those case numbers start a variety of years. Generally at least I can only speak to my own experience, licenses are not held up by a finding of unlicensed practice. Generally, the license is transferred as approved and it goes back to licensing, and the board may take action kind of after the licensing side has been completed on the license itself rather than the application.
So your assumption is they were working a backlog?
Yes. But it would have been backlogged through, the application would not have been pending. They would have been approved and able to practice during that time.
Representative Humphreys and then Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you've stated over and over, the board made this decision. The board investigated, the board this, the board that. What do you mean by the board?
Representative, the board is the 11-member, I think 11? Yeah. And, I'm sorry, let me actually defer that to the former board member present, who I think can
Okay,
answer
that'd
that
be
question
great.
for you.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
So, and then we heard that the board meets quarterly. So if someone says, oh, today my license lapsed because I didn't do it last week, but if you only meet quarterly, how does that work? I mean, do they have to are they in limbo until the board meets for their quarterly meeting?
Thank you, Representative Humphreys. The full board does meet quarterly. There is investigative committee and investigative processes and delegations that happen to the investigative committee so that actions can take place real time and not have to wait for those quarterly board meetings. There's also confidentialities so that the board president can weigh in when some of the when a case may come back up for review. If there's if a licensee wants to appeal a case or appeal a finding, appeal discipline, that's when a board president would start to weigh in on that. So the investigative committee does meet, honestly, weekly. So in the case that Representative Tarwater was referencing, if we had a licensee come forward and say, I forgot to renew my license last week, there is a full investigation done on that. It is confirming that that patient or that licensee did not renew their license. Did they continue to practice? That's one of the big questions that we do ask. Did they stop practice immediately once they realized it? Is this a human mistake that we all make? Or did they intentionally go on practicing knowing they were unlicensed? And that has implications when you start thinking about someone working or teaching other nurses, working in a healthcare setting that's working under CMS regulations, and we are submitting bills for patients that are being cared for by RNs. That has financial implications for the safety of our public here in the state of Kansas. If that nurse truly does come forward, and yes, actually, Senator Tarwater, I have seen a case where we did not take disciplinary action on someone who said, I made an honest mistake. I am getting here as soon as I can. The minute I realized I had no license, I stopped practicing and I came forward. We've had folks drive into the State Board of Nursing and make that claim before. And I have seen us go with no disciplinary action. My concern comes more when it was cases where I knowingly went forward and practiced without a license, and they did not take responsibility.
And so
Sorry?
so the investigative committee is a subcommittee of these 11 members?
That's correct.
And is it like, do they vote? How many are on that committee? Oh, 3 say it was egregious, 2 say it wasn't, so yes. I mean, how is it decided if you're going to continue with disciplinary action?
Thank you, Senator Humphreys. It is a committee of 3. I don't believe that is in the legislation exactly how many are on that committee. We do have 3 right now currently. I should say as of June. My term ended in June. I don't know since June. So in June, we had 3 members of that committee. Most disciplinary cases, the full disciplinary, a drug diversion case, a practice case that Carol referenced, someone gave a medication that wasn't following a physician's order, those kinds of things, those are reviewed by that full committee. And that the full investigative committee meets quarterly. There is then additional delegations to the chair of the investigative committee to review applications. And those are done on a weekly basis. So they are seen as, this is going to be my term now, Juliana's term, maybe a less egregious act, practicing without a license, and we try to get those folks back into practice as soon as possible. So that is why those delegations are made. And as the chair of the investigative committee, we meet with investigators weekly and review those cases. Sometimes those cases will come up and we'll say, there's too many facts here. I can't make an unbiased decision. It needs to go to the full committee, and then that would have to wait for a quarterly meeting. Other times, those decisions are made weekly.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I may just real quick.
Sorry.
You're saying the full investigative committee, that's 3 people?
3 people.
Meets quarterly?
Correct.
Otherwise, it's one person on the investigative committee. It's going to.
Those are regularly scheduled meetings, Representative Humphreys. They do also, there's times when that person needs to abstain. For example, I am a practicing nurse. If there is a nurse that comes in front of me, then I'd abstain. Someone else could.
It's one person.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of your 27 FTs are investigators?
That's correct.
And how many are there? Do you know?
We have 8 right now. We have 1.5 openings. What we've had to do with some of our full-time positions, I'll just tell you how hard it is to hire for, like, the attorney generals that Rachel was talking about. Those vacancies were open for quite a period of time, and we kept going to the attorney general, is there something else we should try here? You know what? Yeah. And they suggested we try part-time. And we were very successful. So we have 2 part-time. Mm-hmm. We did the very same thing with investigators. Most of the investigators are RNs. Again, we do not pay them what they make in private.
Yeah, and I understand. That I was just curious about how many of those 27 were investigators. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we do have one more question before we're going to break for lunch. And I also want to just draw your attention to page 12 in the statutes that are provided that we received initially. And then it does say that 2 or more members of the board shall investigate the charges, or the board may designate. So you do not need to answer that now, but I think one of the questions might be how many times do the board members not weigh in, because they may designate the investigator to just make those determinations. But hold on that, because I want us to finish with Representative Sutton's question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should be a simple one, I think. You mentioned that there were some federal guidelines that made diversion agreements a little bit more rare. However, I'm looking at the performance measures, and for 25 and 26, I see a giant spike. Are we anticipating further changes in federal law, or are we just pencil whipping the performance measures?
Representative Sutton, about 3 years ago, we joined the Nurse Licensure Compact and initiated the multi-state licensure. That changed some of the ways that we implement discipline because we are now partnering with 43 other states across the nation, and we have to abide by the laws of the federal Nurse Licensure Compact. That resulted in some of those changes.
Sure, sure, and I get that, and I got that from the earlier testimony, but in 25 and 26, I see expectations of 25 and 30 up from 1.
I'm going to look to Attorney.
You have to realize those are looking ahead, okay? Just
Yes.
what we're not for sure. At that point in time, we didn't have full staff. Now we have full staff for the assistant AGs. So I would anticipate that's not going to be high, but I didn't know that when I did this a year ago or so. That's when we project ahead on
Right.
those.
So 23 is 5, 24 is 8, 24 estimate was 8, 24 actual was 1. And I get that, could be staffing, sure. 25 and 26 are 25 and 30 respectively. That's a pretty significant jump.
And I would
Are you
anticipate-
expecting it to be 25 and 30?
Now, no. Now that we have staff and everything like that. Because again, when I did that, we didn't have staff and everything. So what we find is every year when we do those, it's not always what we projected, but we have to project out in order to do those. So,
Right, this was 12/30, 24. I mean, this is 8 months ago. Okay, very good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for providing us input. I understand that you will not be with us this afternoon, but we'll have others that we will have a Q&A time. I think there are a lot of questions that are still unanswered, and I would encourage committee again to write those down. Committee, we are going to break for lunch. It's 12:04, and I would like us to be back by 1:15. Couple requests before we exit. Number one, I'd like everybody to vacate and do so rather quickly because we're going to lock this room. So if you want to leave anything, then please know that it's going to be locked and secure. Number two, rather than ask committee questions or congregate, please let our committee members go to lunch without any interruption so they can quickly get back. That's my request, is that just don't distract, and that includes media, if you would hold your questions until later. And with that, we will take a break. Thank you.
I can't look at it. There's the temptation in there.
All right, good afternoon, committee. Just a few minutes late getting going here. We do have a testimony that we're going to be getting with. We did open up to public testimony, and so we want to provide oral testimony. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals that will be providing oral testimony. What I would like to do is I'd like to limit the oral testimony to no more than 10 minutes for each individual. But what we'll do is we will allow for questions after each individual, and then that way that individual will have an ability to respond further, but based on directed questions. And we do have a few that are not with us, and so we'll just start with Amy Seipel. And Amy, if you would come on up, and welcome to our committee. And committee, you do have all of the testimony in front of you. It's in a manila envelope or folder.
Madam Chair and committee members, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in this hearing. I believe at the conclusion of this hearing, you will discover that the way that the Kansas State Board of Nursing is operating some of their rules and regs is causing public harm. As a nurse and nurse practitioner, I have cared for clients across our great state for more than 30 years. It has been an honor and a privilege to accompany people during some of the most desperate and vulnerable states of their existence. In thousands of patient encounters, I have never been sued. I have never had any complaints filed against me. Last year, my husband of 34 years was diagnosed with metastatic cancer. As a firefighter, I knew he was at risk for particularly aggressive cancer, and I was terrified. The practice that I had worked for 20 years sold out to a large corporation, and I decided not to join the new group and instead focus all of my efforts on helping my husband navigate this journey. Upon his surgery and stabilization, I was ready to get back to work. Before applying for jobs, I went on the Kansas State Board of Nursing's website, and much to my shock, I realized that it was during this time that my nursing license had lapsed. It just wasn't on my radar. I did not receive a reminder, and I know it's my responsibility to keep my license current. I was focused on something else, and it was the first time in 32 years that I had failed to renew my license on time. Now, to keep our license current, as you've heard, we have to meet 3 criteria. We have to have a certain number of education hours, malpractice insurance, and pay dues. My education was all current prior to the deadline, and my malpractice has never lapsed. So the only thing I am deficient on is paying dues on time. I contacted the Board of Nursing immediately after realizing this, and I submitted evidence of my malpractice and my education hours and said, clearly I'm late paying you, and I expected a late fee. That is not what they intend for me. They said I needed to be disciplined. And part of that discipline includes a public shaming process in which I'll be put on 3 databases in perpetuity, even after I die. The National Practitioner Database, nurses, and on their website, in addition, they're going to send it out a newsletter to all nurses in the state labeling me with unprofessional conduct for practicing without a license, even though there's no billing under my NPI number. Now, unprofessional is the worst insult you can give a nurse. I care for people during the most vulnerable states of their existence. If I am unethical or unprofessional, you cannot trust me. I would rather be punched in the gut. Now, I was pressured repeatedly by the board to sign a consent agreement, and they told me if I did not sign this consent and agree to being put on these databases, then much worse things could happen to me. And someone in their office told me I could even have my license revoked. My trial is actually 1 week from today at this time. Prior to this experience, I was highly employable. I mean, God has blessed me with numerous leadership opportunities within healthcare. Since this experience, I am unemployable. My license was reinstated pending my hearing, but I've applied for it. I've been turned down. I've been told that we can't hire you when you've got an investigation going on because you might lose your license. Or, by policy, our organization does not employ people labeled as unprofessional for legal concerns. And I don't blame them. I certainly understand that. Now, keep in mind, I live in an underserved county, and I am a certified gerontologic specialist, and I take care of Medicaid clients. Do you want to take me out? When the majority of the counties in Kansas are underserved, do you want to come after nurses with impeccable records who, while they're taking care of their husband, forget to pay their dues on time? But this is happening all over the place. We've had so many nurses come to us. Many of them won't come before you today because they're afraid. And they've told us they worry about retaliation. Sydney Winslow, one of the attorneys for the Board of Nursing, told my attorney and myself that the Board of Nursing has her writing up 10 disciplinary letters a week. I don't know if that's true or not. She was trying to get me to sign the consent. But if that's the case, can we take out 500 nurses a year in Kansas? And keep in mind, once they decide to discipline you, your professional future is just about over. So my malpractice company will cancel me or give me exorbitant rates if I go on these databases. I'll probably be denied like hospital privileges. It'll be hard to find employment because who wants to employ somebody who's been labeled as unprofessional? That's a legal risk. In addition, insurance companies don't want to contract with you if you've been labeled as unprofessional. I'm not saying I couldn't find a job anywhere, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. And if my malpractice rate goes up that much, I probably will be out of practice. Now, realizing the predicament that I was in, I asked the Board of Nursing, I said, okay, I do have some aspirations for running for political office. Maybe I just need to turn the direction I'm going because I don't know that I'm going to be able to practice anymore. So I asked them, if I surrender my license, would you back off on the case? At least then I could have another career path. And they told me if I did that during an investigation, they would take further action against me. As legislators, you have a vested interest in keeping nurses licensed. Keep in mind that I think there might be competing interest here. The Board of Nursing prefers a gotcha approach. Imagine if you combined automation with appreciation. If we got text messages that said, thank you for 32 years of service. Don't forget to renew your license. If you need any help, let us know. Imagine, and the private sector has enjoyed tremendous success with that, have they not? I mean, does your hairdresser and your mechanic not do that? Why wouldn't you engage in that? My attorney, of course, I had to hire an attorney during this whole time that I'm not able to be employed. But we went together and we asked the Board of Nursing if they would consider a diversion process. And you heard from them, they're not interested in that. My attorney offered his services, Josh Ney, in order to do this for them, to create this process for de minimis clerical errors so that you're not ruining us professionally. I do not believe KSBN will take action to prevent the harm that they are causing to the public without your pressure. They have received dozens of letters from patients and from public members who talk about what it has done to them to lose access to our care. They're losing their nurse practitioners. They're losing their nurses. They've received these letters. It has not moved them. Nurses across our great state need your representation now more than ever. Please bring accountability and reasonability back to our board. The health and well-being of Kansans depends on it. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Amy. Committee, what questions do you have? If you do not, Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Near the end of your testimony, you talked about the fact that you and your attorney went and asked for a diversion.
Yes.
And they said no. Did they explain that, why they would not consider that?
Yes, and just to expound on that, the March meeting was coming up for the Board of Nursing, and I wanted to attend it. So I called their office and asked where the meeting was. I knew the date, and they told me they didn't know, and then they called my attorney and told my attorney I was not allowed to come to an open meeting. They said I wasn't allowed, and my attorney will vouch for that. Then the investigation committee, I think to throw us a token, told my attorney that he could speak to the investigation committee. They would give him 10 minutes. My attorney said, I think you need to come with me. I showed up at Kansas State Board of Nursing's offices. They told me I was not allowed back into the open meeting without an attorney, and that they would have to escort me back there. We went back and we testified. We didn't talk about my case at all. We just talked about how the majority of boards in Kansas have a diversion process and how giving people a scarlet letter in perpetuity ruins their professional opportunities for clerical errors, and just ask for reasonableness. They didn't make any comment, and they told us they wouldn't at that meeting. But my attorney has said they never followed up with him, even though he offered his services.
Just one follow-up. So I'm a little confused by your testimony and the testimony we heard earlier. Do you know, and you may not know, do they allow diversions, period, or just no diversions?
They choose who they're going to discipline and who they're not, and there isn't a consistency in practice. I know of a lot of nurses who did not renew their license in time, who were not disciplined. And I don't know that they call it a diversion, but then other cases like mine, I am. I don't understand the inequity there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And that item of diversion, we do need to circle back to later with Q&A, because I don't think we understand who is receiving diversions and for what reasons. We have Representative Sutton, and then, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify the timeline here, just to make sure I have it in my head correctly. When you were caring for your husband, you weren't practicing as a nurse. Then when you decided to go back to work is when you noticed that your license had expired.
Yes.
Were you working as a nurse at that time?
I was not employed. It was the first time in my career I was not employed as a nurse practitioner.
Okay, so you weren't operating without a license.
And my trial is next week, and they're going to try to make the case that I was.
Okay.
But there is no billing under my NPI number.
There is no billing under your number.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sawyer.
Okay, yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand the timeline. So when was the last time you practiced as a nurse? What time was that?
When I was employed with Wichita Medical Associates, I don't know that date, but it was prior to my husband's diagnosis and prior to my my license lapse.
But approximately what? I'm trying to picture.
A few months.
A few months before May 31st?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know how many. I'd have to look, but it was prior to that.
Okay, so you're talking maybe like January or something of 2024? Something in that time?
Or maybe at the end of 23, maybe. I don't know. The practice sold out. My husband, we were concerned about his diagnosis. He was diagnosed the beginning of June, but we were going through that process, all the testing and everything, and the practice sold out several months before. It was a several-month process.
Okay. And so that's the last time you practiced. Then you thought about coming back again in October of 2024.
He had had surgery. His PSA numbers were coming down. And, I didn't know for sure his ability to work. Fortunately, he's doing well now. And honestly, I just didn't remember if I had renewed my license or not. I mean, you do it so many times. And I was like, I don't remember if I did that or I didn't. It was just, that was a blur, that whole season.
So how often do you have to renew the license?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes.
And you've been doing this 32 years, right? So this is like
For 32 years, the first time I missed it.
So 15 times you did it, and then
Yes, yes, and you're just like, did I do that or did I? It was just so. Anyway, that's why I checked the website before I started applying, And I was surprised, but I just didn't anticipate this. I mean, I was the president of the Kansas Advanced Practice Nurses Association. I helped get full practice authority for our state through. I've done a TEDx speaker. I actually, I'm on the chair for the Kansas Board of Adult Care Home Executive. I've served a lot in Kansas. But none of that matters now. You need to understand, none of my past accomplishments matters at all now, because now I'm highly unemployable. It's over for me.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so we were told this morning that the biggest concern was somebody who forgot to renew their license. The biggest concern was that they continued to practice even after they were aware that they forgot to renew their license. And you're saying that, just to be clear, that is not the case here. You went to them before you practiced again.
I'm still not employed as a nurse practitioner. I haven't been employed since, several months before. I'm not working as a nurse practitioner. There's no billing under my NPI.
Well, I would certainly hope that they would dismiss this case hearing that after what they testified to this morning. I'm going to move on, though. 32 years you were in practice. You've got a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. Do you feel like you're dangerous now, or that you might put someone's life in jeopardy because you forgot to renew your license for a couple months?
Exactly. I didn't have a brain dump. I mean, what really grieves me the most is, so headhunters, even though we saw those numbers showing that we don't have this acute shortage of providers, I know that that's not reality. You guys are out there in the field, you see it. When they tell you there's a shortage of hospital beds, that's not true. There's a shortage of nurses almost every time. That's what's going on. Headhunters are contacting me constantly, asking me to apply for different positions. There was a long-term care facility outside of McPherson, and they told me that they're just doing telehealth. They don't have anyone to do a physical assessment, lay a stethoscope on those people's chest. That's how desperate they are. And so whenever they contacted me, I said, I know I could help you. And actually, I've been published on my ability to help turn facilities around, facilities with low star ratings, get rid of drugs. God's just blessed me with that. And I work with staff and I work with the patients. And so I said, I know that I could help you. I know I can help turn this facility around. But then when they found out I was under investigation, they said, we can't employ you. And that's so tragic. Those patients are just getting telehealth. No one to lay a stethoscope on their chest, but I can't do it.
Okay, one last question. Can you tell us approximately, just off the top of your head guess, how much does this cost you in lost wages and attorney fees?
I don't even know. My attorney's $450 an hour, and I haven't been able to work for a year. And my husband, even though, he's still battling this, he's doing really well. He's working lots of hours in order to try to make up for all this. The emotional toll is incredible, too. This public shaming process. You work your whole career to try to provide stellar care and excellence, and just to know that I was a professor. I was named Professor of the Year back in, 2017. To know all of my former students are going to get a newsletter saying that I'm unprofessional for practicing without a license, that's going to be confusing to them. The toll has been tremendous. And I stand for quality of care. Please discipline nurses who are a threat to public safety, but do not take out those of us who commit clerical errors.
Well, I applaud you for fighting this, and hopefully you'll come out ahead. Hopefully they'll drop the case. And it sounds to me like you've got claims against the state for lost wages and attorney's fees, but that's something we can talk about later. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Please, no applause. Thank you. Representative Francis Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So real quick, on the practicing without a license, so labeled as unprofessional practice, have you received any evidence, or have they provided any source of kind of reference to make that claim?
Yes, and I will say my attorney is cautioning me on, because he said anything you say today, they are definitely going to try to use against you. So I have a sense of how they're going to try to come after me, yes. But I'm telling you, there's no billing under my NPI number.
Okay, thank you.
I have not received payment for anything.
Okay, it looks like there are no further questions. I'll just end with if there was no billing under your name, then it would probably fall under gratuitous care. And I believe there is a statute related to that we just reviewed today. And thank you, Amy, for your testimony. If there are other questions and we have an opportunity, would you be willing to come back to the
Absolutely, anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next committee, we have Anna Ahrens, and she is with us. Anna, welcome to our committee.
Hello, I'm the foreign born, so excuse me. So thank you, members of the community, for this opportunity to come before you. My name is Anna Ahrens, and I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I've been practicing for for 25 years. My husband also is a nurse practitioner in psych, but he had a stroke at the age of 54 in 2018, and I'm his caregiver. So my nightmare, I've been working with addiction patients, the DCF patients, bipolars, any psychiatric room, and been doing my practicing as usual, taking care of patients. But in December of 2024, I renewed my license, and I paid my fee, did my CEUs, and went with my way, and I was practicing. And in February 6th, I received several texts from my patients saying they could not refill their prescription. And so a pharmacist called me and informed me that my license was lapsed and that she cannot refill my prescription. I stopped immediately, and I went and checked in Kansas Board of Nursing to see what's wrong with my license. I couldn't find it. So I called immediately the Kansas Board of Nursing. After a couple calls, somebody answered, and I asked him, I told him what happened, that I was called by a pharmacist, and she informed me that my license lapsed. And she said that I clicked twice on the RN, and I did not renew the APRN. I asked her, why didn't you call me? She reported, we do not call and inform nurses when they do not, if they made a mistake. And I said, how could that be possible? I have patients. I'm an independent practitioner. My patients depend on their prescription and in their care and therapy. So she asked me I told her I have my CEUs. She asked for my CEUs. I immediately sent them to her through through email. She received them immediately. She told me that she did get my CEUs. So, and I asked her what's next. She said, well, you need to reinstate your application. And I said, okay. So I tried to upload the application. I was not able to upload it. After 3 times trying to upload it, I was not. So I called her again. She got on the phone. She got a technology personnel, and who, after several times he loaded it, I was able to, complete my application. After I completed the application, I had to pay another fee, which I did. And I said, okay, I did everything now. Can I get my license? She said, okay, I will let you know. And I said, is this happened? She said, yeah, we get errors like this. And she said, it's no big deal. That's exactly. And I went with my way thinking I'm going to get my license in the end of the day. Oh, no. That's not how it goes with Kansas Board of Nursing. No, I got to get investigated. And I said, for what? So now I know I got a problem. I got a bunch of patients who are on medication who can kill them. So I am trying to do some critical thinking. Mind you, I cannot use the word nurse. I am not a nurse. Immediately I become uneducated. So I go to a couple friends who are very respectable in my community in Wichita, Kansas. And I asked them, I told them my dilemma. They are scared of Kansas Board of Nursing because they already got burned by them. So I asked them, could you please help my patient? I told them they are the one who are going to hurt. They said yes, but I knew the load was going to be hard for them because the patient I see, they are severe and persistent mental illness. Plus, I have several houses, DCF houses. This is patient that nobody want to care for. If they go to ComCare, they get lost in the system. I built a reputation on being strict to the point I'm like an oil machine. You give me a child, I give you a child who obey. I work with the therapist, with the parents, with a counselor, and that's what I do. Days in, days out. That's how I grew up, that's how I work. So I'm now interrupted. These two nurse practitioners start seeing my patient. Mind you, I'm emailing the board saying, please, and now I'm getting investigated. I decided to get an attorney. So I obtained an attorney, $250 an hour, plus a sick husband who need physical therapy, plus patient who are telling me, how can you lose your license for a clerical error? And I said, hell, I don't even know what I'm doing, because a clerical error cost me my patient. And now I got 2 psychotic patients, a patient who lost her job because she freaked out at her job, her employee calling me. I cannot speak to him. I tell him I cannot. My patient do not understand why I cannot even talk to him. And I said, I can't say even the word nurse. So my patient went without care, except for these 2 nurse practitioners who are trying to do the best they can, plus take care of their patient. So then a clinic called me, and I was able to divert some of my patients to another clinic because I needed my patient to be taken care of before somebody died. The Kansas Board of Nursing wanted me to send my patient to the ER. How can I send a psych patient to the ER? Somebody who's been raped. How can I do that? How can they go there and say, this has happened to me? How can an ER doctor process anything? This is a patient who had 20, 15 years with me of care, that they are stable. Now they are destabilized. So I got my attorney, her first email to me, she said, if I contacted any of you, mind you, and I'm not in the political arena, I'm just trying to work. They said, if I contacted you, they will retaliate against me. Kansas Board of Nursing retaliate. And I said, for what? I'm just a nurse. I'm trying to help people. I didn't understand that. So the process of the investigation one, I was asked, did I practice? And I said, well, heck yes, I practiced. I practiced from January to February the 6th. I stopped when I was told I did not have a license. I stopped immediately. I did not see any patient when I found out. I already met the criteria of Kansas Board of Nursing. How do I know it's not their computer who made the error? How do I know that? I can't go to Kansas Board of Nursing. Mind you, I found out nurses who had the same issues who were called and notified that they clicked twice. Why not me? Why cannot? Why not me? Why would not been called and said, Anna, you clicked twice. Why did you get the call and not me? I have no idea. No idea why. So I continue with the process, and my attorney trying to smooth it with me. My whole entire time, my email with Kansas Board of Nursing is always about the patient care. I said, my patient on benzodiazepine, my patient are on Depakote, they can die. No answer. My patient contacted them, several emails to him. My patient asked me, why they didn't call back? And I said, heck, I do not know. I have no idea. Then my attorney in the end said, I must sign the consent. If I do not sign the consent, then I could face worse consequences. And I thought, what kind of consequences? I mean, we're revoking my license, I guess. For what? A clerical error that it could be their computer. I do not know. I did not ask for a quota. I trusted my Kansas Board of Nursing. I am a proud nurse, and I always never had any issue with Kansas Board of Nursing until this time. So when this happened, I signed my consent because I got an ill husband that I'm a caregiver to a husband. Plus, I have a bunch of patients who depend on me. But I did not know what will happen after you sign that. Wow, I got to find out. 3 databases. There is nothing humiliating until you take a picture of your face and you put it in a federal government agency and you fill up a bunch of stuff and you are like, wow, a clerical error. This is what, in America, this is what will happen. Then it doesn't stop like that. You continue to get emails and asking you, and then you start checking to see, did you do it right? Then after, and you ask your friend, did I load everything right? Because now you're all paranoid. Now I met all these 3 databases, plus the newsletter, plus, the nursery. Barb released my license. And now I was able to go back and practice on 2/28. But the devastation that my patient happened to him, to a psychotic patient, let me tell you about one. 6 weeks of no sleep. And his parents can testify if you ever want them to. 6 weeks, his mom comes from work and cry. The father babysit him. Why? Because he couldn't receive his Haldol Deconate that I was giving him every 2 weeks. He come to me from the hospital because they could not wait for ComCare because ComCare was backed up 6 months. And I took care of him, got him stable. He got destabilized in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. To see him not knowing who he was when I got my license, I cried. I could say, how can a clerical error cause that patient? My other patient, a patient who became psychotic secondary to COVID, received them also from St. Joe, got him stable. A mother called me. She said, I couldn't even take him to any clinic because we don't look at him. They see that he's a little bit slow, and they don't know what to do with him because they are so backed up because they think that he's so complicated. After I got my license, I thought he was still receiving care somewhere until I got a call from his mom in March. She said, would you please? He was unable to receive any care. I took the patient back, and he's stable. So this is what cost me with Kansas Board of Nursing. You want to know what happened to me? I did not receive a paycheck since January. My credit card is $27,000. I took $12,000 from my 401k. My husband cannot get his physical therapy because I cannot take him. I could not take him. And I am a pretty strong lady, very strong. I never thought he'll take a board to try to break you. But I'm still standing. I'm standing because I do not want this to happen to next nurses. I don't want it to happen to another nurse practitioner who cannot stand. We already have increase in suicide in nursing. Increase suicide. If this cannot make you commit suicide, I don't know why. It's easy because the human brain is very fragile. And when you have a lot of stress after COVID, it took a toll in the nursing community above what you can even imagine. Healthcare workers in general have form of trauma from COVID. And to add this, that should never happen. A clerical error. I could be called. I am a clinical addiction counselor too. You know my behavior regulatory board, They send us messages via mail and text 3 months prior. And they'll continue to send it to you to remind you, to make sure that you're prepared to give them their CEU and renew your license. Why couldn't we have that? Why couldn't we have a little bit of that? A grace. We are in healthcare. We should be graceful. We are raised as nurses at the bedside of the patient. We hold their hand and we tell them it's going to be okay. What could Kansas Board of Nurses could give us little grace, especially after COVID? I never not renewed my license or had a clerical error, ever. I always paid my fees. I always been proud to be a nurse. And I always thought Kansas Board of Nursing was an advocate for me and my patient. I never thought in a million years that they will hurt my patient. They will hurt my patient and make my patient psychotic. Psychotic. When we don't even have enough mental health workers. Severe and persistent mental illness, it takes a long time to get it stable. And when the symptoms come back, it's hard to treat it. They become resistant, very resistant. So it was very devastating to me. I just received yesterday a mail from the tax office here in Topeka because my accountant did not file any quarterly. They thought I'm just pocketing some money. Now I got a $1,000 penalty. Just the gift to keep giving. I'm still getting the gift of Kansas Board of Nursing. I never want this to happen again. Please help us here. Please help us.
Thank you, Anna. If you will just remain right there before our committee has an opportunity to ask questions, I would ask, is the Executive Director, Carol Moreland, did she not come back after lunch? She's here? Okay, good. I couldn't see you from behind, so apologies. It was just difficult to hear all of this. So I just wanted to make sure, or I was hoping that you would be here for this. Before questions are asked for you, I just want to ask the most basic question to frame the other questions that may be asked. So you went online with all of your continuing education, 30 hours. Do you have a different license number for your RN versus your APR? So there's two different licenses?
You have to click on the RN, you load this application, you go through this questionnaire, you pay the fee, then you load the APRN, you know the questionnaire again, then you pay the fee.
Okay, so you have an RN license number that's unique and an APRN license number that's unique.
Yes.
So when you did it the first time and you put your RN license number in and you submitted it and you had to pay, which by the way, we spent $3 million. The fact that we don't have a cart is kind of interesting. But anyway, so then you go back and you put your license number in and RN again.
Well, you click. It's a clicking business. You click and click. You click, it loads, and you go through the questionnaire, then you click again.
Okay, so, but on the second one, when you accidentally clicked RN, did you actually have to put in the license number, or were you uploading a document that had your license?
No, it's uploading.
Okay.
I don't put no license, you just click. So I know I am very particular. So I clicked, then I have to look, and then I clicked. I know I clicked. I assumed I clicked on them. I trusted the computer, literally. This is how I should never trust the technology. But I know I clicked on the RN, then I clicked on the APRN. Why we have to click on two? That's very confusing. Why the system? How do I know it's not the computer? I have no idea.
Okay, so the system, you click on it and it has you don't have to upload anything.
I don't have to, no.
It has that data already.
Yes.
You do it again.
Yes.
It already has the data for the RN. And you are not contacted. So you were not aware that you were practicing. So per the testimony that we heard this morning, that testimony stated by Juliana that they were not concerned about, I'm paraphrasing, lapses if they weren't intentional. Yours was not aware, but the system knew you did it. correct?
Yeah, but I did not know.
But the system did.
But they were aware of it, obviously, because when she picked up the phone, she said, "Will you collect twice on the RN?" How do I know that?
Okay.
I never would want to do that.
Okay, I just wanted to pause right there. I just wanted to set that as the stage and open up for questions for Anna. Vice Chair Lewis.
Yeah, just following up. Thank you, Madam Chair. So you paid twice, do I understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Once for the RN and what you thought was paying for the APRN upload,
I paid for both, yes.
Do you remember how much
Yes,
you were
I
paying?
have it there, 150 plus, I think 25 fee, because I used the credit card, I think it was 175.
For each of those?
No, 175 combined.
So it would have been half of that for at the end, after you finished answering all the questions, there was just one fee that you paid? Is that what?
No, I paid for both.
You paid twice? No.
I mean, I assumed I paid for my IPRN and RN. That's why when I printed my receipt, which I have, it said they charge, when the 150 plus, the fees to process it, which does the credit card. So it does not tell you paid, it's just the receipt is for both.
Right.
Yes.
And do you believe that was double what you would normally pay for one?
No, it's the fees for the RN has a fee and the APRN has a fee.
Right.
So it become,
It was combined.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
yes.
And you never, to this day, you've never received a refund of any kind?
Well, I mean, in my consent, I can't even ask. I mean, it's plain in there. It's written in black and white. I cannot ask for that. Otherwise, they'll take me back to court or do something else to me. So that is in black and white in my consent. If I ever, they said, I ask, the deal is off.
Okay.
That's what I said, my attorney said.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have Francis Awerkamp and then Francis, why do I keep saying Francis? And then we have Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Quick question. So when you went on and did your first RN re-registration, relicense, do you receive an email confirmation from these purchases?
No, it was all total, and I have the copy if you want it.
Sure. But like, so normally I go on Amazon or whatever, buy something, I get an email confirmation.
It was for both.
So do you get, but does the Board of Nursing send you some sort of confirmation?
No, I didn't get anything in the mail.
So
with
their purchasing system, their online system
Yeah.
does not send any verification of your purchase?
I have the verification there. It just said for both of them. It said that the card got charged $150. I couldn't tell you. I believed them when they said I collect twice, but the charges was like it looks like I paid for my both licenses.
So when you say you have the verification,
Yes.
What verification was that? Just on your credit card statement, or was that an email or some sort of document from the Board of Nursing?
It said application submitted. Thank you for using Kansas Board of Nursing online services. If you provided an email address, you will receive a confirmation that your application and payment was submitted. Well, I did. Print this screen as a confirmation of payment. So I did. So it says here the authorization code, the date, the transaction number, and it's 170. That's it. That's all. No.
There's no verification on
No.
what you purchased?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have Adrian here because I am looking at your application submitted, and that is correct. It does not tell you what licenses were submitted. So there would be no way to know that you made an error when you receive this. So that is definitely something we could talk to Adrian later about, something that we would hope would be corrected. Representative Waymaster.
Well, and actually, thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I believe the question that I was going to initially ask about, not necessarily were you refunded, but obviously they took your money. So, I mean, there's a timestamp of when that transaction actually took place.
Yeah.
And it would show that you went and was making a reapplication for your licenses, both licenses, and they could go back and see the time and the day that you actually did that transaction, even though you double-clicked on, I'm guessing, is what a very antiquated system, because, I mean, obviously, we're in the 21st century, and I'll make a comment about that in a little bit, but it'd be very simple to go back and say the transaction came through on this date and time, and your intent was to renew your licenses.
Yes.
And there's no reason why your license shouldn't be valid at this point.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, when we were going through some of the COVID money, and I know the chairperson, and I think the chair of the Economic Development and Commerce, I think he was chair of a particular committee, during the Spark Committee, and I was the chair of Government Efficiency and Modernization. And we actually had a request to basically streamline all of the many different websites in the state of Kansas to make it user-friendly and not antiquated, update it, and make it to where it is more efficient, hence the name of that committee. From somebody who, my family has an array of businesses, and I have to go in to the KCC, I have to go to the Department of Agriculture, and each system is different. And so my own personal experience of dealing with some of our websites is atrocious. Some will accept credit cards. Department of Wildlife and Parks doesn't. We got to mail a check. Department of Ag, I believe they do accept credit cards. I know the KCC does. But that was the whole point of what we were trying to do in that committee, is to make our system for all 98 agencies plus the executive branch, the judicial, and the legislative, all on one website to make it more user-friendly. Now, unfortunately, that was not approved, even though we were using some of the money that we received from the American Rescue Plan Act money to update our systems. But there was other items that were funded instead of that. On behalf of the state of Kansas, I apologize for you being a victim of us having a terrible website presence. There should never have been a moment, and it's quite simple, and your license should never have been revoked, because you took the due diligence of going online and renewing both of your licenses, and it's not that difficult to find out what day and time, especially if your money was never returned.
I can't even ask for it.
And you can't even ask for it.
Or the deal is off.
All I can say is, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I would just note before Representative Humphreys that she actually paid 3 times. She paid, and there is a timestamp, you are correct. She paid $170, and then when she learned that she didn't have the APR in, she paid on 2/6, the day that she realized. She pays an additional $75. They accepted it.
Yes.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm, of course, concerned about your patients. I'm concerned about you.
I'm
so,
fine. I'm pretty fine.
And what I'm most, at the moment, interested in is the consent agreement that you signed. And I'm wondering, first of all, if we can get a copy of that from the board or something. What is...
Yeah. It's here somewhere.
Okay. I think it's important for us to see because...
Representative, we can't pass that out right now. We do have
Good,
it.
let's do that. Because I think it's very interesting that it bars you from any sort of appeal or from doing anything further, and that's really concerning. And then I just want to clarify that, and maybe I'll see it when we get that passed out, the consent agreement admitting to unprofessional conduct, but you say in your testimony that that might include patient sexual abuse,
Yes.
assaulting a patient, the death of a patient,
Yes.
or making a clerical mistake.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
Yes, I cannot work anywhere. And I am a damaged good.
because it
Damaged
doesn't,
goods.
any of these, the databases or whatever, it doesn't explain
No.
what sort of,
I lost my Blue Cross and Blue Shield contract. I was investigated by United Health. I am not in a Healthy Blue because it's a Blue Cross, as you know, contract. So I lost all my business pretty much.
and so in the databases, does it just label you as having unprofessional conduct,
yes.
but it doesn't explain what it might be? So it's
No.
kind of left to the imagination of
Yes.
people to.
And the first thing a person, when they pull it, because I have a friend who's a provider, she called me, she said, what happened? And I said, well, I'm a professional. She said, what is? And we're friends for a long time. And I said, well, where does your head will go? She's a nurse, and she said, well, I know you wouldn't do it, but it will be sexual abuse or assaulting a patient. And I said, well, welcome. And I told her, then everybody does what they're going to think, because they don't know me. My patient know me.
And did you
my friend
feel-
know me.
How did it come about that you did sign this, the
Well, I have my
consent?
attorney, let's just say, what I do for a living, I can sense when somebody very distressed. My attorney took her a long time to, literally, in her email to me, to explain it to me, to explain it, because she knows if it's going to hurt me so bad. But when I asked her, in a phone conversation, is my clerical error equal to my punishment? She said no.
Yeah. And so, but it's interesting to me, and I would really like to hear her side of the story, but when she said that if you reached out to any state legislator,
I
that
have the
that
email.
you would be retaliated
I have
against.
the email here. I have it
I'd be
here.
interested in that, because that's a threat, and, that's not okay. Okay, well, thank you for that, and I thank you for passing this out. I think it's really helpful for us to be able to see this, and thank you for your courage to stand up and speak to us today. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Wait, just one moment, Anna. Committee, the consent agreement, we do have a whole section that will be discussing consent agreements. We have other sample consent agreements for you to review, so we will be discussing it. But I can say that the consent agreement that you were just passed out, which is Anna's, it does declare on it, on item number 4, that she would be guilty of unprofessional conduct. It says in number 6 that after an investigation, the board's investigative committee, and we just learned today, would be 3 board members, found reasonable grounds to believe applicant has violated the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. If you turn to the second page and you look at number 11, applicant stipulates to the following acts. So these are the items that Anna had to agree to. The applicant failed to renew their Kansas nurse license on or before January 1, 2025, and continued to practice nursing. Which is a tragic statement that she had to agree to, because she did do it, and she did it in December before her deadline. They knew the error that was made. She was not contacted. And so they made her sign this statement. And I believe you said that your malpractice insurance was tripled. It was going
went from $1,975 to $7,500. And that is really hard for hospitals or anybody to employ you with that. Plus the unprofessional, because not every insurance company can offer you a contract, and you get flagged in their system. Because I've been in healthcare for so long, and I know people in the insurance industry, and they told me you'll get flagged as an unprofessional. Therefore, they're always watching you, because the unprofessional, you did something pretty bad. They don't think it's a clerical error. I'm going to tell you a story now. When I told this to a pharmacist, she said, "Are you kidding me?" And I said, "No." She said, "Is this?" And I told her, she said, "All this for clicking." And I told her, she said, "And the patient went." And I said, "Well, call Kansas Board of Nursing. I'm just a little nurse."
And I just want to read one more statement from your attorney who had been in contact with the Kansas State Board of Nursing.
Yes.
Your attorney said you would need to disclose this disciplinary history on future licensing, credentialing, and
I did.
potentially malpractice insurance
Yes.
applications, which it
Yes.
was reported to them. Your attorney also said it does permanently stay on your record with no
Yes.
opportunity for removal or expungement. And it
Yes.
also said the board staff have presumably considered all of the mitigating factors
Yes.
with your situation, but have declined
Yes.
to issue a letter or caution
right.
in lieu of.
Yes.
And so then there was the
Yes.
concern that she needed to immediately
Yes.
renew her
Yes.
license and move on because she wanted to help her patients.
One, my husband and first is my patient. In my email, it was never about financial. I said one about my husband, but the rest of it was all about my patient, because my patient were the one who really paid for this mistake. They are the one who paid for it dearly.
And we do understand that there were dozens of letters and calls
Yes.
on your behalf.
To the Kansas board.
Correct. Our vice chair does have another question, and I think that may be it for you, Anna. Thank you for sharing today. Vice chair.
Yeah, so just,
Sorry.
no, that's
I'm so
fine.
sorry.
Thank you. It's more a statement than a question for you. You know, you entered into this consent agreement.
Yes.
And you were told by your lawyer that there
Yes.
was no chance for expungement or getting rid of that. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. We can ask further the experts, the research group and so forth, but it strikes me that if this is a consent agreement, that means there's two parties to the agreement, that the board would certainly have the authority to rescind the agreement if the two parties would agree to that. So I would urge them to do that under all the circumstances that we've heard about today.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next individual, and this is Sarah Friesen, and she's at RNP, and she's on WebEx. Let us know when she is ready. Sarah, are you there? No?
I am here.
Sarah, you are free to provide your testimony, and if there are questions, we will follow up with that.
Okay, great. My name is Sarah Friesen, and I have been a licensed nurse since the mid-1970s through the State Board of Kansas. I began as an LPN. I then became an RN, and in 2006, I became an APRN. My specialty is psychiatric mental health nursing, and I renewed my license in December of 2024, as we do every 2 years. In the state of Kansas, we are required to renew an RN license as well as an APRN license. I'm not completely sure why, but I think the only other state in the United States that doesn't require both is Florida. So we are accustomed to renewing both. When I renewed, I thought everything was good. I soon received a phone call, I'm going to say maybe 2 to 3 days later, from a staff member at the Kansas State Board of Nursing telling me that I had inadvertently selected RN more than once and that I had renewed RN rather than APRN. I don't quite understand why the system doesn't let us know that, and we can't correct it then. But she said, I'll help you. We'll get this corrected and reimbursed for whatever the difference was. And I soon followed up by checking in on the Kansas State Board of Nursing, and it indicated that I did have my license for both RN and APRN renewed long before the expiration date, which was the end of December. I've been asked to testify today because my colleague, Anna, reportedly experienced a similar encounter with the website, but she unfortunately reports that she was never called. I'm very thankful and appreciative that I got the call and was able to correct it, but she had a much more negative outcome. So that is why I'm here today, because it was kind of ironic that we were both renewing in December of 2024, and I was let known that there had been an error with the system and my renewal process, but she was not. So that's the end of my testimony. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here today. Can you tell me, were you asked to sign a consent agreement, or were you just given your license and a check?
I was just given a license, and then it wasn't a check, it was reimbursed via my debit card.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Well, Sarah, we are happy that you had a positive ending. That's the way it should be. We're just disappointed that others were not treated in a likewise manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next individual providing testimony is Kathy Coslet. She is the widow of John Coslet, and we're going to need to make a phone call. What is the best method? She's on right now? Okay, great. Kathy, can you hear us? Hello, Kathy.
Hello.
Kathy, you are live and we are ready to listen to your testimony.
Okay. Well, thank you for hearing me today. I wanted to be speaking on behalf of my husband, John Coslet, who was an honorable man, and he saw his nursing career as a ministry field where he was able to be the hands and feet of Jesus to countless lives. The Lord used John to bring help and healing to people in their most desperate times. John worked in different areas at St. Joseph's Hospital and eventually helped establish the cardiology department. He was a leader and enjoyed a distinguished career and became the director of cardiology at St. Joseph Hospital and later over both campuses at Via Christi for over 30 years with the hospital. John was chief nursing officer for the Kansas Spine Hospital during the later part of his career for almost 15 years. He was never sued and had an impeccable record. John often obtained the continuing education hours required for licensure through online courses. In 2011, that's a correction, when he renewed his license 2 months early, he used partial hours in the total count of his education credits. After clicking submit, he found out the Board of Nursing decided not to accept partial credit hours that year, although I understand they do now. John was not audited to prove his hours, but instead called the board himself to report that some of the hours he included were partial credit, quarter hour, for instance, and to hold his application as he completed the 2 credits needed. His license application, was processed anyway, and it was 2 months before his license was even due, and he obtained the hours required well before the deadline. The Kansas State Board of Nursing revoked my husband's license. I cannot begin to describe the emotional toll this took on him when his name was placed in the newsletter as someone who had their license revoked. Furthermore, they left it in for more than one publication. He was placed on 3 additional databases, as well as a nurse who had their license revoked. Those who knew John were shocked. Many could not believe his story. Attorneys for the Kansas Spine Hospital spent hours and money to defend John. He had to take personal vacation time while he waited for his license to be reinstated. Although the board had agreed it would be revoked and immediately reinstated, instead it took days, and the Kansas Spine Hospital lost their chief nursing officer for that time. The reason I'm offering this testimony instead of my husband is that he died of surgical complications in 2022. I don't like public speaking, but I am here because my children and I know John would want us to speak up. What happened to my husband should not happen to another nurse. The Board of Nursing is supposed to protect the public. My husband protected the public. Do not come after and shame nurses for clerical errors. It's impossible to quantify the amount of money, pain, and suffering this incident caused. John's work friend Mike recalled he was sick and disgusted by the board's treatment of him and said there was a part of John that never got over it because it was a blemish against his name and his character. Even now, 3 years after his death and his nursing license being officially retired, this blemish remains on the record. Interestingly enough, he was told by the board office that if he hadn't caught it and reported, even if he had been audited, he would have been told he had insufficient hours and been given an opportunity to make those up and perhaps be given a fine. But as it was, they said he lied, even though upon realizing his mistake, he immediately emailed that evening and called the office the next day. John's son, Jason, remembers the emotional toll he saw at his son. He said, someone who was always there for me in my toughest times to listen to me, cry with me, and pray for. I remember the roles being reversed as I listened to him cry and I prayed for him and had never seen my dad so broken and distraught. He was a man that always believed in being accountable for his own mistakes, and he taught me that my entire life, to be honest and upfront, handling things the right way. He did this and it almost broke him. I remember a specific conversation where he questioned if it even would have been caught if he didn't self-report. However, even through all that, he concluded that he did the right thing by self-reporting, and he'd rather have to fight for his license than compromise his belief in his character. That spoke volumes to me about the kind of man my dad was. John's daughter, Stacy, remembers him being very emotional about it. That was what Dad had committed his life to, and then to have it stripped away from him in such a manner that left a derogatory connotation to his name and had the meaning it felt to him. I know he was devastated and felt like it was a way that people in the department were out to get him, and it hurt that it would leave such a mark on his legacy. Again, thank you for letting me speak on my husband's behalf.
Thank you, Kathy. Committee, do you have questions for Kathy? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony about your husband. I'm sorry this happened to him and to you both. And you may or may not be able to answer these questions, but I'm going to pose them to you and perhaps to others. I just want to walk through how the reporting of continuing education is done at the nursing board. I take it that the nurses, when they renew their licensure, have to report to the board how many hours of continuing education they received. Is that your understanding?
Right, I believe that's 30 hours, and all they have to do, they don't send any proof of that at that time. They just say, yes, I have completed 30 hours of continuing education.
Right, and I happen to be a member of 3 different bars, and 2 of them do it that way. You report, and then you can be audited to establish your proof. But I understand that in your husband's case, he reported the 30 hours, and then he realized that he had made an error in the reporting. Is that right?
Right, as you read through some of the commonly asked questions, it did talk about how that year they had decided not to accept partial credits.
Right.
And before they had, so he had assumed that was, you know how it is, you look at something after, and then he went, oh my. And so then he immediately sent an email and then called and talked to people in the office. And he thought his application would be held. He would get those 2 together and then contact them again to go ahead.
So it wasn't as if the board called him and said you made an error or even started an audit, he understood that he had erred and reported himself. Is that right?
Right. And so that is what hurt so much is obviously if he was going to lie, he would not have reported himself.
Right.
So it wasn't his intent. He did not lie. He made a mistake because he immediately called. So.
Right. And then despite their being told that, thank you for telling us and thank you for doing the education that was required, despite that promise, they then reneged on that promise. Is that my understanding? They basically then went back on what they told him they were going to do.
Right. And I'm not sure what the process, the first step wasn't being revoked, and there is paperwork that was forwarded on to me about the case, and it basically talks about the steps that he did this, he called, he talked to people in the office, but his application was processed anyway. And the suspension would have been, I think it's a 15-day suspension process. And as the CNO of Kansas Mine, they have to have a CNO to operate. And so the reason when his attorney called the board attorney, they worked out this deal that, okay, your only other choice is to be revoked. But after a lot of back and forth, they agreed it will be revoked and then it will be immediately reinstated. So then you can proceed to serve and the hospital can still, have what it needs to practice and be open. But instead, it was days that they did not immediately. They kept checking and they drew it out. So they didn't hold true to that immediate process.
Right. Yeah, they didn't hold true to their promise.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Ranking Member Ballard and then Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Coslet. I just want to read something and make a comment about it. It's on your second sheet, which tells me a lot about your husband and your children's father. He was taught to be honest, upfront, and handling things the right way. He did this and it almost broke him. I remember a specific conversation where he questioned if it even would have been caught if he didn't self-report. However, even though all that, he concluded that he did the right thing by self-reporting and that he'd rather have a fight for his license than compromise his beliefs and his character. His son said that spoke volumes to me about the kind of man my dad was. And listening to the previous one when I came in the room, and having worked with the Department of Nursing for many, many years, I actually feel sick that this would happen to an individual who was being honest, where mistakes, clerical mistakes were made, and both people were made to pay. That is not how we operate. And I pause because I'd like to say what I think should be done, but it's not my place to say that. I would simply say, a department that's responsible for renewing licenses for people to have handled it the way both of these were done. Should rethink how they handle licenses and other human beings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ballard, at the end of our time today, you will have an opportunity to make recommendations, and you can make those specific or general, and we'll be collecting those and taking those back to our speaker to review, and then we'll consider our next appropriate actions. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. And just, I'm looking at your testimony, and this happened in 2012, is that correct?
That's what I had thought, and then I looked back on the paperwork that had been sent about the agreement and the attorney's signature on the end and John's signature. It was actually in September of 2011.
Okay.
I think I thought it was 12 because there was other paperwork that said 2013 that next March, so I was thinking it was just that year before, but evidently that was something else that was drawn out longer. 2011 is when it happened.
Well, I just want to say I think that's an important thing for the committee to know, because it sounds like these problems have been going on in this agency for an extremely long time, and there's a culture here of this kind of action, and we really need to do a re-examination of what servant leadership is. Yeah, I'm just kind of appalled. Thank you.
I also have a question, Mrs. Coslet. So in the agreed order and revocation and reinstatement, I am reading that it says the board hereby proposes to find facts and to take disciplinary action against the renewal application of the applicant, which is very harsh language considering what we just heard and what is outlined in this agreement. And I noticed that this happened, as you said, on September 10th, 2011, and the final declaration or the final order is not until March of 2013. So are we to understand then this was over his head for over a year and a half?
I believe it was. Now his license finally was reinstated. And so the hospital during that time had to put another RN in that position temporarily. And he had to stay. He couldn't even go into the hospital. So he had to stay away, and that person, so to speak, filled that need so the hospital could continue operating. And then finally, every day he was checking, and every day it was just heartache because he just, it wasn't like he had pictured when they said immediate. So, but yes, it took a long time, and they kept his name in the publication more than just the one cycle. It was just, he was just mortified because he was getting calls from people that were wondering what in the world had happened and why his name was in there. And they couldn't imagine a man of his character doing anything that would cause harm to a patient or anything. So they were asking him, so what did you have, get addicted to pain medication? I mean, it became comical after a while because no one could believe his making an error by using quarter hour credit would lead to all of this.
Well, thank you, Kathy, for your testimony. And your final comment was it felt like it was a way that the people in the department were out to get him. And as I look at this, I would hate to make that assumption, but yet I can't think of any other logical reason that there would be disciplinary action against him. He actually did provide the information, the self-reporting, and the updated hours prior to the deadline day of his renewal. So it's actually a very, very sad situation, and we do apologize from at least our committee here today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next person that will be testifying is Elaine Gebhardt. Elaine, are you here? Welcome, Elaine.
Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. My name is Elaine Gebhardt. I'm an RN in the state of Kansas. I've been an RN for 5 years. Like many other nurses and nurse practitioners who are here today, I was investigated by the Kansas Board of Nursing. In a letter from the Kansas Board of Nursing dated October 9th, 2024, I was under investigation for violating the Kansas Nurse Practice Act for using social media to attack the transgendered population and to debase the healthcare processes. The Kansas Nurse Practice Act does not contain any provisions in it regarding social media or social media policies. The Kansas Nurse Practice Act, when you look through it, does not contain any form of the word transgender. And according to Merriam-Webster, debase means to lower the status, esteem, quality, or character. This term is also missing from the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. When I was interviewed by the Kansas Board of Nursing, the Kansas Board of Nursing investigator admitted twice they were only investigating me due to my social media posts, not my patient care, not from an employer, not from a family, only social media. It was disclosed that the statutes they were using to investigate me were 60-3-10M, which is not in the Nurse Kansas Practice Act, and 60-3-110Q, advertising nursing superiority or advertising the performance of nursing services in a superior manner. This statute has nothing to do with what was sent to me in the letter from the Kansas Board of Nursing. When asked for examples, I was not given any. The Board of Nursing investigator asked me the following questions. They asked if I was disciplined or terminated from a job, though the Board of Nursing admitted they were not investigating me for a job complaint. The Kansas Board of Nursing was trying to use policies from the American Nurse Association to guide how they were investigating and potentially disciplining me on social media etiquette. This is not a part of the Nurse Kansas Practice Act. They asked if any of my jobs had social media policies, which social media platforms I used, was I using social media professionally. I was asked if I was respectful on social media. They asked me what my goal was using social media. They asked if I understood how to use social media as a healthcare provider, as if my profession was a limitation on my speech. I was asked if I understood that healthcare professionals need to use a social media platform in a professional manner. I was asked if I viewed my own posts as unprofessional or disrespectful. I was asked if I engaged in cyberbullying. When I expressed to them that I was actually a victim of cyberbullying, they asked for no evidence of this. I was asked if I viewed my own posts as harassment, defamatory, or discrediting to unidentified entities. I was not given any examples of what those were. I was asked my opinion on how healthcare providers should use their social media. I was not given any examples of what I said on social media that prompted this investigation. Nowhere in the Nurse Kansas Practice Act is there a mention of social media. There are no guidelines for social media policies. It is still unclear what part of the Nurse Practice Act I violated. Many of the words used, such as social media professionally, cyberbullying, are not in the Nurse Practice Act. The statutes disclosed to me that I was being investigated for were not about social media. I was asked if I believed I was spreading misinformation. When asked to clarify, they gave me examples of vaccines and the standard of care with vaccines. There was no misinformation on my social media posts about vaccines, and I was not told of any posts specifically that led them to believe there was misinformation. I was asked if I was complying with HIPAA. No examples were given for violating HIPAA in my posts. I was asked how I feel about my nursing standard, or about the nursing standards of care. When asked to clarify the question, I was not given any clarity. During my interview, they asked my opinion on the COVID shot. I had to have them clarify if that was professionally or personally. They wanted both. These questions would have been complaints from a job, yet the Board of Nursing did not get a complaint from my job. I was asked if I had any physical or personal problems that affected my nursing practice. The Kansas Nurse Practice Act does not mention limitations on personal or physical problems an individual may have as a basis for not allowing them to be a nurse. I was asked if I ever refused to treat a patient based on religion or medical beliefs. There is nothing in the Kansas Nurse Practice Act that restricts a nurse from not taking care of a patient based on their religious or medical beliefs. I was asked how I feel about the LGBTQ population. They asked if I treated sexually abusive patients without discrimination. They asked me if I ever discriminated against a patient for their sexual orientation, race, or religion. They asked me if I treated all patients the same. They admitted they were not investigating me based on a job or patient complaint. I was asked about a volunteer group that I volunteered with outside of my work. The Kansas Nurse Practice Act does not limit what you can do in volunteer time. I was asked about where I was going to nurse practitioner school. It was not explained why they wanted to know where I went to school. Nothing was asked about the transgender population. That was the chief complaint on the letter I received from them. Nothing was asked about how I practice my care with my patients. Nothing specific was shared about what exactly I said on social media that was prompting these questions. At the end of the interview, I asked again what the complaints were about. Were they patients, family, employers? And again, the Kansas Board of Nursing stated it was only social media. On December 9th, 2024, I received a letter from the Kansas Board of Nursing that stated they decided to inactivate or close my case. However, my battle is not over. The following is a timeline of the Kansas Board of Nursing not acting in transparency and violating the Kansas Open Records Act. The Kansas Open Records request was sent to the Kansas Board of Nursing on December 2nd, 2024. On December 19th, 2024, we were informed that the Kansas Board of Nursing would need 30 days to get the evidence together. On January 7th, 2025, we received notice that the electronic documents were available, and they were charging us $358.38. On January 28, 2025, we were informed that the documents were not ready. The Kansas Board of Nursing quoted a date for January 31st, 2025. On January 31st, 2025, we were informed that the documents would not be available until February 3rd. On February 3rd, 2025, we were told that Linda Davies, who oversees CORA requests, was locked out of her email and couldn't deliver the documents. On February 4th, 2025, we finally received the documents. However, when the documents were received, which was over the 30-day time frame for CORA, out of 110 pages of evidence, the Kansas Board of Nursing redacted 85% of the document. There was no index. This was a violation of the CORA Act. The request was sent via email to have the Kansas Board of Nursing explain the redaction. There was never any response. This is another violation of CORA. We spent over $300 to get a full document. What we received was nothing. On this day that I'm standing here before you in the Capitol, I still have not received an explanation on why they redacted the document or an unredacted document. In a profession where we're supposed to be transparent, this is not transparency. I stand for any questions. Thank you for your time.
Wow, thank you, Elaine. Questions? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I'm curious, what exactly was your request? What was your open records request? What were you asking for?
Thank you, Representative Humphreys. We were asking for all of the complaints that were filed against me because, as I had told the Kansas Board of Nursing, I had been being harassed. My job was doxxed. I had thousands of people try and call my job to get me fired. In November of last year, I had to change my phone number because I was getting hundreds of calls in the span of 4 hours. I couldn't get calls from my family during that time. So if an emergency had happened, there was no way I had to change my phone number and file a police report. My house and my address was posted on the internet so people could come and harass me. People were trying to find out where my kids went to school. And this has been going on for a while. And so I wanted the complaints so that I could go and file any civil suits, or so I could go and say, stop, please leave me alone. Like, I'm not doing anything wrong by posting on social media. And I still have not received any of those documents.
Thank you. And And how did the public find out about the complaint? Because I would think that any investigation is private with the Kansas Board of Nursing. So how did the public find out?
So the, anybody can go and make a complaint to the Board of Nursing. It doesn't matter where you live. I don't have to take care of you. I could be in California. You could live in Kansas. You could not like what I say on the internet and go and submit a complaint.
I see. Okay.
And so none of these patients, as the Board of Nursing, or none of these people who complained about me, as the Board of Nursing, told me multiple times, had never been somebody I'd met in person. Why this was an investigation, I'm not entirely sure, because this has nothing to do with patient care. I was not a danger to patients because of what I posted on social media. If I was a danger, then my job would have complained to the Board of Nursing. My patients would have complained to the Board of Nursing. Family members would have complained to the Board of Nursing. And posting some words on the internet is not going to harm the public if I'm not harming patients in my practice.
Yep. And just, sorry, my last question. Your social media account was a personal account. I'm assuming it wasn't anything to do with your job or an official, it was a personal account. That
Yes.
you're posting. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Representative.
Chair.
I'm still curious how so many individuals got a hold of your name and number. You said it was posted on the website?
So I have my name on my social media. I don't know how they got my phone number. That part, I don't know how. I don't know how people found my address because that wasn't posted on social media. That wasn't posted anywhere that I know of publicly. So individuals had gone and searched for me and probably paid for some service to try and find out where I lived, to personally harass me, and these were the same individuals, because they posted later on social media that they reported me to the nursing board.
Okay. Again, we are so sorry. I'm so sorry that this has happened to you. I do think we need to get to the bottom of the 85% that was redacted that you did pay for. So that's a
Almost
waste of
$400.
Right. That's a complete waste of money and the amount of time that it took just to forward an email. So I would also be curious at what point those items that were in that 85% that was redacted, what dates were those submitted? Those complaints, do they all come in at once? I think there's a way to identify at least where the complaints came from without ever disclosing the name of the person that makes a complaint. So many questions. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just quick clarification. So you received the letter from Board of Nursing October 9, 2024. Prior to that, did you have any history of problems, issues, disciplinary actions from the Board of Nursing, or was your track record clean?
Thank you, Representative. I've never had any other complaints from the Board of Nursing before or since. I've never had any problems renewing my license. I've always been up to date on my CEUs. I've never gotten a letter like this until this point based on my social media. And I actually have valid concerns now because they can go and open this case up when I finish nurse practitioner school and apply for my APRN license. And are they going to use that to restrict me from becoming a nurse practitioner? I'm greatly concerned over that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. It looks like there are no further questions. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Next, we have Madeline Guerrera. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Madeline Guerra. I earned my CNA license just 1 month after turning 16 and have proudly worked as a certified nursing assistant for more than 2 years at a senior living facility in Sedgwick County. My grandmother was a nurse educator with a master's in nursing, and my mother has been a registered nurse since 2011. I have grown up inspired by their compassion and commitment, and I am proud to continue that legacy as a third-generation nurse. I plan to begin a nursing program in the fall of 2026. For me, nursing is more than a career goal. It's a family tradition rooted in service. With my current role as a CNA, I care for members of our elderly community, work that is fulfilling, though often challenging. I write to you today not only as a caregiver, but as a concerned future nurse and advocate for those of us on the front lines of healthcare. The nursing profession is already experiencing a severe shortage, and current projections show this crisis will only worsen in the coming years. Burnout, heavy workloads, and a lack of systemic support are pushing dedicated professionals out of the field at an alarming rate. High turnover, once occasional, is becoming a norm, and it's harming both staff morale and patient care. One of the most difficult to witness is the high turnover among nursing staff. When a team member leaves, whether a CNA, CMA, or RN, the impact is felt facility-wide, especially by the patients who rely on us for consistent and compassionate care. I want to be clear, it is not the emotional toll, the pay, or even the years of schooling that make me question my path of becoming a registered nurse. It's the fear that one small, correctable paperwork error could derail my entire career despite meeting all educational and licensing requirements and serving patients with care and integrity. In the middle of this crisis, it is imperative that we prioritize nurse retention. We cannot afford to lose any more of our essential workforce, especially not to preventable issues like clerical or timeliness errors during license renewals. While I understand the importance of maintaining professional standards, the disproportionate punishment for honest administrative mistakes is troubling. We are losing safe, competent nurses to a rigid system embraced by the Kansas State Board of Nursing, a board that fails to offer grace, guidance, and support when it comes to licensing and renewals. We must build a system that empowers caregivers who show up every day with heart, skill, and sacrifice. We need to ensure we do not lose a future nurse to a system that punishes commitment with inflexibility. Nurses deserve better, and so do patients in Kansas who depend on them. As someone who loves this work and is committed to meeting its challenges, I urge you to explore policies that support rather than punish dedicated healthcare workers. Reforming the licensing process to include reasonable grace periods, better communication, and fair review practices would go a long way in retaining the workforce our healthcare system so desperately needs. As a future nurse, I urge you to consider this. If you don't stand with nurses today, who will be there to care for your loved ones tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Great last line. Any questions for Madeline? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have any experience with the nursing board? I'm curious as to what induced you to come forward today.
So directly, I do not, but I really felt something in my heart that told me I needed to get involved with this and change something for all the future nurses. I don't want to be put in a situation like all these other nurses were put in and potentially have my license taken away because I clicked the wrong box. I don't think that's something that's fair or should even be allowed.
Thank you.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So after hearing all the previous testimony today and seeing how putative things can be, what do you think the chances of you earning your license are after coming here and testifying?
You know, I'm hoping pretty good.
Well, after we make some changes, I bet they're pretty good, but right now, I bet they're not. Thank you.
Thank you for your courage. Thank you for standing up. I think it's a very, very admirable quality. And I don't believe that there are any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Committee, you do have a couple additional pieces of, or three additional pieces of testimony that are written only. And before we close, we do have Representative Sandy Pickert. Representative, who is also an RN, and appreciate her taking time to kind of make some summary statements.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chair Williams and committee members. It's great to come before you. So I'm going to cut to the chase here. You know, I've been a nurse, a registered nurse since 1973. I was 10 when I started. And I continued my nursing career until I retired on December 31st of 2020. So I was a registered nurse in the state of Kansas for a long time, and I never had any problems with my license renewal. So, and I was oblivious to these situations you've been hearing about until March, when Amy Seipel reached out to me. Amy's a friend of mine. I've known her for about 4 years, and she told me about her situation, and then it's just snowballed. I mean, you've heard of 4 examples here, and I have many others I could share with you. It's heartbreaking to me because we need nurses in a dire way here in Kansas. As legislators, we've voted on a bill, at least one bill, since I've been in the legislature, to put monies toward scholarships and other incentives for people to go into healthcare, entry-level healthcare positions. And so it seems like we're shooting ourselves in the foot by, on the other side, taking out or potentially really messing with the careers of great nurses. So it's heartbreaking. I've gotten to know all of these conferees today that you've heard from, and so you only know half of the story. I mean, the heartbreaking things that have happened to them. So anyway, I have some suggestions that I think maybe should be considered here with these situations. Number 1, review the Kansas State Board of Nursing's policies and procedures and evaluate inconsistencies in implementation. Develop an objective investigative process algorithm that will be used for all staff to follow. Enact an exception policy to extend grace for clerical errors and contact the nurse making the error to offer the opportunity to make the online correction. Remove the penalty for minor non-clinical related computer errors for relicensing. Align penalties to be commensurate with the gravity of the error. Stop coercion to sign a consent agreement with admission of unprofessional conduct for clerical and non-clinical related errors. Remove nurses who made clinical errors resulting in unprofessional conduct labeling from the 3 databases. Remove them from the databases and offer a written apology for harm done. And lastly, restitution for nurses who suffered monetary damages as a result of a clerical error or minor infractions. So those are my suggestions. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Sandy. Great suggestions. Do you have a copy of those, or can you submit a copy to us?
They're on the last page, the last 2 pages, well, the last page of my testimony.
Oh, I see. It's in a paragraph form. Excellent.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Committee, do you have any questions? Yes. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said in all the years that you were practicing, you never had any difficulty. Had you heard other people having difficulty?
I don't really remember that. No, it was well over 50 years of nursing. You'd think that I would hear about it, but I don't think it was that common. It seems like just lately, by lately in the last, well, John Coslett, I knew him, and his was 2011, so yes. But otherwise, I really didn't know anybody that had gone through a mess like this.
With Coslett, I'm trying to think what his wife was referring to. Can someone else renew your license besides you?
No, unless they go on the website. So I thought, okay, I need to kind of refresh what the website looks like. So I did that last night because I haven't renewed my license. I'm in an inactive status, and I can't practice nursing right now legally, and I don't. So I looked at that, and when I went on, I signed on, and it had all my information. It was addressing me. It had my license number, that kind of thing. So if somebody had your login information, they could do it, but that's what it would take.
All right, so since you did it recently, was the website or your application, the questions, had things changed or were they the same that you can remember?
I think it was updated some. I remember the last time, I've been every 2 years since I retired, been renewing as an inactive nurse, inactive retired nurse, and I pay $10 fee. And so I remember the last time I did that, I had to search to try to find the right page to do that, to get it started. This time, it was real easy to find.
For someone, may I please? For someone who's been a nurse over, you said 50 years? All right.
A little bit more than that, actually.
Look, that's all right, I wouldn't say it either. So, but you know, look at that. But now we had a young person right before you that talked about the history of nursing in her family. And now she has doubts about what it is. What would you say to her if this is an area she still wants to go into?
I would encourage her. It's a really noble profession. It's hard work, and it takes its toll on you emotionally. You make a lot of sacrifices, work holidays, you know, hard night shift. I mean, there's a lot that you give up, but the rewards are worth it because you make a difference in all the lives of the people you take care of. It's a life of service, really.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for coming in and spending your time. I know it's a long ways away from where you live, and it's nice that you came in here to advocate for these great people today. We heard this morning that this doesn't happen, and that the only case that it would happen is if somebody was to continue to operate or to continue to perform even though they knew they didn't have a license, and that safety was the biggest issue, right? You've been in nursing for, what does it say, 25 years? Say, 20,
Yeah,
30?
about.
Ish, what time? Yeah. A very long time. And you've known probably really great nurses and some really bad nurses. And the nurses that are here today, in my opinion anyway, are really great nurses.
Your estimation is right.
And has it been your experience that when someone forgets to renew something or they click the wrong button on the internet, are they less safe?
No.
Because they did that?
No, they're being human.
So I don't, Madam Chair, I don't think so either. And I fear that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and that these brave women came forward to advocate for what could be hundreds of people that we have served an injustice to here. This is costing these people here, it's costing them literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can't earn money. They have attorney's fees, $450 an hour, $250 an hour, $450 an hour. It's ridiculous. Lost wages, attorney's fees. These people care for our loved ones. They're not dangerous people. I think we were lied to this morning. Safety and continuing operations were the biggest issues, and this is clearly not the case. We're supposed to be a partner to these people that are helping our loved ones. We're supposed to be a partner, and we're certainly not. We need these people back in service. We need them back in service right now. And all the other ones that they represent need to be back in service right now. And we need to make them whole. We need to make them whole, at least financially. I don't know that we can do anything for them mentally other than provide services to them.
It would do a lot mentally for them for that to happen, what you're suggesting.
What the state of Kansas is doing is unforgivable. We have a workforce development nightmare. We have a nursing shortage, and this is the message that we're sending. We see a young upcoming nurse questioning whether or not to go into the field. Is that the message we really want to send from the state of Kansas? I don't know. I've asked the chairman of appropriations before. Can we fire people? Because people have to be fired over this. There are people that are being vindictive that are doing this. We've got to do something. We've got to get these people back into service, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry that I went on a rant and rave, but I need a drink. Thank you.
And just a reminder to the audience, no applause, please. Thank you. Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Representative. I don't believe that there are any more questions. This will, yes, you. Thank you. This will conclude the testimonial portion of our special select meeting, and we're going to move on to a couple of important areas. We have heard some evidence that is of great concern. We have not received the answers back. We haven't been able to take the information and ask the questions, but that will come very soon. But until then, let's look and see how other boards manage this type of situation. And so Megan has information, and it is actually in your folder. It's called Information from Other Kansas Licensing Boards. If you'll take out the document with a little bit of green.
Good afternoon. This is information that has come to us directly from other license boards. So I'm going to just quickly read through some of the highlights of their answers to the three questions that we asked. So the first question was, how does your board notify licensees that the renewal date is upcoming? The Kansas Dental Board noted that they send a postcard and that they have the capability to send emails or other electronic push notifications to each licensee when they have a new database, and they expect that database to occur in 18 to 24 months. The BSRB states that they send courtesy emails to the email on file 90 days prior to expiration, 60 days prior, and 30 days prior. Kansas Board of Healing Arts states that licensees are notified by email that their license renewal date is approaching. They receive email notices 15 days prior to the renewal. The second one is sent 1 week before the late cycle begins, and the third one is sent the last week of the late cycle. The Kansas Board of Pharmacy states that they have an initial email notification that goes out 45 days in advance. They also send intermittent follow-up reminder emails at least once per week for all non-renewed individuals. For the second question, which was, what is the process for individuals renewing dual licenses at the same time, if applicable? Do they need to submit two separate applications? The Dental Board stated that this is not applicable to them. The BSRB stated that each permanent license is separate from all other licenses, so that licensees submit separate renewal forms and fees for each license. The Board of Healing Arts stated that dual licenses would require separate applications and could be on separate renewal cycles, and the Kansas Board of Pharmacy said that this does not apply to them. On the back side, you'll see the agency responses to the question, what is the process for individuals who inadvertently or purposefully allow their license to lapse and wish to renew? The Kansas Dental Board stated that their license is automatically canceled if the licensee fails to apply for and obtain renewal prior to March 1st of the year following the December in which the renewal application was due. They're also required to submit a fully completed application for reinstatement, pay the existing fees, and supply all required documentation. The BSRB reported that licensees must submit a request for reinstatement of their license using the appropriate form. They must answer questions about potentially practicing while their license is expired. They must demonstrate completion of sufficient continuing education hours and pay the relevant fee. Behavior analysts are slightly different, and those whose licenses have expired have to apply for licensure again. The Kansas Board of Healing Arts stated that this is handled on a case-by-case basis and dependent on several factors that include how long the license has been lapsed. Did the licensee see patients on a lapsed license? Did the licensee bring the lapse to our attention, or did they become aware of it in some other way? And then finally, the Kansas Board of Pharmacy stated that Pharmacists are eligible for late renewal up to 6 months after expiration upon payment of the late renewal fee. For technicians and interns, lapsed registrations are not renewable per statute, so they are required to reapply. I'm happy to see for any questions.
All right, committee questions for Megan, and then immediately after Megan, I'm going to change up just slightly, and I'm going to ask Adrian to come up, and we can ask these questions of Adrian directly. So yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know you kind of went into what happens if they inadvertently or purposely allow their license to lapse. But did we go into the detail to make sure that there aren't some kind of filing of misconduct on their records? I mean, it seemed like it was a little vaguer than going into that detail.
The information that I have on here is exactly what the agency sent me, so I don't have anything beyond what is in here. But if there are questions that the board has about how other agencies or fee boards are handling certain situations, then we can certainly reach out to them and ask.
I just bring that up because if we've got this problem in other agencies, I think we need to address it across government. Thank you.
I think that's a great point. I don't see anything in here that suggests that they do that. However, perhaps, Megan, if you could reach back out and ask, are there any incidences or circumstances when they would be classified as unprofessional conduct when it is just a lapse and they have all other applicable requirements, such as their continuing education, no complaints for clinical. So that's really what we're kind of looking at.
Right, and I think also like the technical professions like the engineers and the architects. Again, I think it almost sounds like maybe there is some of that happening in some of these. Maybe you didn't see it that way, but especially with the Board of the Healing Arts, you know, I was concerned that this is deeper than just this agency.
I think that's a good point. So that may mean that we look beyond just the healthcare and look at the other professions, even maybe teaching, engineering, architecture, maybe just to give us a sampling of how they handle a lapsed license and how they may or may not publicly censure those individuals and provide that back. We do have an additional day that has been approved, but we do not have a date in time set. And we'll just see how today goes to determine whether or not we need an additional date, but that would be good information. Any other questions for Megan? Yes, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not exactly a question for Megan, but I'm just going to append some more information. The insurance department, I know, sends out 3 notices prior to the license expiration. The only reason I know that is because I've heard complaints of all the mail they get. So there's certainly not that issue going on there. I don't know yet how they handle lapsed licenses, though. I'll find out.
Okay, and do you know if that, you said by mail, so it sounds like snail mail, not email?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you, Megan. And Adrian, if you would go ahead and come up for us. This will be your opportunity to ask any questions regarding the website, the process of notification, and I will just my just quick question is, I noticed that there are a lot of courtesy emails that we see from other. Does the Kansas State Board of Nursing send out any emails? We have this new technology, so I didn't know.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Adrian Guerrero. I'm the Director of Operations here at the board. I've been here for 25 years. I started out in the IT department, where you're looking at the IT department. We actually invented the online renewal process for the state of Kansas. We helped actually pass the legislation to get credit cards accepted so our citizens could pay online. Our system won the Centers for Digital Government Award that year, and it was the best of breed, and that was the last year that the state of Kansas won any sort of national award for the state IT as a whole. So that was something that we were really proud of. And as, you know, a father of 2 children that were born very early, My first experiences, I did have nurses in my family. I'm not a nurse. You don't want me taking care of you. But my first experience was really as a new father, taking care of young kids that were very premature. And it was the nurses who saved our children. And so that was very important to me. And before I took this job, I worked for what is now DCF, but it was SRS, and I worked in adult protective services. And so I worked with some of the most vulnerable people where I was learning my technology trade. I was an office assistant at the time. And I went to school and got my computer degree. And so this is what sort of fostered some of this innovation, where we try to be leaders in this space. I know what you've heard. It actually really does hurt me to hear that people have had bad experiences, because that's never the intent of our agency. In fact, my motto for our team, which is 2 people, is citizen and customer focused and technology driven. And we try to provide the best solutions that we can. We are a staff of 27 people with a size of staff that's the size of Chiefs Stadium. So if you go to Chiefs Stadium and you look around at all the seats in there, there's 75,000 seats. That's how many nurses we have. And everybody up for renewal is the size of Royal Stadium. And we have 27 FTE. By comparison, the Board of Healing Arts has 65 staff, 6 IT people, and they run our same system. We have the same technology. So we try to provide the one-on-one service, and we would love to call everybody. But that's just not possible with the size of our staff. So we have to make up our differences by utilizing technology. And so the way that we attempt to do that is we do actually have the snail mail version that is sent to everybody, a postcard that's sent 90 days in advance. We are required to send at 60, but we do it 90 because we actually want the nurses to renew. Oh, sorry. And so by utilizing that technology, as well as what's called Nurses e-Notify, which is a proactive nurse license push information, they are also pushed electronic mails as long as they have signed up for the service. We have approximately 20,000 people that have that service signed up, and there's 16,000 employers across the United States that have nurses in there that cover many of the other nurses that are not self-enrolled. So we have sent tens of thousands of emails to people reminding them that it's time for their renewal. And we do so up until the point of their expiration. We are still one of the only licensing boards that has the full suite of our licensure, which is new applications, endorsements, reinstatements, and renewals. Not many of the other boards have that option. Most just have renewals. We also have a verification site that's available 24/7 in real time that they can look up and see their license whenever they want to. We've developed a system that we call CanCheck that does push notifications for employers in Kansas. And we have, I have not checked the stats, but we have a lot of nurses that are actually in that system as well. So they can be push notified, or their employer can know when they lapse, that they can be notified that way as well. So we have all of these different services. We have electronic documents that we did. We used to have rooms twice the size of files that are now gone. They're all in the computer systems. Everything is connected and linked. And by the grace of the legislature, they have provided us some of the spark money that was talked about earlier. And we are about 2/3 of the way done with that project to upgrade our online eGov portal. Because admittedly, this system is older. I always say that it was designed and implemented before the iPhone existed. And so we're retrofitting something, a square peg into a round hole, trying to make our services just as effective as an agency that has 65 people and 37,000 licensees, and we have 27, and we got 75,000 licensees. We're trying to do that same type of service that everybody else wants to have, the end-to-end solution, so that we can't unfortunately pick up the phone and call everyone. We're still one of the only agencies that publishes every staff member's contact information, their emails, their phone numbers, in a newsletter that gets sent to every licensee. We still publish that on our website so that they can call us. It's not uncommon for me to help somebody in the middle of the night. In fact, it just happened last month. I helped somebody at 11 p.m. renew their license. Now, you know, I happened to see them and they emailed me directly, but it's, we get thousands of emails and thousands of applications. Since the time of 2009, when this particular system went live, we've done almost 500,000 different renewals. And I can assure you that we haven't talked to 500,000 people. Before I walked over, I wanted to see how many people renewed last night, because the end of the month is coming up. And last night, there was 100 and some that did it overnight. But there's 400 and some that if they don't renew their license tonight, or I guess whatever day, tomorrow, they would be lapsed at that point. And so while we would love to call everyone and say, hey, your license is due, it's just not, we just don't have enough people to do it. And this is during calendar years, holidays, during weekends. All of this happens for us. We have a social media presence that we post just basic information on there. We have our board meetings that are posted. We still have paper. We still accept it. We'll take a paper form if somebody wants to send it. We have not made the decision to move away from that because we want to make ourselves available to everyone that we possibly can. And so that's always been my philosophy in my team of 2 that try to do the best service that we can for the citizens.
All right, thank you, Adrian. We do have some questions for you. I will kick it off. You said you send a newsletter to all licensees.
Correct.
So all 77,000 licensees receive a newsletter?
It's an electronic newsletter, and their employers also get some too.
Okay, so you give them an electronic newsletter to every licensee, but you can't send an email reminding them of a renewal?
The electronic newsletter goes through a third party, and it's a vendor associated with the newsletter corporation. I forget what the new name of it is. But yes, we do actually send electronic mail if they're subscribed to the service.
Okay, seems like a disconnect with that, because if one person has a postcard that's lost in the mail, which, by the way, we all send all types of postcards, they can easily get lost, not only for a lot of reasons, then that person does not get that reminder. And if they are not employed at that time, then there's no secondary person reminding them that they need to renew. So I think that's tough that you're an office of 2, but at the same time, people's lives are really in jeopardy if the U.S. Post Office doesn't fully able to deliver that postcard, or if it gets lost. So, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. So given the testimony you've heard, do you admit that there are mistakes that were made and that they need to be corrected?
I'm not sure I'm in the position to make that sort of a determination for the board. I don't have any jurisdiction over the discipline and investigations. I'm sorry.
Okay. So is there going to be somebody at some point in time that does have accountability here?
We are going to have a question and answer coming up after we go over consent agreements. And so we will have an opportunity to ask questions. And at the end of today's meeting, if time allows, we will also have an opportunity to at least put forth recommendations. They won't be recommendations that we vote on. There'll be just a list of recommendations, and then we'll have to determine how those move forward. Okay. We have Representative Waymaster, then Representative Hoy, and then Representative Ballot.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So when the chairperson asked about sending out an email, you had said about renewing their license. I believe you had said that they subscribe to the service.
Yes, there's
what subscription is required?
Okay, I'm sorry, it is a free subscription. It's not, it's just basically attesting that you agree to use the service. We are part of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, which is a 501c3 organization that acts and consults on behalf of boards of nursing across the United States. Every nurse is required to take an exam called the NCLEX, and essentially they administer the NCLEX. They also help with the Nurse Licensure Compact, and so it's state-to-state mobility. The easiest way to think about it is, and you guys are probably very familiar with compacts, but it's mutual license recognition. So nurses that come from Missouri, for example, if they have a Missouri multi-state as an RN and want to come provide care in the Kansas side of the border, they can just come right in. They don't even have to do business with us. But the APRN is not part of a compact yet. And so they're working towards it. It's something that's in the works. But in order to be a part of what we call the NLC, you have to be part of a system that's called nurses. And it's not nurses as in nurses, it's nurses, concatenated. And so this is a coordinated licensure information system that tracks all licensure within the parameters of the system and any disciplinary data that's associated with it. And I would probably defer how the legal part works to the appropriate team back behind me. But from a licensure perspective, which is what I also help oversee, essentially we can check this database and see if there's any sort of issues with a nurse that wants to maybe become living in Kansas, for example. If they move across the street from Missouri into Kansas, then they have to get a Kansas multi-state. It's like a driver's license. And so by being part of that system, they have an obligation to opt in, essentially getting these reminder notices. Now, I have tried to ask the organization to automatically do it, and from what I'm being told, that some states don't allow the use of email for whatever versions, or you have to attest, which there's 50-some different states, because some states have 2 boards of nursing. And so they can't just automatically opt in our population. So what we want to do with this new system that we're trying to integrate is to build an API to connect to the nurses system so that it's all in one. So as they're going through the renewal process, they can opt in and do this legal attestment to be into that system so that we can cover more than the 20-some thousand that we have right now. And so the reason that becomes important is because if a nurse, an RN in Kansas, has an APRN, the licenses have to be separated. I know we've heard some testimony about licenses not renewing jointly. And so for about 10 years, we did it that way. And because you had to have an RN license in Kansas in order to have an APRN license in Kansas. So we would bundle those in a cart, and they would be renewed, just as normal. But when we join the Nurse Licensure Compact, we have to allow a nurse from Missouri, from Oklahoma, all these places around us, they can keep that license, but we can only issue one license. And they don't have a right, essentially, to get a single state RN in Kansas unless there's some sort of an issue. And so we had to break those apart, unfortunately, in order for the license to be renewed.
Is there some legal reason why they'd have to opt in? If they would have, on the initial application for a license, and if they provide an email address, is that not just sufficient enough just to have that sent out? Because I'll be quite honest. I have to renew our licenses or brands or whatever the case may be, and they all vary, and I forget. But I get an email that tells me you have 60 days to renew your drilling permit. And right then and there, I go ahead, I log on to the KCC, and I do it. The same with our brand, the same with our deer permit, the same with our dock. We receive an email on all of those. And it's just much more sufficient when you get alerted that your license is coming up, as some of the stories that we heard, especially from Amy. She had a situation that she was dealing with her husband, and I'm sorry, you're going to forget that your license is coming up, or you're going to miss a little postcard that comes in the mail, or you're going to miss possibly even an email. But in today's world, I think it'd be easier to set up some type of catalyst that would email you at 60, at 30, and at 15 days prior to the expiration of the license. The other question I have, and I mean, this was a system that was made in the 80s when I worked in customer service. And you had mentioned that there's just no way to call everybody that is going to be coming up for renewal. But we had a dialer that you could have an automatic message that as long as we have a valid telephone number, that electronic dialer can pull that information from the software and make a call and just leave an automatic message. So it can be done. It has been done. The private sector does it. I think it's stuff that we need to start thinking about. We need to start thinking about customer service. Because as Representative Tarwater mentioned, I mean, these positions are critical to the people of the state of Kansas. And we've got to make sure, and I think we have, you know, at least 3 that we heard from today that were, from the testimony that we got, excellent nurses. And now they cannot service the individuals in the state of Kansas. So, I mean, there are ways to do things as far as making calls to notifications and alerting people when their renewals are coming due.
Can I comment? Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you for that comment, Representative, and I couldn't agree more. I do think in today's society that, you know, we're very busy people, even myself, you know, I've got kids doing things too. And so life gets away from you and you tend to forget things. And although we do send it and we tell everybody, you know, you need to be, remember, there are ways to do it, but we do have to partner with OITS, who provides the telephone system to us. I'm not able to get any sort of analytics out of our phone systems in Kansas. In fact, one of the biggest hurdles during the COVID situation was that we had no access to phones. And so evidently there's going to be some changes to the soft phones, which is a phone on your computer. But as of today, it's sporadic at best, unless I give cell phones to all of our people. And so that's just not possible, really. And so there's that limitation. So I can't go out and procure a phone system, nor would I want to, honestly. But I do think enhanced functionality like that was sort of promised to us a long time ago when we got these new systems, the Cisco phone systems that are probably on the desks in here. We were sort of promised. We saw the Office of the Future at the time is what they called it, and they showed us video conferencing and phones and heuristics and everything else that we were going to get access to so that I can just do basic customer service on the people who call in. And I have zero. I have nothing. And I've asked for it multiple times, and we just get nowhere with it. Now, OITS, they're dealing with stuff too. You know, I mean, they're dealing with staff shortages and all of that. But we only are appropriated for the Board of Nursing, and so we take the money, and it's not $3 million. It's not $3 million for the IT system. That's not how much we've spent on it. In fact, the enhancement's only, it's like $400,000. So, you know, we try our best with the technology that we have, and I agree that we could do better, and we try to when it's brought forth to us. And we have a strategic plan. I have a 3-year IT plan where I visionary out ideas for the agency. I will say information security has become a huge thing for us because everybody's going after hospitals, everybody's going after governmental institutions. We don't have a dedicated information security officer on staff. We share one with the Kansas Information Security Office, and they are wonderful. Last year alone, I can tell you this because I'm going through a cybersecurity audit right now, I personally spent 637 hours working on information security. So that's 637 hours of my time that I'm focusing on protecting the networks, building policies, doing all these things that's associated with security to make sure that our services stay functional, because in my worst case scenario is we don't have anything running. And so we're building contingency plans, building continuity of operation plans, disaster recovery plans, incident response plans. We've got a data center in the bottom of a cave next to the U.S. Archives in Lenexa, Kansas, and we have another one in a fortified bunker in Oklahoma. where we're backing up information, making sure that this information is always available so these services run nonstop. Like I said, you've only got a couple IT people here, total, to run a 24/7, 365-day shop.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. We do have 3 more representatives who would like to ask you questions, but I would note that, and we can provide this document to you, where we have over $3 million of expenditures for contractual and capital outlay services related to computers and software. I don't want to get into the specifics. They're all laid out here. It's not an argument. This does not include salaries and wages, doesn't include your position. If there's something else that needs to be done, then I think it's incumbent upon you, the chief operating officer that's overseeing this, to let us know. If it's not working, we don't know unless you tell us. And so this is the first that I'm hearing that all the money that we have been spending annually isn't really providing the services that we want it to provide. So what do we need? The only other thing I would encourage of you is that we understand that there's difficulties, challenges. We're not really looking for any excuses. I'm sure we could find them, and I'm sure they're legitimate. What we're looking for are solutions moving forward. And the other thing I think we're looking for, if there are problems, we only have that you mentioned, then I think that needs to be communicated with those that are investigating our nurses, so they are not penalized for the issues that you say exist or may exist. That's the point. And if you can communicate that with them and say, look, we only send out 1 postcard, maybe we should be, maybe we should think of other ways. That's a solution. Right now, I'm not hearing that from you, and I'm only hearing excuses. So I want you to just think about it. And we have 3 other representatives that would like to ask you questions. Representative Hoyt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, did you say there were approximately 20,000 that have opted in for email
Yes, it's
notifications?
on page, I can tell you, it's out of our testimony. Page 16.
Thank you. And then I actually am confused. The people who have opted into this do or do not get an email notifying them that they need to renew?
They do.
They do. So we are giving email notifications. And then is there a way that, and it sounds like you are going to have a place to mark that you want to opt in eventually on the renewal process. Right. Is there anything else that we can do through newsletter or to get the word out to be sure to opt into that?
Actually, yes, we do put it in every newsletter. We take it out to presentations and provide it to nurses. We put it on our social media. It was a bottom footer. Actually, it is the bottom footer of everybody's email. It's on there as well, so anybody that interacts with us will see a bottom footer that says subscribe to Nurses e-Notify and the logistics around that. So that is one of the solutions we're trying to do. We did bring forth recommendations to create a database to help us track some new information so our discipline cases and those sorts of things could be reported. And that's what we're working on. That's what we just brought forth a couple fiscal years ago. We also did some changes in the infrastructure itself, the real boring stuff, the moving the servers and the databases and that sort of thing, so that we could be ready to provide more enhanced functionality in the future, which is, it's good to hear that the legislature is open to any new suggestions, and we will definitely be bringing you some this next year because we do have some ideas.
Representative Ballard, then Carpenter, and then Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Carpenter had asked you a question, and you said literally you weren't, I guess, at liberty to respond, or you didn't have an opinion or whatever. But what mine is, other than sending reminders, do you have anything to do with a renewal where there's been unprofessional conduct, or you haven't renewed your license continually over several, I mean, you're always late. I mean, in other words, a person who's not doing what they're supposed to be, have a history of unprofessional conduct. Do you have any input on that at all?
Me personally?
Your office.
Oh, I wouldn't say the IT office has any input in on that.
Okay, so if there's you're late and there's a penalty, or you're delinquent or paying a fine, you don't have any input on those individuals at all?
Not unless they were to ask us for some sort of information. Sometimes they'll ask for, we partner with Tyler Technologies for the Can Pay solution. We don't run our own credit card thing, so if there's some question about a payment or something, we'll go to that system and pull it for them.
Okay, so then that comes to the special body or just the nursing association that takes that action, and then they have a board or somebody else that takes action against members?
No, we just do the licensure of the nurses part. We don't deal with like any
You don't deal with
organizations or
any of
anything.
that? Okay, but then I'm gonna follow up again. Do you think a member, because they either didn't receive your card or they didn't get a reminder, or they'd have to be very lucky that that particular day that their renewal went through, that they had somebody call them, they would have to be lucky to have somebody that took the time to call to remind them, then should they be penalized for an error?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to make that decision as the IT person.
Well, I'm trying to think of another way I could word it. Okay, so I'll leave that one alone. But I just wanted to make sure that you, other than just sending reminders or whatever, you don't have any other role as far as members renewing their applications.
I mean, the licensure department falls under my purview, but it's not, we have a licensing supervisor that manages the day-to-day operations, but the functionality that I do is licensure. I'm also the human resources person. I'm also the facilities person, so anything that happens in the facility goes through me. I do all the procurements and buying things,
Okay.
from pencils to pens to paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Representative, you can ask that question later of a board member or an executive officer. So basically, in response to the question that was just asked, we read consent agreements in which there was a notation from the investigator of an error submitting an application. They would only know that if A, the individual said, I made this error, and B, they had to verify it. So they will come to you and verify. Is that correct? Otherwise, I'm not sure how they know.
Depends on the situation. I mean, if it's like what scenario would that be? Like if they didn't renew?
The renewal in which an individual hit the RN button twice, paid twice, in order to verify that, they would need to come to you, or would they be able to go to the software
They
system?
could go to the software and see, but sometimes they do come to us and ask us questions. But yes, you can look at the software.
Well, the software can do something. That's good. All right. Representative Carpenter, and then
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you being here again, but now I'm hearing you blame it on technology or lack of technology. It rings kind of hollow to me about these issues. If you know that your technology is not sufficient, it seems like you would take a little bit of extra care to make sure that these kind of mistakes were made or weren't made. So what do you have to say to that?
That's why we brought forth a proposal to upgrade the licensing system a couple of years ago and got the Spark money funding so that any sort of issues pertaining to the software itself. I will say that, the vast majority by far, we never even hear from. Like I said, there was 100 and some last night that renewed their license. We didn't hear from any of those folks. And they just went through the licensure as it was. But if you're speaking in particular to if somebody didn't renew their license, it could be a various amount of different reasons of why they may not have renewed their license. Either they're retiring, or they've moved, or maybe they hold a multi-state in one of the other states and no longer required to even have to do necessarily business with us. So it could be any number of things.
But that isn't the testimony that we just heard. We didn't hear about
Sorry.
retiring folks or anything like that. We heard about people just missing their deadlines and stuff like that. So are you blaming that on the fact that we did not appropriate the amount of money that you needed for your technology upgrade?
Well, we're right in the middle of it. Actually, we're 2/3 of the way done. We're getting close. I mean, we have a new interfaces we've been testing weekly. We meet 3 or 4 times a week with the vendor.
So in the future with this technology upgrade, you won't have any of these mistakes or anything like that?
I won't say that we won't ever have any mistakes. It's hard to necessarily predict what can happen when you're dealing with, 75,000 people. But for the most part, it should help clear some of it up.
I would beg to differ that the people that these lives have been affected by this don't think it's quite that.
Representative Humphreys, then Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm kind of responding to that too, but my question, okay, you said you designed the system.
I did not design
I
it.
thought that's what you said, like your opening comment was that.
From the beginning, this is before this
Yeah.
particular system we were on. Yes, we did. It was it was a COT
So
system.
you're very familiar with everything. And so my question though is, and maybe this is part of the upgrade, but maybe you can tell us, that when someone double clicks on RN, they don't get an error message that says, oh, you've already renewed your RN. Because I know, when I try to pay something and I don't put in my security code, it doesn't let me go forward. Or, all the time I get a little red error message. Does that ever happen in your system?
Data
if someone makes an
validation.
error?
Yeah, there's some data validation that occurs on like some of the questions that they answer if they,
But if they
don't fill
if
in a
they-
box or
if they-
something.
If they renewed 2 or 3 or 4 times, it's not going to tell them that they've already renewed.
It can add multiple items into what's called a shopping cart, but they are provided with a screen that shows that those are on there, and they have the opportunity to remove those at those time if they don't want to renew them.
Okay. So I'm going to take a little different take. I think nurses are adults and wonderful, and we don't always need to remind people necessarily 90 and 60 and 30 days. I'm okay if people put it on their calendar and they have to remember to do it. I do think the renewal dates are confusing. It's their birth date month, and is it even or odd? And so could that be somehow remedied so it's easier for people to remember when they need to renew? But then my other question is, rather than send a slew of reminders, could it be possible to send you didn't renew on the last day of the last month when you were supposed to, you have 30 days to get this done? Could it be possible to send a reminder about a grace period instead of a reminder to get it done? Could that be a possibility?
Anything's possible with enough time and money and people to do it. And if the legislature determines that that's what you want to do, then we would take it forth and make that happen. But please think through all the different scenarios that might occur if you do that. There are other states that rely on our nurses as well, just as we rely on them, and whether or not that could be opening up some sort of an issue.
But
with the
isn't it an issue when someone forgets to renew?
It is.
And
It
so,
depends on the scenario. but
maybe for a few weeks or a few months, if someone forgets, then that's an issue in the same way, and it might be helpful to remind them that their date is up.
That's precisely what we want to do with our new system. Those are some new functionality that we would have available to us that we didn't have back in 2009.
Okay, it just seems like we could do things that would be helpful rather than punitive to folks that make clerical errors. So whatever you can do as far as that, that's what we would encourage you to do.
All right, committee, we're going to take one more question for Adrian, and then we're going to move on to consent agreements. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here. I think you did a good job presenting and talking about the system, and I think I'm hearing what you're saying is that the system you have now sucks, but you're trying to make it work the best you can with the assets we've given you. You're in the process of upgrading. Hopefully, that'll be a solution to some of this. But I know this system doesn't, but will the new system make any kind of judgments? Will it be able to waive, I wrote something down here. Your system does not make disciplinary decisions, does it?
No.
Okay. So the system is not the problem. I mean, the system is maybe not the best in the world, and we may not have the capabilities to remind people. We may not, I have no idea why, have the capabilities of sending out a mailer to everybody that, to the maybe 400 people a month that don't renew on time in the last day. That I don't know how my campaign does that every day during mail ballots. I mean, it's not that hard to do. It's a spreadsheet. It's a mail merge. It's not on you, though. That's not your system. That's not your job. It's the people standing behind you that need to wake up and be able to do that. So I guess my point is, I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate you're taking heat for this. I don't think that you're the problem. I think that you can help with the solution. But the bottom line is, this is the people that are making the disciplinary decisions are dead wrong. And that's what we need to fix. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Adrian. We're going to need to move on because of time. If we have any other questions, we'll make sure we provide those to you.
Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, committee, we're going to move on to the consent agreements, and Jenna is going to provide an overview of those consent agreements. We actually have some sample copies of consent agreements. As you may have already heard while they're passing these out, you can go on the Kansas State Board of Nursing website. You can go to a database that will actually have thousands of names of individuals that have been disciplined for all variety of reasons, and you can actually download and print off consent agreements, and which is what we have done on one of these. We literally grabbed one and put it on here as example. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Jenna.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will just continue on that. If you go into the Kansas State Board of Nursing website, the tab you click would be legal, and then under that, it's a discipline case list. That comes up with an Excel spreadsheet, and I saw 2,444 entries of discipline going all the way back to 1980 on that list, and they contain things such as consent decrees as well as other orders. That would be final orders, revoking a license, suspending a license, censure, et cetera. This first page just contains the statutory authority for consent agreements, and the first of those is in KSA 651120, which is on page 11 of this morning's packet, and it allows the board to deny, revoke, limit, or suspend any license or authorization to practice nursing as the different types of nurse issued by the board, or can require continuing education, or may publicly or privately censure a licensee if they are found after a hearing, and then that statute goes on to list the different acts that could be, that a licensee could be disciplined for. On page 4 of this morning's packet, this is a section from KSA 741110, and it permits the assessment of a civil fine against a licensee after proper notice and an opportunity to be heard for a violation of a law or rule and regulation applicable to the practice for which such person has been granted that license. And then that fine is allowed to be up to $1,000 for a first violation, and then $2,000 for a second violation, and $3,000 for a third or subsequent violation. And then in the Administrative Procedure Act, this would be page 24 of this morning's packet, KSA 77504 allows a person to waive any right conferred upon that person by this act. And then on 77505, CAPA permits informal settlements and alternative dispute resolutions. And then the next page is the agreed order and revocation of reinstatement from John Coslett, who we heard in testimony from his widow earlier today. And you'll notice that this is different from the next consent order from Amy Sipple. And this consent order generally goes over the date, the findings of fact, which sets out jurisdiction over the applicant, and then the sort of the findings of fact related to the violation that occurred, and then the statutory authority citing of the unprofessional conduct. On this would be the second to last page of that agreed order, number 13. sets out that the applicant waives their right to a hearing and chooses to go forward with revocation and reinstatement. And then 14, the applicant consents to revocation and reinstatement of the license. And then the next page has the signatures of the presiding officer as well as the Mr. Kozlet, his attorney, and then the assistant AG for the Board of Nursing. The next page would be the consent agreement and final order. Oh, sorry, it's not from Amy, it's from Anna Ahrens, excuse me, my apologies. And this sets out the consent agreement and final order. The first part is the findings of fact that the board has made. And the first sets out jurisdiction that the applicant applied to have the nurse practitioner license reinstated. And then number 2, the applicant understands that they could be represented by an attorney. Number 3 sets out the authority of the board to renew licenses or discipline, suspend, limit, or revoke a license. And then number 4 sets out pursuant to 651120A, and that's the authority for disciplinary practices. And then number 5 of that order defines unprofessional conduct as practicing without a license or while the license has lapsed. Number 6 of this agreement sets forth that the board's investigating committee chairperson found grounds to believe that the applicant violated the Nurse Practice Act, and that would be the first step of that administrative process. Number 7 sets out the board's authority to assess a civil fine. And then number 8 sets out the rights under the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, and that the applicant is waiving those rights and voluntarily entering into this agreement and order. And then there's the section that sets out agreed findings of fact that the applicant stipulated to the violation or the failure to renew the license. The licensure. Number 12 sets out the violation, citing to the Kansas statute and the administrative regulation about practicing without a license. And then the disposition is just what happens in the end, which was the fine and the nurse practitioner license being reinstated. And then if we can skip down a few, number 18 sets out that the board would inactivate the case once the applicant satisfies this agreement. So some agreements would have further penalties or other things that an applicant would have to do. Number 19 requires that the applicant in order is a discipline and must be reported on future renewal or reinstatement applications. Number 20 again states that upon successful completions, the case would be inactivated. And then number 21 is where the applicant acknowledges there would be bound by the terms and it constitutes the entire agreement and may not be modified except in writing that's approved by the parties. And the last page just has the signatures, and then, or the second to last page is the signatures, and final page is the certificate of service, which would be how everyone gets a copy of it. And I'll be happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Jenna. Okay, we're going to first just take questions on the consent agreement in general, not necessarily any of the specifics that you're looking at. We do have another consent agreement that we'll pass out here in a few minutes, but just this is your opportunity to ask a legal question about consent agreement. Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your knowledge, is there any requirement in any of our compacts or any national organizations that require that if you're late getting your renewal, that it's an act of professional misconduct?
I would have to double check the nurse compact, but it does, the nurse compact would require, if you have professional discipline, that you share that information with those other boards, if that makes sense. So I don't think it defines unprofessional conduct in that way, but if there is discipline from the board, it would have to be available to the other states in the compact.
Because that's what seems like the root of the problem right here is their rules and regs that are established by their board internally says that not renewing on time is an act of professional misconduct. And because of the other issues on that, it looks like it's a big deal when it's a clerical error. And I really want to know if this is something that's been decided internally or if there's some kind of weird national accreditation group that's making this problem.
So I can tell you that there was a Supreme Court case about this in 1975 about a failure to renew a licensure, and it was not found to be unprofessional conduct. And then in 1982, it was added in the regulations as a definition of unprofessional conduct.
Jenna, can you provide that in an email to our committee later?
Yes, I would have to look them up again, but it was just in my research ahead of this.
It was just in your brain, I bet. Just, okay. We do have some more questions. Yes, sorry, Representative Francis.
Wait, I just want to make sure I understood what you said. In 1975, the Supreme Court of Kansas or the U.S.?
Oh, Kansas, yes.
Said that failure to renew on time was not professional misconduct, and yet in 1982, we added it to our rules and regs?
Yes. So it was not in the statute that failure to renew the license was not in the definition of unprofessional conduct. Now, the board is allowed to adopt rules and regulations defining what is unprofessional conduct. So many years later, it was added.
But the good news is that the legislature can actually pass legislation that will trump rules and regulations, and that is something that we can consider for recommendations. Our committee will not do that. We would pass it on to the other chairs within this committee to consider in the 2026 legislature. Representative Awerkamp.
Good job. All right, thanks, Madam Chair. Hi, Jenna. A couple questions. Hi. Okay, so, and I didn't hear clearly or didn't remember how something was answered earlier today, but I did hear a few of the people testifying say that there were nurses who did renew late and they were not penalized. And then there are nurses who renew late and are penalized. And so looking at, I guess, the packet, I guess two things. One, the statute. The statute says unprofessional conduct. Any of the following shall constitute unprofessional conduct. So the word shall, and I'm not an attorney. And then you have, where is it, W, practicing without a license or while the license has lapsed. It seems rigid without any opportunity to make reasonable distinctions of intention.
Yes.
So I guess that's one question. The other one is just in the packet from the Board of Nursing on page 14, there's a question of the 100 nurses found to be practicing without a current license in 2024, how many were reinstated without the professional conduct notation? And there's two lengthy paragraphs of an answer, but they never answered the question. So can you go into the statute a little bit and explain maybe the flexibility that the Board of Nursing would have on making the distinction on when they punish and when they don't?
Okay, I'll answer your question as best as the statute allows. So that would be just on the statutory consent for consent agreements on page 11, 651120, just says the board may, and then deny, revoke, limit, or suspend any license or authorization. So the board is given discretion after a finding of unprofessional conduct, what they do with that. So just because something qualifies as unprofessional conduct does not mean that a licensee has to be disciplined for it. The statute gives them, the board may discipline the person for a violation.
Okay, and may not be able to answer this, but does the board have to give an explanation on why they chose to discipline and why they chose to not discipline?
There's no statutory requirement for that other than a finding of reasonable cause or reasonable suspicion, something like that, that the statute or reg has been violated.
Okay, so it's pretty much completely in their hands to make a distinction of, hey, this was intentional neglect, this was intentional abuse of the position, or they can also make the decision, no, this is obviously not intentional.
They would have the discretion to discipline or not discipline for whatever reason. If there's a violation of the statute, they can choose to discipline or not discipline us and not discipline for any reason that they see
So the
fit.
statute does not bind them. They have the flexibility.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much, Jenna. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, and Representative Awerkamp, we will ask the board as well as the executive director about that question that they did not answer. That's a very important question. We'll come back to that, the one that you mentioned. I do have a question real quick. So in terms of the consent agreements, I was doing a search in the rules and regulations for consent agreement or agreement. I found no hits for consent agreement. Did I miss that?
Yeah, that term is not used, a consent agreement.
Is there something, a synonym that I might have missed in the search?
Under my interpretation of the statutes, I would call it an informal settlement or alternative dispute resolution, which are found in CAPA.
Okay. All right. And in that case, does consent agreements disclose the following? I've looked at a handful of them, not many, but a handful. Do they disclose that they will be publicly added to disciplinary databases under, for example, unprofessional conduct? Because at least 3 databases and a newsletter would be the minimum. Do they disclose that?
The ones that I've seen, or at least the recent ones, would say that they may be, will be reported as required by state and federal law.
Are there any state laws that would require those to be reported?
I would have to double check that statute and get back to you because I don't recall
what
offhand. I mean, it allows for, they may be required to, or they may publicly censure a licensee. So I think it gives the discretion to publicly censure someone to publish that, but I don't believe the Kansas statute requires it. But if I recall this morning, there was federal requirements for that.
And so I am definitely not asking of you, but for the executive director, I would absolutely want to see the citations of any federal requirements or state requirements that would make those automatically be public, because that is one concern, is that it's not, I have not seen that in those consent agreements, that is disclosed to those individuals. It was disclosed to Anna per her attorney, but I didn't see it in the consent agreement. Does it disclose that malpractice insurance may be significantly increased or dropped by signing the agreement?
I have not seen that.
I have not seen that either. Does it disclose that there may be financial repercussions in terms of patients not being able to use or file insurance claims? Does that, have you seen any that?
I have not seen that.
And there's no requirement. And is there any disclosure that you can see where there is a relayance, or it's relayed to those individuals that there's an assumption of guilt by signing? Or anything of the contrary?
So in the agreed findings of fact, I mean, at least in this one, or the violation, I mean, number 12 on this one for Anna, applicant stipulates to the following violation of the Nurse Practice Act. So, I mean, a stipulation would be, a legal affirmance that you violated the statute.
Okay, so in reality, it's not just like signing, when you have a traffic violation, you sign your ticket. You may or may not agree. You may go to court and say, no, I really wasn't driving 70 miles per hour, but I'm signing this to agree that I'm receiving this. I just didn't know, when they're signing this, what are they understanding? I guess I didn't know if there was anything legal that you saw in the consent that would tell them that they agree with those stipulations.
Yeah,
Is that how that's written, so that they are actually affirming, I agree with this?
It's been a while since I've gotten a ticket, but I think that there's 2 boxes you can check, one that says I agree or one that says no contest.
Okay, well, we won't go into all of those. We can talk about that later. There is one other consent agreement I'd like to be passed out, if you would pass that out. About this one and why we're passing it out? Are you want me to?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do it.
Okay.
right, committee, since you are getting this consent agreement for the first time, this one was actually taken off of the website, and Vice Chair Lewis will walk you through some of the things that we identified in this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding that the chairwoman was just looking for a consent agreement sample and ran across this one. There's no reason particularly that she was looking for the applicant here, and I won't name the applicant. It's not relevant. But what we found to be, I would say, troubling, I was going to say interesting, but it's actually quite troubling, is if you look at the second page of the consent agreement under the agreed findings of fact, what it says, and I'll read this, is paragraph 13. Applicant stipulates to the following facts. On or about February 1, 2025, so very recently, applicant's Kansas nursing multi-state nursing license expired. B, on or about February 7, 2025, applicant applied for a Kansas multi-state nursing license. So that would be 6 days after the expiration of his or her license. And then 7 days later, on or about February 14, 2025, applicant stated in an email, I'm actively working in an administrative capacity until my license is active. So those are the stipulated facts. And then you turn the page, and they're finding that he's guilty of practicing without a license, while his license is lapsed, unprofessional conduct, he's disciplined with a fine, he has to complete continuing legal education, or excuse me, continuing education, so forth and so on. So from the stipulated facts, what I'm, and this is an inference I'm drawing, but it seems to be clear, this person, this applicant, expiration on February 1st, he or she realized it, applied 6 days later, and then I'm assuming that for some reason, this applicant probably assumed that if he or she were doing administrative duties, that wouldn't constitute practicing nursing, which, you know, not being involved in this area of the law and not being involved in this, I think that's something that would be reasonable. But it also seems to be that then the nursing board said, nope, you were wrong, you guessed wrong, you admitted to us that you were doing something administratively, and therefore we're going to pop you with all of these fines and sanctions. I guess the bottom line is, for me, and I think for the chairwoman, it's just not fair. And we've heard today that the nursing board has a lot of discretion. The nursing board, even if it were to find a violation, has the discretion not to sanction someone. And we've also heard from the IT person that the IT, he admits, is not, you know, the best in the world, not his fault, whose ever fault. But you'd think that in light of those deficiencies, that the nursing board would take that into account in exercising its discretion in deciding whether, if there's a technical violation, that should, you know, lead to a sanction. So this is, I think, although we don't have the testimony of the nursing applicant licensee here, but from the you know, the four corners of this agreement, we have a very recent instance where it just appears again that they're not being fair in the administration of the licensing applicant of the process. And then I would just finally point out, which I pointed out earlier, but without reference to the actual consent agreements, the last page of the agreement, and this is true of all the agreements, it says, paragraph 22 here, by signing this agreement and order, applicant acknowledges applicant has read and understands the entire agreement and agrees to be bound by its terms. This agreement and order constitute the entire agreement of the parties and may not be modified except in writing and approved by all parties. What I focus on is the last part. It may not be modified except in writing and approved by all the parties. So the consent agreement themselves acknowledge that these agreements can be modified by all parties. And I would urge the nursing board to take that into account and to review these situations where unfairness has been done and rescind the agreements and make things right. They have that authority under the consent agreement that they've drafted.
All right, thank you for that summary. I do appreciate that. Are there any specific questions about consent agreements? Representative Avercamp.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's not really on consent agreement, but may I ask a question of the revisers?
Yes.
Sorry, Janet. So looking at so what the board's flexibility is in statute, are they currently allowed to maybe charge a late fee? Let's take, for instance, this consent agreement we just saw. The individual was late, he recognized it. So could the board make a distinction and say, obviously there's no malintent, right? It's just fine, give them a late fee, but don't go through the whole unprofessional conduct. Trying not to say something. Anyway, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Representative. So the board, as far as fees go, can only collect fees in KSAs that are permitted by KSA 651118, and there's not a late license fee that is permitted. However, the board is allowed to issue fines for violations of rules and regulations. So what they're currently doing is having a fine for the violation of the act instead of a late renewal fee, if that makes sense.
Can they issue a fine without convicting them of unprofessional conduct?
I'm going to have to check on this statute. I know that it's in there. It's an admission. Yeah, so in order to issue fine, as far as a consent decree goes, I mean, both parties would have to agree that there was a violation of the act. It might not have to be unprofessional conduct. It could be for something else, but there would have to be a basis for that fine, a violation of either a statute or regulation to issue a fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand the flexibility of the Board of Nursing. If they do need to charge a late fee, can they do that without going through the unprofessional conduct routine that seems to cause a lot of problems? Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we'll have to dive further into that, but looking at other licensing boards, they absolutely do that. They allow, they even incentivize individuals that are delayed because they want them to be practicing. So I definitely think they can, but is there something in their rules and regs that prohibits that? We'll have to look into it. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification on 19 and 20. The board will inactivate this case file until you sign it. This agreement does not prohibit the agency from taking disciplinary action against applicant's license for any additional or cumulative violation. Maybe that answered my question. Look at 20. This agreement and orders of discipline must be reported in any future renewal or reinstatement applications. So that means from here on out, you haven't given them a 1 year, or 2 year, or 3 year period. You're saying basically forever it must be reported. Is this what it's saying?
Yes, so it would be an indefinite, I'm just thinking for for the attorney licensure, it says, do you have any disciplinary conduct? And then you'd have to answer and explain. So I'm imagining it's a similar
So when
box.
it goes, agreement order must be disclosed via request for records or for information. So in other words, they have to always, when they renew it, they have to check all the boxes.
For a licensure renewal, yes.
And then 21, after successful completion of all the conditions and requirements of this agreement, the agreement in order will be satisfied and the case will be inactivated. If the case is inactivated, why is there not a time limit that they have to continue reporting this?
So the inactive versus active is just the administrative hearing sort of language to where this case can't be reopened and investigated further without consent. So there's no more action by the board that will be taken on it.
That doesn't make sense. Thank you.
And Megan, on the follow-up question with Representative Avercamp, so on the School of Pharmacy, it says that pharmacists are eligible for late renewal up to 6 months after expiration upon payment of the late renewal fee. So I think that the question that I would have, I would think that most pharmacists that want renewal are actually working as pharmacists. So I think that's the question that I'm looking for. And yes, okay. Any other questions here? Great. We are going to just plow on ahead. Committee, I want you to look at the next item on our agenda, question and answer session with Kansas State Board of Nursing representatives. So we have our, the attorney from the Attorney General's. We have the Carol Moreland here as well as Andrea Watson. So I'd like you to go ahead and get your questions ready. Those questions that we do not get to, we will absolutely find a way to get those answers to you. I do have 2 quick kickoff questions, one for our attorney and one for Carol, and then I'll open it up for everyone to ask your questions. For the attorney, for Rachel, thank you. There was testimony today that said that there are approximately 10 consent agreements written per week. My question to you is how many total consent agreements are written first annually, and is that accurate to say per week?
Okay, so I will say I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if the number of consent agreements was provided on that attachment B. I can only speak from my own experience. There are other attorneys within the agency representing the board as disciplinary counsel. I don't find within my own experience that I am commonly issuing 10 consent agreements or offering 10 consent agreements in final order within a week. That's not my own experience.
How many are you?
It really depends the cases. Our cases range. I know today a lot of cases is presented regarding unlicensed practice. I will, again, only speak for myself. I infrequently work unlicensed practice cases because we do try to prioritize matters. And so it really depends a case on whether a consent agreement in final order would need to be offered or even an option. It's kind of an assessment on if it would, if we think that it could conclude the case as a timely manner. I'm sorry, I don't have a direct answer. It's not trying to, it depends the week. I will say, like, I could do maybe, I think 10 would be hard for me to personally to do in a week because we independently review every case and I look at all the evidence and some of our files can be lengthy.
Okay, no worries. So in this time of questions, Susan and Megan, would you both, or Leanne, whoever, make a list of all the questions we're asking? Because this question here, I would like a response. I'd like to know the total number of consent agreements that are written annually. We can certainly, I think annually would be fine, and you can do that in total for all of the attorneys that are writing those consent agreements. So the total, and you can provide for yourself and the other attorneys can provide theirs as well. So if we would add that to our question, that's my only question for you right now.
I just want to make sure, because I want to provide everything that we are able to. Are you wanting the consent agreements that we offer or the ones that are executed?
The ones that you offer.
Okay.
You can also do the ones that are signed. That would be great. So both.
Okay.
Oh, before I ask the next question, Representative Carpenter.
And could you add to that the amount of fines that they are?
Excellent.
We did provide the list of fines that have been executed. They are in
I saw that.
Yeah.
I find
Each agreement or what?
4 consent agreements.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe that summary. Okay, so that's my question for you. Now, everybody's going to get to ask their questions, so thank you for that.
Thank you,
I
Madam
have
Chair.
one really quick for Carol.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then committee, when you ask your questions, I'd like you to just please request who you would like to come up and answer that question. And again, thank you for keeping track of our questions. Carol, so this was on the questions that we submitted to you. This is also brought up by Representative Avercamp, and I think it's one of the most important questions, and it is on page 14 of your testimony. And so that's why I wanted to come back to that question and kick off that question. We want to understand what's happening when nurses have lapsed licenses, what is happening to those individuals. Per the reports that were provided in 2024, 100 nurses were found to be practicing without a current license, and it was said in that descriptor that many of them were lapsed. In your response, we did not get an answer. We are requesting to know, out of those 100 nurses, how many of those had lapsed licenses and were practicing nursing, and how many of them were classified with unprofessional conduct, and how many of the 100 were reinstated with a consent agreement and without a consent agreement. Committee, am I missing anything relating to that? Representative Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologize if I'm not, if this is a different question, but for me, it's just how do you make the distinctions? Because it seems as though if sometimes people have a late renewal, they get their license renewed and life goes on for them. And I think the problem seems to be for some people that they get a late renewal and then their life is turned upside down. So I think that's part of the question, but also just more of understanding how the board makes those distinctions and the numbers of how many times they let somebody off, if you will, and let their life continue, and how many times do they impose the unprofessional conduct decree on them.
And Carol, I will ask, did you respond to these questions personally?
No, I usually, like if it was discipline, it went to disciplinary counsel. If it was investigative, it went to our practice specialist, who is actually traveling, so she's not here today. Licensure questions, I worked with Adrian on.
Okay, so on page 14, who answered the question that was submitted to you of the 100 nurses?
I believe that was you, right?
Okay, would you please step forward? Of course. Why was this question not answered?
I apologize. My intent was not to not answer the question. I tried to answer what I read the question as. It's clearer to me now what the data you were requesting was, and I'll explain why my answer was what it was. That's not my intention. And we will provide that information to you as soon as we are able. So the question of the 100 nurses found practicing without a license. And so I believe, I have seen where you're pulling that 100 nurse number from. I believe that is referencing the nurses that were investigated, that a case was, or a complaint was received regarding potential practice without a license. In answering the question, I tried to provide that those 100 were not, there wasn't a finding, because a finding happens after due process rights have been provided. The board cannot make a final order, and they cannot find that a nurse practice without a valid license, without first providing the right to a hearing, the right to all proceedings provided in the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act and the Kansas Judicial Review Act. And so I'm sorry if I did not provide the information that you were requesting on that question. I will provide that to you as soon as possible.
Yes, I do appreciate that, but these are actuals. These are, I would conclude by actuals, that means that those are the numbers that are accurate, verifiable. And you can find this, and all of the questions that were submitted to you were about the performance measures. So it's on page 250, and we have fiscal year 21, there were 44 number of nurses practicing without a current nursing license. And when you say actuals, I understand that as verifiable. I don't know, how would you?
And I understand where that confusion happens. I'm sorry, we can produce a corrected, I understand how you read that. Again, I don't produce that data, so I don't want to misspeak, but my understanding it is regarding the number that have been either a complaint or an investigation. We can provide you a comparison of the amount that a finding has happened from 2024, and again, that's through the final order. I hope I'm answering your question. I want to make sure I'm answering exactly what you're asking of me. But at least from my experience, I have not seen 100 cases transferred of which unlicensed practice was found after a reasonable grounds determination.
So, correct.
And that is just for my personal
You probably have not. That means that they were reinstated without a consent agreement, without having to be threatened, without having any identification of unprofessional conduct. That's what we're trying to ascertain. What happened specifically? I want to know, without names, I want to know what happened to these individuals. Were they reinstated when it says practicing without a current license? How many were reinstated without having to go through this consent agreement, without having to have a hearing, and without having been identified as unprofessional conduct? I want to know every single thing there is to know about those 100 individuals. And if that doesn't satisfy, then we'll have to back it up and go to the year previous. Because what we're seeing is a pattern that we're not pleased with, and we want to see, has there been fair play? Have 80 of them been allowed to continue practicing, and 20 of them have punitive penalties placed on them? So you understand the question?
Yes, I understand. And again, I understand the request, and I will provide that information to you as quickly as possible. Again, so I just want to make sure, because just based on the question that you just framed, an investigation is just that. It investigates the matter. It is then presented to our board members to review the evidence. We can provide you we want to be as forthcoming as possible because we want to provide you this information. I will say being not only with unlicensed practice, but the board reviews a lot of investigations, and many of them result in not moving forward in a further proceeding. That can be for a variety of reasons. It can be lack of evidence, lack of substantiation of a violation. It can be, maybe a non-disciplinary action to that discretion that was discussed earlier. So I just want to condition it, and we will provide it. I just want to make sure it's aware that just because action wasn't moved forward with from an investigation, it's not only as a result of there was that the board just decided not to choose that one. It could be a lot of reasons regarding the investigation itself and the facts and the evidence that we had.
Sure, we understand that there are facts and evidence, and it can also be very arbitrary, or it could be punitive, or there could be other reasons. We do not know that. You're correct. But what we do or what I am requesting, I think would be very beneficial for us, is for every single one, I want it specified. We could not move forward. We did not have the evidence. That was dropped. They are reinstated. They are currently practicing.
Okay. And if we have, I will provide everything that we are able to produce on that.
And then the totals. So I don't want just that for every single line, but I also want the totals. 80 of them were reinstated, 20 of them signed consent agreements, 10 of them, that's what I also want. So summary information as well as the specific, and Representative Ballard wanted to follow up on that.
I just want to follow up on that. Could you also just add, if they were delinquent, they were late, were they actually late, or had they applied early before the deadline and paid their fee and the money was accepted, so that there's some, in this case, that's not a late. It didn't go through, but the fee was there, the deadline was met previously, and then those that actually came in delinquent after the fact. I would like to see those dates as well.
Okay.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't really form words at this point. I need a little bit of time to cool down. Thank you.
Okay, committee, please. Yes, Representative Sawyer, and please designate who you would like to ask your question.
Carol? Hopefully this was a simple one. Okay. In December of 2024, we had at least 2 people that tried to apply online. They accidentally pushed the RN button twice, it sounds like, rather than doing the RN and then the APRN. Has that problem been fixed? I mean, could that problem still happen today?
Let me check. I can tell you, well, that's not the answer you want to hear. But I mean, I'm an APRN and an RN, so I do this, and they are labeled RN and they are labeled APRN, but that's not what you want to hear. You want to hear, is it possible for it to happen, if I'm understanding correctly?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like that should be easy. That shouldn't happen. You know, in at least one case, that caused a really big problem. And it seems like that should be something that's easy to fix.
Right, and I will check on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Representative Awerkamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wait till you're finished writing.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
I was just trying to write it down.
Right, thanks. So in these situations, and this one seems to be the dominant one, right? Somebody's late with their license renewal. And if I'm understanding the situation correctly, there are some individuals who are late, their situation's looked at, and basically they don't have any problems, they get their license reinstated and life goes on for them. And then there's other individuals who basically get their professional career destroyed in a lot of ways. So you got 2 people, they're both late, one goes through without any trouble, the other one is blacklisted in various ways with unprofessional conduct, put on websites all over the place, their insurance goes up, but they can't get a job. It seems like, what's the difference? So when these 2 situations hit whoever's making that decision, what do you all see? How do you make those distinctions to say, yeah, this person's not a big deal, let their life go on. This person, this is unprofessional conduct. They need publicly humiliated and reprimanded, and they have to go through the whole process. How do those 2 situations get analyzed? What's that look like?
Well, it's the board members who make the decision about this. So I don't know that I can answer that. What I can do is there's a lot of feedback, of course, to take back to the board here. And to try to understand exactly what they take into consideration when they do that. And to try to get consistency, because that's what I'm hearing, the concern that it's not consistent, just like you said.
I think it's a little bit more than not consistent, but I think it's more like we have a minor issue by professionals who have no history of ever having any problems I think it's more than just inconsistent. It seems like, why do they make distinctions on these ones and not those ones? And it seems like the punishment is extremely excessive to the, I don't even want to say crime, the clerical error, the mistake. I think it goes way beyond the spirit of statute, which statute does give the board complete flexibility to make those distinctions. So I think it goes beyond consistency. I think it's just,
Okay.
there's something much worse than that I'm concerned about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we can get that feedback back to you with the questions? Would that be okay?
Yes, we would like all of this provided to the committee.
Okay.
Representative Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm not sure how this is working, so you're going to take this to the board and come back with these questions or the answers. So my question would be to the board, would they admit that their mistakes were made, given the testimony that we've heard today, and that they should be corrected?
Would you like to use your microphone and be on record?
I was speaking out loud. My apologies. I would like to second that motion if that's what he's making.
People, while committee members are considering another question, I do have another question for you. I was checking the rules and regs and just doing word searches, and I did a word search, of course, for unprofessional conduct. I've only found, for lapses, I found it 25 times. If you have a lapse license, 25 times is it mentioned for different types of licenses. Only one time is the word unprofessional conduct mentioned, and it is in the list that we have been provided for, what was it? Licenses or something of that nature. The list of things that you could have. I'm going to totally forget what that is. But anyway, it is listed one time. My point on that is every single time there is mention of a lapse license, 24 times, it talks about reinstating the license. Not one of those 24 times in the rules and regs does it mention or come back to the punitive possibility of this going to be proclaimed as unprofessional conduct. So I would request a review of those rules and regs, because if I were someone, nurse, and I was looking at it, I would think that I would be able to, if I lapsed my license, I would be able to reinstate it, because it's not mentioned in those paragraphs of reinstating. Another question for you, the diversion agreement, I did not find anything related to diversion in a word search within the rules and regulations, but in the performance measures, we find diversions, and I'm not sure that your testimony fully satisfied what constituted those diversion agreements. Can you give us an example of what type of action would have qualified them for a diversion agreement? And I will locate the page in the performance. You might just be able to know that off the top of your head, or is that something that your attorney could answer or your board member? Diversion agreements are on page 246. It said that this is very fascinating. I don't understand this. For your performance measures in 2024, you provided one diversion agreement. The previous estimate, previous actuals, 5. In 2022, 13. In 2021, 20 diversion agreements. But you're estimating for 2025, 25 diversion agreements, 30 in 2026. So is this something that you plan on utilizing more frequently? And if so, what would be the reasons?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not, I will defer to Carol on the projections because I do not participate in that. I can speak for myself on diversion agreements and say that I don't typically utilize that. I would probably characterize it as maybe a different type of conclusion of case as a result of the board's federal requirements to report actions under the National Practitioner Data Bank. And additionally, I know it came up earlier, additionally, we are required to report that through the nurses system pursuant to the Nurse Licensure Compact. Because the actions are reportable, I don't feel that in most cases. Now, again, the statute, I think we gave an overview of National Practitioner Data Bank reporting requirements. I can also make available to you their guidebook on how state licensing boards are supposed to report those. But because it is a federal law, we do not have discretion on what is and is not reportable. I can't testify to what other attorneys have done. I can only speak for myself. And I do not, so diversion agreements are allowing them to enter into a conclusion with when there isn't, in like criminal setting, when there isn't a conviction. So if they fail to comply with an outcome, they then would, the charges that they stipulate to would be imposed. They would be convicted. So in our situation, they would be agreeing to stipulating to facts and violations that would not be found in final order. They would just be agreeing to the conclusions, and as long as they completed the action that the board found, then they would, the issue would be closed and no further action would be taken. The reporting requirements are required based on the action taken, not based on the violation. And so what we do in that reporting process is we report the action itself, and I can also provide you the those codes. It's also in that guidebook. And we then put a basis for action. And then that is what I think has been discussed as what is publicly reported. And again, that is not reported as unprofessional conduct. That is reported as failing to work with a valid license because of the violation in that case.
Okay, it may just be me, but I'm not very clear on that. I don't really know from what you just provided of those numbers of diversion agreements, let's say in 2021. I wouldn't even have any idea what would be the general cause for those. I'm sure you could say it's case by case, but I would think maybe a better description might be helpful. Also, this question would be to Carol real quick, and then I'll pass the torch to Representative Francis. But Carol, we heard testimony earlier that an attorney requested a diversion agreement for Amy Seipel, and they were told that that was not an option. And then another attorney, we have records that indicate that the attorney was seeking some type of waiver or some type of way out and was told that that wasn't an option either. So can you speak to that and when diversion agreements from your perspective, a non-legal perspective, would be appropriate and when they would not be appropriate?
Okay. Well, first of all, I want you to understand that we have to keep some people, we have to keep a board member and someone in the agency not involved in the investigations or the discipline. Because if an appeal comes in, an appeal comes to me, and then I give it to our agency head, which is typically our board president. So to be free of any knowledge of this, I'm not involved with the investigation or the discipline for that reason, because then it comes to me, I can give it to the board president, and neither one of us have any knowledge of this case. I don't know if that makes sense. So for that reason, I don't know that I can answer that question, and I would have to defer to her because one of these cases is an active case, and we typically don't discuss those while they're still active. I don't, if you want to say anything different about that, but I mean, That's what I've been told.
Okay, so actually, yes, I did start off by using that as an example, but in reality, I think it was asking you, in general, what would you consider an appropriate use of a diversion?
I don't know.
You don't know. So how many, well, really quick, we'll move on because there are other people that would like to ask questions. How many appeals do you get that would necessitate potentially a diversion? Or how many cases or hearings are there in which there is not agreement of the findings? And so, I mean, we have numbers of diversions, but yeah, we don't really know what.
Right, I understand that.
And
yeah.
you don't know either?
Well, I don't right at the moment, no. I'm sorry. There's just a lot going through my head, but
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and just also to note, diversions aren't mentioned anywhere in your rules and regs, that that's part of the
Okay.
process. I'm not sure if, for example, had Anna known that there was a diversion option, would she have pursued that option instead of signing a consent agreement and costing her thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and heartbreak? Okay, so we do have a couple people in the queue, Representative Francis, and then Representative Sutton, and then Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this is for Carol or, I'm sorry, is it Sydney?
It's Rachel.
Rachel? Maybe I'll start with Rachel. You seem to be more familiar with this, but is there anything in the database requirements for the reporting that requires the reporting of a late renewal?
I'm sorry, can you ask that
You
question?
know, you said that there were certain things that had to be reported to the database. Is there anything that requires a late renewal, or is it the fact that you take a disciplinary action, the thing that requires you to report?
Yes. Representative, the action is the reportable, and then we provide a basis for that action when the action is reported. So it is the action that directs us the necessity to report.
So let's say, for instance, let's say that we pass a fee that says there's a $50 late fee, and there is no disciplinary action taken. It's just there's a $100 late fee or $50 late fee or whatever you want it to be. Nothing has to be reported. Is that correct?
I would want to review the statute. I don't want to incorrectly represent that because it is based in federal statute and then further defined in federal regulation, and I can provide those sites to you. So it can be kind of broad that it would depend on the language, I believe. So if it was defined as a fine and it was related to the delivery of healthcare services, I believe, based on my memory of the statute, that it is reportable. If it is, I would presume, again, I'm just assuming based on the
A late
statute.
fee.
Yeah, if it was a fee, that is not maybe reportable. And I would have to, again, refer back to those federal statutes and regulations to confirm that. And I don't, if someone else can provide you also further guidance on that. But I think it would be based on language.
Because I'm extremely concerned. There's a number of people, regardless of the fact that you said, I believe you said that it's practicing without a license is the way you report it. And while maybe we're quibbling over the details here or the wording, a late renewal of 15 days does not sound the same to me as practicing without a license. More of a comment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sutton, and then Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to kind of following up on this with the scarlet letter of the unprofessional conduct, who makes that determination that a lapsed license, at what level does it rise to unprofessional conduct and you're branded for life?
Yeah. So please make sure I answer your question. So the process starts with an investigation. Once an investigation concludes, it goes to the board. The board then makes a determination on if there's a violation of the Nurse Practice Act, and that's provided in that 651120B proceedings process. Then it is transferred to disciplinary counsel, myself or one of the other attorneys assigned to the board, to the further proceedings that are provided within the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act and Kansas Judicial Review Act. And so that is the process that it goes forward. And so the reason we pursue it as is where that appears within our statute. So the board practices under the statutes in that the disciplinary statute says that they can, I think, unprofessional conduct as defined by the rules and regulations of the board, and that is where that board has that discretionary authority to take a variety of outcomes. They had, yes, with a statute.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then the statute then says it's defined in rules and regulations. With that statute then defines in the regulations practicing without a valid license or while your license is lapsed. And I believe that is under KAR 63110W.
Okay, so the unprofessional conduct, does that come from the board or does it come from you?
The statute?
No, the decision.
The decision comes from the board.
From the board?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to give kind of like a overwhelming picture here. I know those that have served on appropriations have heard this many times, especially Representative Carpenter and Representative Ballard. We always hear that we have a nursing shortage, and that was even brought up today. And well, basically they were saying we don't have a bed shortage, we have a nursing shortage, which causes the hospital bed shortage. One of the things that we face in regards to nursing in state hospitals is that we can't find nurses to hire. So then we revert to contract nursing, and that is costing, and Representative Carpenter or Representative Ballard, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's costing Larned State Hospital up to $40 million a year. It's costing Osawatomie Hospital another $10 million a year. And so we have an industry that we have all of our universities and community colleges and even our technical schools who are coming to us asking for money because they see this nursing shortage and they want to create a program or they want to expand their program. And yet we have a young individual sitting here who testified today who is leery about going into the profession because some of the things that have been instituted by the board. So the first thing that I would probably make a comment on is in regards to these rules and regulations that were in place in 1982 after the Supreme Court in 75 sided with the nurse. I would reevaluate those rules and regulations. I don't think inadvertently letting your license lapse falls under unprofessional conduct. As Representative Pickert said when she gave her testimony, we're human. We make mistakes. Having that falling onto a category with the same as sexual misconduct is abhorrent. The board needs to go back and reevaluate those rules and regulations, which falls under statute that we gave to the board. But they need to reevaluate what actually classifies as unprofessional conduct. Because I don't believe by accident letting your license lapse falls under that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question, I think, is for you, Rachel. I'm just trying to understand the potential risks that we take on if a nurse is continuing to practice without a license. I mean, that's the whole point of this board and whole point of this process is to ensure that everyone is licensed to protect not only patients, but also the nurses themselves. So if I saw in one of these agreements, like it was February 1st to February 7th, let's say worst case scenario, an event of malpractice or something like that did occur and that individual did not have the license, would that insurance still cover that nurse provider?
I am unsure. I will say I only advise the board in disciplinary cases. And that would, I would think that probably legal counsel for the facility would also have maybe a different advice to that. I don't have experience to know the answer to that. I only know the disciplinary process inside.
Thank you. Madam Chair, is that something we have the revisor just look into? I'm just trying to understand the risks and like how necessary and essential is it that we ensure that there are no circumstances of practicing without a license, whether in clerical error, whatever it is, those protections are, I think, are in place for our nurses too.
Sure. I think as we're getting close to wrapping up, we are not going to have discussion today and look at solutions. We're going to hold on those. So one of the homework assignments will be related to sending questions. And so you can add that to yours that you're going to submit. Representative Ballard, and then we'll be close to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, again, I want a clarification on it. Basically, maybe this is a Carol, both of you. Where does the buck stop? Who is totally responsible for labeling, and then we go to a consent? I see where the Attorney General's office provides the attorney. Okay, and I assume the other person who's the complainant also can have one, right? But then who really makes the determination? I heard Carol say a few minutes ago, she excuses herself from the board, and the board does it. Maybe the question should be aimed at Carol right now. You excuse yourself from it, but when do you learn the results of this particular hearing? You have nothing to do with it. You said you excused yourself. So I'm trying to decide, where does the buck stop here?
I would probably not have knowledge of it until the period in which they could appeal is over, because there's a time period that they can appeal, and then that, again, would come into me, and I can't really have knowledge about what happened. As far as who makes the decision, I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but who makes the decision about the discipline and stuff like that is actually the board. The board makes the decisions, not really the staff.
Okay, so the board does.
The board makes the decision, yes.
And we have heard the difference between being delinquent, and again, what I had asked previously, when you look at those 100 cases. But again, when someone has applied before the deadline, have paid the fees, but does not receive a notification like accepted or we received this or whatever, and they have no way of knowing.
Okay.
You can go back and look at the date the person actually applied, because I see dates here. One was February 1st, and the other occurred February the 7th. So I know we're using dates. So one can go back and look at that application of when the person actually replied. They weren't delinquent when they applied. They became delinquent over time because of maybe the era we're talking about here. But who is there to look at this particular situation?
Okay.
And then how do we decide what the penalty is going to be? Because I see this as a penalty that this person received.
Okay.
So the board is the one that's responsible before you get it.
The board has made the decision. They have reviewed it and made the decision, yes.
So maybe we should be talking to the board.
I'll take all this feedback back to the board.
Well, if they're making a decision, and that's what we're talking about, somebody's going to have to change the rules around here.
We have two more representatives that would like to ask questions, and then I'll conclude with a final question. But before I hand it to Representative Tarwater, following up with Representative Ballard, have you ever overruled an appeal from the board?
I do not believe that that has happened, no.
No. So how long have you been serving in your position?
8 years.
8 years. How many appeals have you looked at?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, we can get that number, and if you want more information about it, if you want.
Yes, I think we would like to know how many appeals, because I didn't see anything in a consent agreement that even would point a nurse to that as an option.
Okay.
So if they're not told about the appeals process and they don't understand that process, then there's no way that they're even going to be requesting it. Representative Tarwater, then Representative Humphreys, and then I will close it out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a board member here, and I'd like to ask the board member a question.
Yes, Representative
Can you
Tarwater.
state your name, please?
Andrea Watson.
Okay, Andrea, thanks for being here. I know you're the sole board member, and I know that everybody continues to point at the board here. Representative Carpenter has asked the question many times today. Do you feel like there have been some errors made in this process? And so can you answer that? They keep saying the board needs to answer that. Can you answer that for him?
I mean, we can always second guess what happens from the members of the board.
Let's just go with what you heard today. Do you think there could have been some errors that were made from what you heard today?
I think there could have been different decisions made, but I've also been curious as I've listened to figure out how long is it okay to practice without a license? Because that is what happens when your license timeline hits and you're continuing to practice. So I think from a board perspective, how long is it okay to practice without a license? Is it 1 week? Is it 2 weeks? Is it 2 months? Is it 4 months? So I don't want to second guess my board colleagues because I think
I didn't hear a single case where they were continuing to practice today. I heard a case where they came to you immediately without practicing and said, I didn't renew my license on time. And I heard a case where I renewed my license on time, but I hit the wrong darn button twice instead of one time. In those two opinions, I get there's two sides of the story, but if that's true, do you think a mistake was made?
Oh, I certainly think a mistake was made on the online renewal. I do, and I think that's a very unfortunate case. I don't know any of the other situations
So if that's the case, would you recommend retracting that agreement? And can we review all these ladies' cases in the next week, say, and then maybe report back to us? It would be great to hear back from the board that, oh my gosh, we found some errors. You were right. We want to help these people out. You are destroying people's lives.
Certainly, I can say that is not the intent of the board. The intent of the board is to ensure that people are following the practice of their license and that the feel is that we're protecting the public by doing so. And so when your license is expired, what does that mean for the public? What does that mean for the institutions that they're working for?
Are you saying
if something were to happen,
that they're not safe anymore because of that?
I don't know, and I certainly don't want to pick and choose who I think is a good nurse who's 1 month from not renewing and who I think is a bad nurse from 1 month from renewing. I don't think that is our role either, to decide if you fit the good nurse role or the bad nurse role because you were late to renew. That's not my job either as a board member.
All right, so then help me understand how the process works. When it comes to the board to make a decision, how is it presented? Is there a recommendation on what to do?
For a discipline case?
Like, let's say, Rachel comes to you and says, I have a case that the investigation has concluded on, and I want to present it to the board. How does is there a recommendation made by Rachel, or does she just present the facts and then you guys make the recommendation?
Well, I know you're not going to care for my answer, but I am the agency, I'm delegated the agency head, so I don't sit on the investigative committee, and I'm not purview to any of the information happening in the investigative committee. so that I can be impartial should any of those cases be appealed, similar to Carol.
But
So
you're a
we
board member
delegate
and you
as a
don't know how it
board.
works? You don't know how the process works?
We delegate as a board to the board members that are on the investigative committee, and they work through the process with the investigators and legal counsel to come to a resolution on the cases or decide if they need to go any further than the investigation.
Okay, all right. Then I guess I'll ask Rachel that. Rachel, can you answer that? When you present it to the board, is there a recommendation? I think you said there was.
So I do not present to the board the
Oh my
cases.
God, nobody answers any questions.
I'm going
over
to
here.
answer
Holy
the
shit.
process. So the board completes an investigation through an investigator, and the investigator writes a summary that is then presented to the board. I am present when the board reviews those cases, or other disciplinary counsel are present, and at the need for legal advice, we provide it. Ultimately, all decisions are that of the board.
When is the consent agreement presented to the nurse? Was it before they go to the board, or is it after they go to the board?
Consent agreements would only happen after the board has reviewed the case, or the delegated members of the board. And I will say consent agreements can happen any point in the process. They can happen at the beginning of, further proceedings, or they can happen when the case is upon appeal. The intent of the consent agreement is just an agreement between the parties to voluntarily conclude the case.
But in no case is it ever presented before the board looks at the findings of the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Not that I am personally aware of. If it would, I can't imagine that would have occurred, because the board makes a reasonable grounds determination when they review the investigation. And so we can't discuss the case with the board members, or the investigators cannot discuss the case with the board members when that reasonable grounds determination is made, which just happens during open meeting in a quasi-judicial setting.
Okay, and then can you tell me when a complaint is filed? So when you say complaint, you're just saying an instance, because an individual is not going to complain about themselves, but a lot of this comes from an individual saying, hey, I was 3 days late renewing my license. When that happens, do 100% of those go to the board?
I do not have those metrics. What I can explain is the process. So with an application—
I don't want to know about the process. We've heard about that a million times today. I'm just trying to find answers.
Yes, and I hope
nobody. This is. I have to stop talking, Madam Chair, because this is the most frustrating meeting I think I've ever been in. Holy smokes, we can't get a single answer. I think we need to come back here. I can't wait for January 13th or whenever we get sworn in, because I'm going to unfund this board. That's going to be the very first motion I make, Mr. Chairman, in appropriations, and you can support me or not, but I'm bringing it. And it's going to, I promise you, it's going to go on. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever been involved in. These people are real people, and they care about, they're taking care of our loved ones in Kansas here, and you're destroying their lives. And nobody can answer any damn question. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm better than that. Thanks.
We understand your passion, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I think where your heart is right now is that we're seeing lives exposed. We're seeing the repercussions of this, I don't know, dogma or bureaucracy or whatever's happening behind closed doors that we're funding, that we are responsible for protecting our constituents here in the state of Kansas. And we see that the system's failed them. Representative Humphreys, and then I will close.
Okay. This will be quick. Megan, you're an attorney, yes? Okay, so words matter. So I keep hearing you say over and over, and I already brought this up this morning, the board makes a decision, the board. It's not really the board. It's not 11 members of the board, right? It is the investigative committee, which is 3 people. And it's actually the chairman of the investigative committee. Is that true?
Yes, it is a delegated role.
Okay.
Depending on the type of case.
So that person might change. It might be a different person. Or there is a designated person who is the chair of the investigative committee. And that person is the one making these decisions?
Yes, the
One
decision is
person.
delegated,
Okay,
and I
one
will say that
person?
is consistent with the language in the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, that role can be delegated.
Okay. Okay, so I think it's very important that we understand that it is a very narrow group of people who are actually making the decisions. Then my next question is, after the consent agreement is signed, there is no appeal. If someone makes an appeal, it comes before that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so when we talk about an appeal, it is early in the process, because once they are coerced, and I'm going to use that word because we've heard it over and over today, into signing the consent agreement, then it's done. They have no due process after that. There's no appeal. There's no anything after that, and I think that's an important point too. Okay, and then I have other questions, and I would like to just say, dentist, give 2 months. Tom and I have been talking, sorry, Representative Sawyer and I have been talking. Dentist, 2 months. Pharmacist, 6 months if you don't renew your license. And so there is a mechanism for not cutting off the license the day it's due, but instead having some sort of grace period, which I would certainly encourage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, committee, I am going to close up. Please be patient. I've got a few questions, then we'll close up. The process after that will be a quick explanation of how we move forward, and then we'll be adjourned. So we are just a little bit late. But I'd actually like, thank you, Rachel. I'd actually like our board president, Andrea, to step up, please. Thank you, Andrea. Andrea, so you've been on the board since 2024, is that correct?
No, 2024 was the start of my second term.
Okay, so second term. So you've been on 4 years prior to that?
Correct.
Okay, so in that case, there are only 5 board members, yourself, Amy Height, Michelle Terry, Audrey Goldsmith, and Ruth Buckhart that are not new. Other than that, everybody else, it looks like they were just appointed. So my question is, have you ever served on the investigative committee in your time period?
I have not.
Okay. Who would be currently on the investigative committee?
Audrey Goldsmith, Ruth Burkhart has served, and then we have public members on the, I don't believe you said Bonnie, or Brenda, sorry. Brenda is not a new board member, she's a public member, and she's also on the investigative committee.
Okay, yes, I see that she entered in 2023. Okay, so would they generally hold that position for 4 years? The investigative committee, or could it be longer, or?
It really just depends on, it's a large time commitment. This is a voluntary working board. So sometimes it depends on how much time is taken away from their full-time job for the investigative committee meetings. As Juliana mentioned, oftentimes they're meeting on a weekly basis so that some things can get moved along more quickly to resolution. So just kind of depends from year to year. We make board assignments in September.
Okay, I think that might be good for public record. Megan, Leanne, if we understand who has been serving on this committee, how long have they been serving? There's always that time period where it takes a while to catch on, and so I'd like to know who those individuals are. All of the nurses' names are public. I know the board members are public, so we'd like to know that. Also, in terms of what Vice Chair Lewis brought up about the consent agreement, that it can be modified if both parties agree. To your knowledge, has that ever happened? A consent agreement been modified?
Madam Chair, to my knowledge, at my time on the board, I've not been part of.
Never heard of
that conversation.
So I think, Megan, and the question that we want to pose, a legal question as well, is looking into the modification of consent agreements, because I think there are some very concerning ones. And my last question to you, well, actually, it's my second to last question. The question was asked earlier, how long is it okay, or you actually said that. You said, how long is it okay to practice without a license? And you made that question. The examples that we had today, one individual wasn't practicing when her license lapsed. So she was 0 time was she practicing. Perhaps gratuitously, but 0 time. So that was the one example.
My only caveat is I've gotten questions as a board president. My email is published, so I do get questions here and there. And I think oftentimes there is a misconception, if you're not directly seeing a patient, pushing the drugs, that you're not practicing on your license. And so I just wanted to find there are lots of ways. I'm in administration now, and I have to have a license to be in my role. So if I'm working in my role, I am practicing with my license.
Okay, duly noted. But just for the point of today, because the question was about today, and you answered, the question was intended to get your impressions of the examples of today, if they were true. And you responded back with a question rather than answer, and you said, how long is it okay? And I was actually giving you exact amounts for the first individual. They did not practice when it lapsed. For the second individual, it never lapsed. They actually filed ahead of time. They had always filed. Your board took the money, and then only later did she discover that she had hit the wrong button, and then you made her pay again, and then she had to sign the consent agreement, and then her life was turned upside down, and she spent thousands and thousands of dollars. So in that case, she really didn't have a lapse. Nobody even told her that she had hit the wrong button, so in that case, there wasn't. There was another case of an individual who also did not have a lapse. Unfortunately, he is deceased, and you still have his name on file for disciplinary action. He did not let it lapse. In fact, he corrected it prior. And there was still a punitive retribution on that. And then the fourth individual, which was an unknown person randomly selected online, that person had let their license lapse for 6 days. And they had a $500 fine, plus they had to go take continuing education on top of that. Plus, they were considered unprofessional conduct. That is really punitive. In those 4 examples, if those are accurate, and by the way, many of those findings are closed. They're findings that are placed on consent agreements that you can read, except for one. Would that be justice?
In the way that you've presented that information based on those details, again, not hearing both sides of the stories in terms of what was happening in those situations, because I do have to give credit to the investigative committee and the board members that are on the investigative committee. But in general, I think if someone isn't literally practicing without their license, which is 2 of the examples, then I do have a hard time making that connection. So that's why I feel like maybe
Okay,
I'm missing
Andrea,
some information.
I would like to make a request as chair of the select committee that you personally review, and you ask your investigative committee review the samples, the examples that were provided today. There were 4 at least that were provided today. If you have any questions on who those are, if you say to me, I cannot.
If they haven't gone past the time they're up for appeal, I cannot.
Exclude that one.
Okay.
There are others that were mentioned today. And there was the random one that I pulled that Megan and Leanne can submit to you. Review those. And we want to understand. We want who was the investigative committee that made this determination? Why did they make that determination? And come back to us.
This one here for the first.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just reminder of the gratuitous nursing, that we brought that. So, yes.
If someone is taking, but I think, again, not knowing all the details of a case,
Right, and actually,
so
we want you just to go back to the consent agreements that you all had these individuals sign. Go back to those consent agreements. Those are public documents. Review those public documents with just the information that are provided on those consent agreements. Is that justice? And we'd like to know from your opinion, from your inspectors, your investigator committee opinion, is that justice? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Committee, are there any final comments? I do apologize. I do apologize for us running long. So the plan, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Carol, Adrian, Rachel. We appreciate it. We will, committee, you have homework assignment, so we can all get out of here. Your homework assignment is, today is Tuesday, and by Friday, I would like you to submit to research any questions, follow-up concerns, something that wasn't properly, you didn't properly understand, and please provide that to initiate that. Leanne and Megan, would you send an email to the committee requesting that information? And then that gives the KLRD time to kind of merge those questions so that we don't have duplicates of questions, and then provide that list, that final list, to us, and then forward it on to Carol. Carol, if you would then make sure that those are answered in an expedited manner. And then we will talk to the speaker and find out what our next steps are, and if we will have another meeting to discuss it. But we would want to have your responses back. And then, of course, committee, we would want to look over solutions. So also homework assignment is to write down some of those good ideas of things you think that we could do, whether it's through the budget, whether it's through rules and regs, whether it's through a bill. Any questions? Make sure that you that you provided me your travel voucher. Okay, and make sure that you do that. Anything else that I am forgetting? Thank you so much to staff. We appreciate it. It was a tough meeting today, but an important topic, and especially we thank those that provided testimony, and we hope and pray that we get to the bottom of it. We are adjourned.